Hello, friends. Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday. We're back. And my camera's shaking a little bit. If you are new here, well, then, boy, do I have the treat for you. My name is Lacey, and this is Criminally Confident. And basically, I have a show that I talk about trials, whether they are going on now, I will live stream them, or whether they're old, which is the case for today's trial. We are continuing the coverage of the Jodi Arias trial that happened in 2013, and we are at the crazy part. Like, yesterday was wild. It was my highest ever subscribing day for subscribers on YouTube, and also it was my highest views day. So a huge thanks to everyone who participated, and I'm sure it was also up there with comments as well. So if you were here yesterday, thank you so much, and I am excited to get back into the testimony with you guys today. As always, if you haven't done so already, can you please make sure that you are subscribed to my channel? It's free to do that. Also, it would be a tremendous help if you could press the like button. It helps boost my algorithm so that this can get in front of eyes that wouldn't normally be on here. If you could do that, that would be fabulous. And trying to think of any other issues that I want to bring up. But otherwise, if you've done those things, thank you. I would only ask that you say hello in the comments. It would be great to know how you got here, whether it was promoted on your YouTube or it was shared online and you found it, so on and so forth. But let's go ahead and get the trial started. And while it's going on, I'm going to be putting on some of my makeup. Today, I had some on earlier, but I ended up going out with the boys. And if you follow me on social media, the boys are a group of retired guys that I know. I went to breakfast with them this morning, and it was quite an experience. All right. But other than that, we left off on day 18. Day 19 was, I'm sorry, I think we did, I don't know, I think it was 18, but I went through 19. I didn't see anything that I thought was worthy. Pearl, hey, do you want to come over here? We got the dog situation right now. Sorry, guys. Hi, Nick. All right. I think we are going to skip to day 20. I think that's what we're going to do. Let me know if you guys have any questions. And as always, oh, thanks. As always, we're going to do this at 1.5 speed. I know it's still early, so a lot of people are.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Neri, you may continue with your oath.
Aren't here yet, but we'll get there.
Good morning.
Yesterday, when we ended, we were at the point in time on June 4th, late afternoon, early evening hours, when you were about ready to depart. You were telling us before you departed, you were going to, or you and Mr. Alexander had decided to
Pull it up.
engage in this.
There we go.
We called it, right?
Yes.
And this was to take place in his bathroom, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why was the shower area selected?
It was selected for the water. We were going for a certain effect with the pictures and the water.
Okay. When you were in the bathroom, you took these pictures with Mr. Alexander's camera, you were telling us yesterday, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And where was your, refresh our memory, where was your luggage and your items, your personal items when you were doing this photo shoot?
Well, I think my camera had been put away. I didn't really even bring it out for that part of the trip. So I don't recall specifically, but I think most of my stuff was in the car at that point, maybe except my purse.
When you were in the bathroom, did you have a gun with you?
No,
Were you holding on to a knife?
no.
So we saw the pictures of him in the shower. Tell us what happens once he gets in the shower.
I'm taking pictures of him. We were trying out different poses. We were kind of,
Being, is it
yeah, we were kind of
friendly?
laughing.
Okay.
It was, I don't know, it was a little weird because the background wasn't that great. The water was okay. And we were trying out different poses, and then we were checking the photos and deleting them, and then taking a few more and checking them and going through them and deleting them. And at one point he was sitting and I was taking pictures. I was probably a few feet from the shower so that the water didn't get on the camera. And I was showing him the photos and we were deleting some. And at one point when I went to delete the photos, as I moved the camera, it slipped out of my hand. And it didn't like fall right away. I kind of caught it, and then I caught it like a football, like it bounced, and I almost caught it. But I did catch it, and it landed on the mat, and then it rolled on the tile. And
And where were you when this took place relative to the shower?
I was crouched by the shower. I might have been on the mat or on the edge of the mat.
Okay. So what happens after you drop the phone?
At that point, Travis flipped out again, and he stood up and he stepped out of the shower and he picked me up. I was crouching, but he lifted me up as he was screaming that I was a stupid idiot. And he body slammed me again on the tile.
Why? Why would he do
Only
that?
a 5-year-old can hold a camera better than I can. He was screaming at me. There was spit coming out, or maybe it was water, but it was getting wet. And when I hit the tile, I rolled over on the side and started running down the hallway. And I don't know why I didn't run out of the room. I ran into the closet because the door was open, was my thought. The last time I ran down the hallway, he caught me before I got to the door. And that was another incident in the summer. So I guess I went into the closet. And
What do you mean? Let's talk about that. What do you mean the summer incident? What incident were you referring to?
there was an incident where he was really upset. The whole incident.
Oh yeah, what happened?
The whole one? Want to know everything?
Previous summer in August 2007, I got hired at P.F. Chang's to work, and they needed my social security card, which I didn't keep in my purse because for security reasons. It was packed away, and I was looking everywhere for it, couldn't find it, so I assumed it was in one of the boxes that were in Travis's garage. So I called him. I needed the card for the next day for work. After I'd been looking for it, I wanted to come over and look for it there. He said, sure. It was a brief phone call. It was about 11 o'clock at night, and he sounded sleepy, so I thought maybe he was sleeping. I came over. I went into the side, of course, to go into the garage to look for the box. But this time, instead of going into the garage, the door was locked, which was unusual because it's almost always open. So I think no big deal. I start walking around the back of the house toward the sliding glass door, which is never locked because he had installed a doggy door. So the sliding glass door butts up to it, but it doesn't lock. So as I was walking around the house, the blinds to the living room were open, and I could see this blue glow coming out of the window from the TV. And I was walking toward the glass, and I glanced in, and I noticed two people making out on the couch. And I stopped for a second because I thought that was awkward. And I assumed it was one of his roommates. So I thought, how would I handle that? You know, I thought maybe I'll just walk in real quick and say sorry, and just because I would have to walk past them to get to the garage because it was on the couch. They were on the couch. So I decided I would do that. And then as I was going toward the glass, she stood up and she rehooked her bra, and the guy stood up wiping his mouth, and I saw it was Travis. So we weren't together at this point, and I knew that there were other people that he was seeing or that I was maybe seeing, but it kind of still hurt. So I ran. I didn't go to get my social security card. I just left, and I went home. It was too late to call anybody really, so I just waited till the next day to call my sister, my little sister, but she wasn't home. She lived with my parents at that time. My dad answered, and I told him what happened because he was somebody to talk to. I didn't confide in him often, and he was asking me why I was crying. And so I just told him what happened. And so at that point I decided I'm just gonna go over there and ask him if he's dating someone. That way I can move on or something.
Whoops.
So I went over to his house and I went into the house and he was in the laundry room stenciling stripes down the walls, getting ready to paint them. And I hopped up on the washing machine and sat there, and he came down on the ladder and he gave me a kiss. And I just said it flat out. I said, if you're dating someone, it's okay, you can tell me. And I told him, based on what he had said about Deanna in the past, I said, I won't freak out the way Deanna does, because he had said that about her. And he just thought that was a strange question. And he said, why are you asking me that?
How does this, without saying what was said, you mentioned that this correlated to the incident on June 4th. Were you in the upstairs area with Travis after this argument about seeing him with another girl?
Yeah, he just let out a real frustrated scream, and he walked out of the laundry room and palmed the wall really hard with his palm. I mean, not the wall, the door frame of the laundry room, and just went upstairs, and I sat there kind of stunned. I'd only seen his temper a few times at that point. And I heard this thud, this banging, like rhythmic over and over and over, like just it was dull, and something was like hitting something over and over and over. So I jumped off the washing machine to see what it was, because he was the only one home. So I went upstairs, went into the bedroom. It was getting louder as I got toward the bedroom. And then I turned to look down the hallway, and he's banging his head repeatedly on the linen door closet. And it was awful to watch him do that. And I walked up to him sort of tentatively because he looked unstable. And he was mumbling something under his breath, and he kept saying,
Okay, just you mentioned, did you have to run away from him that day?
I finally said his name to get his attention, and he screamed "what" really loud, and he spun and looked at me like a madman, and it freaked me out. So I ran down the hall, thinking I would just get out of the bedroom, but he caught me right as I reached.
There's a whole lot of running going on.
The carpet, he caught my wrist and pulled me back, and I was freaking out. Then he calmed down, and he explained to me that she was just a girl that he met in Phoenix, and they probably wouldn't see each other again.
Okay. Moving back to June 4th, and before we continue on the story, I want to talk to you about a couple of exhibits. The first being Exhibit 160. You see that? You look at that? Was that a picture that you intentionally took?
No, it wasn't intentional.
Okay.
I thought really did.
Looking at Exhibit 161. Was this a picture you intentionally took?
No, I didn't take that one.
Showing you Exhibit number 159. To your recollection, is that the last picture you intentionally took of Travis Alexander?
I took it intentionally. I don't know what order they went in.
Okay. When he slams you down onto the ground, after you drop the camera, how do you feel?
I was scared. I was thinking crap, because it's everything that I was trying to avoid downstairs. When he started getting mad, I was doing everything I could to avoid that, and I still didn't avoid it. I still screwed it up, and now he's pissed again. So he's freaking out. I'm freaking out. I rolled, like I said, I rolled off to my left and began to run down the hallway, and I could hear him follow. I could hear his footsteps chasing me.
Were you scared when he was chasing you?
Yeah, I didn't want him to grab me again.
What were you scared that he would do?
Who knows? At that point, he had already almost killed me. I wasn't thinking when he almost killed me before that I was going to possibly die. I was just thinking I couldn't breathe, no air. That's all I could think of before I passed out. But it was later on that I realized that I could have died if he just held on to my neck a little longer. So I didn't want that to happen, obviously. So I ran into the closet and I slammed the door, and I intended to run through the opposite end of the door because it has another exit. And as soon as I got in there and began to run, I remembered where he kept the gun. So I grabbed it. I jumped up on the shelf, kept it on the very top. I grabbed it. And then I ran out the other door as he was opening the door, and he ran, chasing me. And I turned around and pointed it at him so that he would stop chasing me.
Jodi, I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit number 70. Do you recognize that area?
Yes,
What is that?
his closet.
You said that you grabbed the gun from the closet. Can you point to us where the gun was?
It's not shown in this picture, but it's up the very top of the shelf, up like right here.
Okay, let
But
me
it's
show you.
above that.
Let me show you then what's been entered as Exhibit 69. Does this show the area from which you grabbed the gun?
Yes,
Could you point to that for us, Jodi?
it was up here in the corner, kind of up, right up there.
You told us that you knew the gun was there. How did you know that?
I had known he had it. I found it one day when he used to give me projects when I would clean. Sometimes it was the floorboards, sometimes it's the light fixtures. And this day it was the closet shelves. I had to pull everything off the shelves and dust it
Yeah,
off. So I got onto the top shelf. There was, I don't know if it was shown in that picture, but there's also a seat. So I moved the seat around to stand on it to get up there, and it was up there.
So you were told us that you grabbed the gun and got out through the closet, correct?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 162. Jodi, how do we look at that picture, please? How do we get to that point in time? What happened between the time you grabbed the gun?
I don't know how that picture was taken.
I still can't figure out what that picture is.
At that, in between the time you grabbed the gun and what we see here, what happened?
When I grabbed the gun, I ran out of the closet. He was chasing me. I turned around and we were in the middle of the bathroom. I pointed it at him with both of my hands. I thought that would stop him. If someone were pointing a gun at me, I would stop. But he just kept running. He got like a linebacker. He got kind of low and grabbed my waist. But before he did that, as he was lunging at me, the gun went off.
Let me just say, while I have my two mods in here, this is something that's really important because, because it is. Yesterday was my highest sub day ever. By the end of the day, I ended up with 100 more subs. So thank you to everyone who was here yesterday and subscribed. That means so much to me. I also want to thank, people who tuned in because I had the most views that I've ever had. This is difficult to do backwards. Yep. Okay. Well, we ended up with something kind of like a curl, but I ended up with a lot of really good analytics yesterday. So I really appreciate everyone who's showed up today, who was here yesterday, and for liking the stream. Oh yeah, and I had the most likes I think I've ever had. So thank you. You guys are baller, and I appreciate your support.
I didn't mean to shoot him or anything. I didn't even think I was holding the trigger. I just was pointing it at him. And I didn't even know that I shot him. It just went off and he lunged at me and we fell really hard against the tile toward the other wall, like kind of near the scales or whatever those things are. So at this point, I didn't even know that if he had been shot. I didn't see anything different. He was just, we were struggling and wrestling, and he's a wrestler. He wrestled in high school and he was getting on top of me. And I didn't want him to get on top of me because when you've done that in the past, I can't get out of those holes. So he's grabbing at my clothes and I got up and he's screaming angry. And after I broke away from him, he said, "Fucking kill you, bitch." And
Before he lunged at you, was he yelling at you and threatening you? To your recollection?
he was chasing me and he was pissed off.
Okay. Do you remember him yelling or saying anything?
He was calling me names because I dropped his camera.
Okay. Do you remember what those were?
Well, I remember him calling me a fucking idiot. And I remember him telling me that a 5-year-old can hold a camera better than me.
Do you remember saying anything to him as he lunged at you?
I don't think so. I just was crying and running and I pointed at him, assuming that he would get the idea that to stop. He wouldn't stop.
What do you mean he wouldn't stop?
Well, after the gun went off, I thought, crap, because now he's really gonna be pissed. I didn't know that I shot him. I thought I shot a hole in the wall or something, and I'm thinking he's really gonna be pissed at me now. So now he's telling me he's gonna kill me, and I think after he said that, he had almost killed me before, and
And what?
there's a lot of that day that I don't remember. There are a lot of gaps. I don't remember the poses of the pictures. I remember them now that I've seen the pictures, but I didn't remember them until I saw them. I remember taking pictures. I just don't remember the pictures themselves, even though we looked at them. And now I see them, I remember them.
Well, let me ask you this, getting us back to that moment in time, not the poses, anything else. You told us that he said, "Kill you, bitch," and you were underneath him trying to get away.
He said that right after I broke away from him.
Okay, right after you broke away from him. Once you broke away from him, what?
Hey, Lefty, can you check or can you drop?
Almost nothing for a long time.
Thank you.
There are some things that have come back over years. but nothing, I don't know if those are things that I'm thinking of from before, or if it's that day. It's confusing. There is like a huge gap. Like, I don't know if I blacked out or what. There's a huge gap. And the most clear memory that I have after that point is driving in the desert. But there are certain
Bitch,
little
whatever.
things that have come back, like pictures in my mind that have come back since then.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you remember stabbing Travis Alexander?
I have no memory of stabbing him.
Do you remember, as we see here in Exhibit 162, do you remember dragging him across the floor?
Oh. I just remember trying to get away from him.
Hello.
Showing you Exhibit 73. Do you remember placing him in the shower?
Adrenaline's a hell of a thing.
Sorry, that's no.
You told us that after running away from him, you don't have any clear memories of what happened after that until hours later, right?
I have a few memories, but nothing super clear.
Okay, tell us about those memories.
Right now.
I have a vague memory of putting the knife in the dishwasher, but I put the knife in the dishwasher before, so I'm pretty sure it was that day.
Do you know where you got the knife from?
It was upstairs.
Are you assuming that, or do you remember that?
I'm assuming that. I haven't been with it since he cut the rope.
What's that?
I don't think it had been touched by either of us since he used it to cut the rope.
What else do you remember from after the time that you crawled out from underneath him?
I remember I was in the bathroom. I remember dropping the knife and it clanged to the tile. It made a big noise. And I just remember screaming. I don't remember anything after that. Not immediately.
Do you remember where he was when you were screaming?
I think he was next to me on the floor. I don't know.
Do you know where you were?
I was in the bathroom.
What else do you remember?
Not much.
Does not much mean nothing?
I remember more the feeling of that time, not pictures and things that I can bring back.
Tell us about the feeling.
It was like mortal terror. It was like I pissed him off the worst I'd ever seen him pissed off. And then I tried to stop him, and then I pissed him off even more. And I thought, shit, I'd really, really pissed him off. And he was angry at me, and he wasn't going to stop.
What do you mean by he wasn't going to stop?
He wasn't going to stop. He wasn't stopping. He was,
When you say he wasn't going to stop, did you feel that he was going to kill you?
for sure, when he said kill you, yes. He'd almost killed me before, and now he was saying he was going to.
So when he said that to you, you believed him because of past incidents. Why did you believe him when he said, kill you, bitch?
Because he'd never said that before, and he'd taken me almost to that point without that threat, and now he was clearly making that threat.
You told us your last memory in Travis's bathroom was sitting on the bathroom floor screaming.
I don't know if I was sitting or what. I just remember dropping it.
Okay. Dropping the knife?
Yes. I remember it was going through my head. I don't remember anything else after that.
What was going through your head?
That I just couldn't believe what had happened, that I couldn't take anything back, what had just happened. And it was like, I couldn't rewind the clock.
Did you realize all that had happened?
I don't know about all, but I just remember dropping the knife and being very freaked out and screaming.
After remembering that feeling and dropping the knife in the bathroom, and some of the other memories you've shared with us, what is the next point in time for which you have a memory?
From which that I remember.
Mm-hmm.
I remember driving. I thought I was driving west because I remember the sun was in my eyes for a while. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't have my GPS anymore. I hit a lot of stoplights, so I don't know that I was on a freeway. I hit a lot of stoplights. And then eventually I was in the desert. I don't know where. It got dark.
So you don't remember really even driving, other than what you told us?
Well, that was the first more or less clear memory after.
Okay. Did you have thoughts about what happened?
Yes.
At that point in time, when you were pulling away and driving away, did you have the gun with you?
I don't remember bringing the gun with me, but I remember throwing it
Throwing it where?
in the desert.
Okay. What about the rope he had tied you up with? Did you take that with you?
Yes.
And do you remember what you did with that?
Eventually it went into a dumpster.
Where?
It was behind a gas station. I think it was somewhere after St. George. I don't remember. It was getting light out, wherever I was parked at that point.
Do you remember? Let me ask you this. When you were driving, was there blood on you?
Yes. There was, when I finally came to, I saw there was blood on my hands. And I didn't have my shoes. I didn't know where my shoes were. I was in the middle of nowhere, so I pulled over. And I got out of my car. I was really thirsty. So I had a case of water from Costco in the trunk. So I got some water, a water bottle. I rinsed my hands off with it as well. I got my other shoes, I had business shoes for the prepaid thing, and I got those on.
When you do this, you have the water, you're cleaning the blood off yourself. And did you stop and clean yourself up before you disposed of the weapons or after you disposed of the weapons? Or was it all one stop?
Well, I don't remember what happened to the knife, so it wasn't in the car with me. The gun was when I stopped. And the rope was after that, another stop.
When you got to this point in time then, did you do so with the full realization of what had happened in the bathroom?
I don't know how full my realization was, but I knew that it was really bad, and that my life was probably done now.
At this point in time, did you believe that Mr. Alexander was dead?
I believe that, but because I didn't have any clear memory.
Believe whether he was alive or dead.
Repeat your question.
Explain to us if you believed Mr. Alexander was alive or dead. Let me just ask you this, yes or no, did you believe he was alive?
I didn't know, but I didn't think he was, because I didn't know. I thought he was not alive at that point.
Was there a part of you that hoped he was?
Yes, of course.
What's that?
I said yes, of course.
What do you mean, of course?
I wish that it was just a nightmare that I could wake up from. And then just find out that everything was still the same way.
Did you still love him?
Yeah, I did.
Do you still love him now?
Yeah, it's a different love, but yes, I do.
Now, after you have cleaned yourself up and you dispose of the gun and the rope, what do you do next?
I started looking around for the charger that I thought I left because Matt hadn't answered his phone until it was there. And I started cleaning out the car and it was under the seat of the passenger side. So I plugged it in. I turned on my phone. There was no reception. As I began to drive, some reception came, like one little bar, and then two, and then one, and then none. And I had, I think I had voicemails. I kept trying to check them, but this reception wasn't strong enough to complete a call. So I don't know if I had text messages or not, but I text.
Why are you interested in your voicemails at this point in time?
Well, I realized at that point that a lot of time had lapsed and that people would probably be wondering where I was. I realized that it was irresponsible of me to just hang out with Travis, but he always was the priority whenever we got together. And so all my other responsibilities just they went to the back burner. So at this point I thought, well, Ryan was expecting me, Leslie was expecting me, all these people are expecting me. I don't even know which way I'm going at this point. I don't even know what I'm going to tell them. Maybe I'll say I got lost. I don't know. I'm thinking of all these things. So I finally get to the sign that's where it says Las Vegas is like 100 miles away. So I thought, okay. I had an idea sort of where I was at this point. And then I came upon the Hoover Dam and there was a checkpoint there. I had to stop and then they let me go through it. And on the other side of the Hoover Dam, I stopped again and pulled over. And at this point, I realized I was in really deep trouble. And
Really? That's
of what I
the
could do
time?
to delay the inevitable.
Well, let me ask you about that. Your phone was working then? If it gets the question, why not just
Not
dial
just
911
when you shot him?
and tell them what happened?
I was scared and I couldn't imagine calling 911 and telling them what I had just done.
Why not?
Well, I was scared of what would happen to me. I was scared of a lot of things. I was thinking of all kinds of things, my family, myself, what would happen. I was thinking of having to explain that,
Can you explain what?
how the day ended up unfolding. I was just really scared. I was actually very scared going through the checkpoint too. I thought, oh my gosh, they're gonna pull me over and this is it.
Well, you talked about, you said that the people expecting you to be in Utah, Ryan and Leslie, and you mentioned delaying the inevitable. What did you mean by delaying the inevitable?
Going to
I
the
know I
police?
messed up pretty badly, and that the inevitable was going to be that it's not something that I could really run from.
You said that you messed up pretty badly, but he attacked you. Why did you feel like you messed up pretty badly?
Oh,
Because, I mean, he attacked me, but I don't know, I didn't look at it like that. He had attacked me in the past and nothing happened. Nothing like this.
But it was different this time, wasn't it?
It was different.
this is her own attorney, by the way. This is not the prosecution pointing this out. Just want to share that for the record.
It was heightened.
Okay. So you felt a sense of remorse about what happened?
Of course, I wanted to rewind the clock and just
And what?
so that never had happened. I mean, I was thinking at the time, the camera, if I wouldn't have dropped the camera, but I realized there were probably other steps that could have been taken, even though we got really mad. And even though he threatened to kill me, maybe I'd have run left instead of right.
So you're regretting not taking alternative steps, right? Is that correct?
Sustained, rephrase.
I regret not taking better photos.
Were you angry at yourself?
I was feeling a whole lot of emotions. Mostly I was very scared and I was very upset. And I was very, I don't know, it's my mind, it's hard to explain because I just wanted to die.
Did you contemplate killing yourself at that point in time?
Not that very moment, but yeah, I did thereafter.
Okay. Well, let's stay in that moment for now. Talk about delaying the inevitable and how you can't run from this. People are waiting for you. What do you decide to do?
I knew that my life was pretty much over, but I didn't want anyone to know that that had happened or that I did it. So I started taking steps, or what I could do in the aftermath of it, to try to cover up that I was there. So I did a whole bunch of things to try to make it seem like I wasn't ever there.
Do you remember what those things were?
Yeah, when I pulled over at the Hoover Dam, I thought of, well, I'd called Ryan at that point, and Leslie said we called Travis because we thought maybe he would know where you were, because we know that he still talks to you. And so then she said, I've left a voicemail, and I thought, oh, okay, so they're gonna find his voicemail. Maybe I should leave a voicemail. So I called his phone to leave a voicemail. I didn't really know what I was gonna say. I just thought, at this point, I told Ryan I got lost, and I told Leslie the same thing. And his voicemail picked up, and I started trying to say that too. But I was crying, and I was trying to sound cheery, but I was crying. And so I would hit pound, and I would listen to that message, and it didn't sound right. So I would delete it, and I would try again. And that one, then I started crying in the message, and that one didn't sound right. So I deleted it, and I would try again. And then I was talking too fast in this one, or I started crying in that one. So finally, I'm frustrated that this call is a long time.
She
and
does
I
talk
found it.
fast.
I erased the message by hitting 3, and then I started recording it again, and then I listened to it that time, and I was like, okay, it's good enough. I'm gonna delete that, and so I had that message sent.
So this was your effort to try to act as if you weren't present in Mr. Alexander's home on June 4th?
Yeah, I figured that eventually his voicemails are going to be listened to, and I thought that'll just, throw the scent off for a little while, so to speak.
Okay.
Excuse me.
So after you make these calls to Mr. Burns, Ms. Jodi, and Mr. Alexander's voicemail, what do you do next?
Kept driving past Vegas.
Where were you intending to go?
I realized that in order to keep up that pretense, I had to keep part of the schedule that I was sticking to. So my intention was to show up in Utah, make an appearance, and go home.
Okay. And showing up in Utah, was that for the business meeting that we had heard about earlier?
Yeah, whatever was going on that day. It would have been a briefing, I think. That's what I went to.
The overall intent of going to Utah was to spend time and get to know Ryan Burns, right?
That was the whole purpose for the trip initially. That and the Z places on the list and for my photography.
All right. So when you were driving from the Vegas area to Utah, did you contemplate what sort of behavior Mr. Burns was expecting out of you when you got there?
Yes, I was contemplating what kind of behavior anyone would expect out of me, which would just be the same me, or normal, or trying to act like my same happy-go-lucky self that I tried to always be.
So
That
As it
she
relates to-
tried.
and I'm going to ask about just a couple of people because we've seen them throughout the course of this trial. How did you try to act in front of Leslie Jodi that would be quote unquote normal?
Just positive, not emotional.
Okay. And what about Ryan Burns? You'd exchanged flirtatious text messages with him. Heard about this being a budding romantic relationship, at least from his perspective. What did you feel like acting normal would mean with Mr. Burns?
I didn't know, just hanging out and trying to act like, oh, I just got lost, and I'm kind of dingy anyway, because when I did, everyone thought, oh, that's just Jodi, so I thought, okay, that's good.
That's what Mr. Ryan Burns expected.
She's explaining why in her behavior, Judge.
Overall, may continue.
So I don't remember what I was saying. I just was trying to act like myself. And
But what did that mean with Mr. Burns? Did you contemplate what expectations he might have based on your previous dialogue?
yeah, I did. I guess he didn't expect sex or anything like that.
Sustained.
In your opinion, when you were contemplating what he would expect out of you, was sexual intercourse something that you thought he would be expecting from you?
No, it's not anything we discussed.
Was physical contact of a sexual nature something that you thought that he might be expecting?
No. I don't know about what you mean by sexual.
Well, let me ask you this then. I'll put it more directly. Do you think, in your efforts to appear normal, do you think that he might have been expecting the two of you to kiss?
Objection. Speculation as to, again, what he might have expected.
Those are her perception. I'm not asking his. I'm asking hers.
Without understanding or belief in the answer.
Yes.
Did you feel as if he had the expectation that this time together would be romantic or romantic?
I don't know how romantic. I just was going with the idea that we would just hang out and have fun and get to know each other and see if there was any spark there or not.
When you were in Utah, did you kiss Mr. Burns?
Eventually, we kissed.
Did you cuddle with Mr. Burns?
Yes, I went to sleep.
Why?
Why did I go to sleep?
Why did you kiss and cuddle with Mr. Burns?
Well, I showed up at his house. He had given me directions there. We were hanging out, watching a movie. I was laying on, I don't know if it was a couch or bed or what, or love sack, I can't remember. It was just furniture in his room. And we were watching some like scary movie, I guess. And he was laying next to me. We weren't like really touching, but we were kind of laying next to each other. And I don't know, I felt safe right there. And I figured like if I don't kiss him at all, I don't know, I guess I just wanted to seem like normal. I wanted to seem like I was okay, like things were okay, like I didn't just do what I just did.
And that was a pretense you kept up for about a day or so with Mr. Burns?
I think I went to, not even that. I'd gone to the restaurant earlier with him, or I followed him there. I went to the business briefing, and then I needed to get on the road. It was Thursday night. I had to work Friday. I don't know, I just needed to get home. So I went back to his house. We set the alarm, and I think I slept for 2 or 3 hours, and then I got back on the road.
You mentioned going to the briefing and the restaurant and driving around with Mr. Burns. Do you recall hearing the testimony of Officer Galletti?
Yes.
And he had pulled you over for your license plate being upside down. Do you recall that happening?
Mhm. Yes, I remember that.
Did you put your license plate upside down?
No.
Did you have any idea as to how that happened?
I had told Ryan that
Objection. Hearsay. Speculation.
Approach.
So weird. I don't get certain comments, like from if people are using their phones. I'm not able to see them. I know that you guys are commenting because it's showing up in my StreamYard, but this like phone YouTube is driving me crazy.
Officer Galletti pulled you over.
Sound
Did you
like a
know that your
boomer.
license plate was upside down?
no, I did not.
Do you have any reason to suspect how your license plate might have got upside down?
I could only think of two things. One, I rented it that way and didn't notice it. Or two, when I stopped at Starbucks in Pasadena, when I was walking toward my car, the parking lot was packed. It was dark though. Obviously the parking lot lights were on. As I was walking toward my car, there were some skaters, young kids that were skating. They were kind of snickering and skating away from the car. And I didn't think anything of it. But as I got into the car and began to back out,
Skater
of the parking
boys.
space, my headlights hit something bright, and I realized it was the it was reflective. So I got out just to check what it was. And it was a license plate, and mine was just removed. The license plate had bugs all over it, and the car that I just rented had bugs all over the grill except where the license plate was. So I just said, oh, this is my license plate.
Let's clarify here, because just to be clear, are you talking about this license plate you saw, one that was on the front of the car or the back of the car?
It was on the front.
So your rental car had 2 license plates, to your recollection?
Yes.
All right. So at that point in time, did you notice your rear license plate being upside down?
No, it didn't occur to me to check in.
Okay. And when or after Officer Galletti pulled you over for having a license plate upside down, did you yourself have the tools necessary to correct that problem?
No, I didn't. I was going to ask the owner of the restaurant if he had a screwdriver. So then Ryan, I guess, did it for me. I didn't have any of that to do.
After you said you slept a few hours at Mr. Burns, his residence, before you got back on the road to Wairika, did you kiss him that morning before you left as well?
Yeah, we kissed goodbye. We had fallen asleep on the love sack, and we woke up when my phone went off with the alarm. And yeah, we kissed. We weren't like making out, not like he said. But yeah.
Okay. So after you leave Mr. Burns' house, you're still in your rental car, correct? When you're driving your rental car back to Wairika?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And this would have been a day and a half later that you returned to Wairika, right?
I was driving back early Friday morning, hoping to make it on time to Wairika for my shift at 4 o'clock.
Oh.
Because you were expected there, right?
I was expected there, and nobody. It's a small restaurant. There's nobody else that would. I don't know.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. What was the plan? What were you going to do? What were you going to say
When
you went back home?
I didn't have a plan. I just wanted to go home. I wanted to go home and act as normal as I could for the time being. I didn't know what to think. I just wanted to die.
Oh,
You said
tell us more.
you wanted to die. Did you contemplate killing yourself on your return to Wairika?
Objection, evidence.
I just finished the season of Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. And first of all, I'm obsessed with that show. So hello, Hulu. Second of all, well, you guys will just have to wait.
Were you contemplating killing yourself as you returned to Wairika?
I have to take my vitamin.
I wasn't formulating plans to commit suicide on my return trip, but I did after that.
And I want to make sure we
Vitamin
heard you correctly. You
C.
said you didn't formulate any plans on the way back home?
I wasn't thinking of it. I just wanted to die.
Okay. When you went to Utah and when you were going to go home back to Wairika, did you have injuries?
Yes.
What were those injuries?
I guess they were like scrapes and things all over my ankles. And I had cut myself downstairs the day before. Well, I guess it would have still been before we woke up, before we went to bed. I was getting water in the kitchen. I dropped one of his glasses and broke it. And he didn't get really mad, but he called me klutzy. So I was picking up the glass and I cut myself with the glass. So I had that injury, but it was, I guess, unrelated. But when I pulled over in the car, when there was blood on my hands, it had reopened and it was bleeding a little bit. It was kind of, I don't know, it wasn't really a deep cut, but it was bleeding a little bit.
So what did you, when you were in Utah, I should have asked earlier, when in Utah, did you formulate a excuse for this injury?
Yeah, I think I said I cut myself.
Any explanation how?
The week before, I cut myself really badly at work, so I think I just said, oh, I'm a bartender, I cut myself. I think it was actually June 1st, I cut myself. I remember that because the date was on the photo in my phone.
Okay. You get back home to Wairika?
Yes.
Do you get there on time for your shift?
I think if I was late, it wasn't very late. I was there.
Okay.
I think I was late that day, but I made it there.
Do you work? the rest of your
Wow.
shift?
Yes.
At this point in time, had you seen any of your family members yet?
Probably my grandparents. I went home, I think, and changed into my work clothes real fast and drove over to the restaurant.
Okay. When you got home, what did you tell your family?
I didn't tell them anything.
Just tried to live as normal?
Basically, I tried to act like nothing had happened and just waited for the clock to tick down.
I can't believe this is at 1.5 times speed. This is so slow.
What clock are we talking about? To your arrest?
Yes, that clock.
You said you got back in early June, and back to Wairika, and you were arrested in July. Did you ever contemplate or attempt suicide during that period of time?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, not attempted. I took steps to.
What were those
Oh.
steps?
I bought a gun.
When you say you bought a gun, where did you buy the gun?
It's called Don Sporting Goods on Minor Street in Wairika.
So you bought it at a sporting goods store. Did you need to
Oh.
get a license in California?
Yeah, California requires a 10-day background check and then for the gun to be registered.
Apart from buying the gun, did you take any other steps relating to killing yourself?
Makes sense.
Yes, I began to prepare for, like, there were things that I didn't want to come out about Travis or that I was participating in with him. And so I got rid of the clothes, the underwear, boys' underwear, I got rid of that.
Is that the Spider-Man underwear?
Yeah.
Is that a yes, Jodi?
That's a yes.
And what else did you do?
Do you mean to get ready to commit suicide?
Yeah.
I was gonna leave the area so that, I mean, I was on the fence about suicide. I wanted to kill myself, but I also knew that if I don't kill myself, I'm gonna get arrested. So it's one or the other. So I decided to move. I was gonna move back to Monterey so that regardless of which one came first, it wouldn't have to be in Wairika.
Why didn't you want to be in Wairika when either of those two events took place?
I guess I just thought that it would be easier if it was not, easier for my family if it wasn't right in their backyard, so to speak.
Either alternative?
Yes.
Now, apart from buying a gun now, we know that you had several phone conversations with Detective Flores when you lived in Wairika, didn't you?
Yes.
Those came to pass after you learned from other parties of Mr. Alexander's death. Is that correct? When did you make those phone calls?
I think I tried to call him on June 10th.
That was the first time you tried to speak with him?
Yeah, I got him a voicemail.
What prompted your call to Detective Flores on June 10th?
I think Leslie encouraged me to call him. Call him.
Well, let me ask you this question. When were you informed?
Wow.
was dead?
Dan called me the night before,
Dan who?
and Dan called me and told me,
Dan Crenshaw?
oh, Dan who?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Dan Freeman, Daniel Freeman. He didn't tell me that he died.
Sustained.
He told you that Travis died?
He did not.
It's exciting.
Is it 3 o'clock? Oh, it's 4 o'clock. Hold on a second,
I'm going to
guys.
take a new recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh.
please 125. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
All right, we're getting to the good part. That sounds morbid. Sorry. stream is brought to you by Flonase. Refresh eye drops. Sharpies. And sun entrance.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue with direct examination.
Thank you. Ms. Arias, before lunch, I think, when I spoke to you about
I gotta let Riley out. 1 second, guys.
from Utah to Wairika,
Riley.
you were still driving your rental car, is that correct?
Yes,
And did you return that back in Reading where you got it?
eventually I did, but not on time.
You say eventually, do you recall when you were supposed to have it back versus when you did get it back?
Yes, it was supposed to return it the same Friday and ended up returning it on the Saturday instead.
And why were you a day late? Was this because of the time you spent with Ryan Burns, or?
Yeah, I overslept, and I underestimated the time that it would take to get from West Jordan to Wairika, or to Reading. So if I would have cut over to Reading to drop the car off at the airport, it would have made me late, even later than it was for work. So rather, I just took the highway around the northeast side of Mount Shasta and went straight to Wairika because it was faster. But I called the car rental place first to make sure I had permission to do that.
So when you went to Wairika, back home to Wairika, what car were you driving?
We have a bunch of new people. Hi, hello, welcome. If you could please like the stream and subscribe to the channel, both of which are free, that would help me a lot. Thank you. I hope you are enjoying this. Enjoying is a bizarre word to use. I digress.
From that trip to Wairika.
Okay. And then you went back down to Reading and then back home again.
The next day I went to Reading. I think it was my sister-in-law that drove me to the airport and then back to her house where my car was parked at my brother's house.
Now, based on the timeline we've been talking about regarding your time in Utah, do you recall what day your shift was back? And remember, this was at Casa Ramos, right? You're still working there?
Yes, Casa Ramos.
And what day was your shift on? What day were you scheduled to work, I should say?
That Friday, I think I was supposed to be there at 4 or 4:30.
Okay. So you say you went to your grandma's, changed, and went straight to work, right?
Yes,
And because of that schedule, you didn't have an opportunity to speak with your family before the end of that shift. Is that accurate?
no, I was in a rush. I didn't have an opportunity. I just ran home. I was already late, so
And you were living at your grandparents at this time?
yes.
And based on what you told us before, you had, at this point in time anyway, a pretty good idea that Travis is dead. Is that right?
Yeah, it's something I wasn't accepting in my head, but obviously I kind of knew it, but I wasn't like facing it, if that makes sense.
You wanted to deny that reality, right?
Very much.
When, well, let me ask you this. At this point in time, did you have any knowledge of anyone else knowing of Travis's death?
As far as I knew.
Were you thinking, or were you fearing that that might happen soon?
Yeah, I assumed it was going to, and I was definitely not. I was definitely fearing that.
When did that fear become a reality?
I think it was early in the morning on June 10th, sometime after midnight. Dan Freeman called me, and I saw his name on the caller ID when he was calling my phone, and I thought that that would probably be the phone call that I was dreading, and I answered it, and he told me that something.
Based on that phone call, did you come away with the understanding that Mr. Alexander had been found dead?
That wasn't definitively said, but I assume that was the case.
Did you said not definitively said, did you seek out other confirmation of this?
Yes.
And whom did you contact?
Through Dan Freeman, I learned who was there, and I began calling. I called his friend, Travis's friend, Brent Hyatt. There was no answer, so I called. I don't remember if I called Zach Billings, his roommate, but I was talking to his girlfriend. She wouldn't say much, and then I was able to get Bishop Layton's phone number. That was the bishop, Travis's ward. I was told he was there, and by then it was like 3 a.m, and I called Bishop Layton, and that's when he told me.
Told you that Travis was dead?
Yes.
How did you react to that news, at least him telling you about that news?
Perfect.
Oh, I guess I can talk. So this is the end of the defense case.
When you received confirmation from Bishop Layton that Travis was in fact dead,
Hello,
how did you
everyone.
react to that?
Welcome.
I just remember I was in the living room at my grandmother's house on my phone, and I doubled over and started sobbing really hard, and I couldn't stand up.
Prior to you learning that information, hearing that information from Bishop Layton, was there still a part of you that was hoping that he really wasn't dead, that he was just injured?
I was hoping the whole thing wasn't real. That was just a nightmare, and that, of course, I was hoping none of that had ever happened.
And when you heard that from Bishop Layton, that's when you realized that hope was dashed. Is that fair to say? Was that hope that it was a nightmare gone after you talked to Bishop Layton?
Reality set in a lot more than that. I still, to this day, I wish it was just a nightmare. But I wasn't able to just deny it as much in my head, or it was more like facing me squarely. And
Can you describe, apart from facing you squarely, could you describe those emotions that caused you to double over?
Hi, Amy.
it's more like things that were going through my head.
What was going through your head?
I didn't know how his friends had found him, and I thought of what everyone was going through,
Okay.
and thought of Napoleon.
He had roommates. How did no one hear this? Like, didn't he have 3 roommates? Also, yeah, the dog. I hope she at least left him some friggin' food.
I didn't know what to think. It was a disaster, and I had to hang up with Bishop Layton.
After you hung up with Bishop Layton, what did you do?
I was scared. I figured I'd probably get arrested like the next day or something, and I was still trying to keep up the pretense that
You said you feared arrest at that point. What was your plan? You talked about earlier about, was this when you decided, well, I'm either going to kill myself or I'm going to move to Monterey?
no, I knew I'd get arrested or I'd end up probably killing myself. Around that time, no, I had decided yet to move to Monterey, but it came like a few days later.
Okay. Well, we've heard earlier about your conversation with Detective Flores that happened on June 10th. Did you have this conversation after you spoke with Bishop Layton?
Yes, later in the day, I went. I don't know. It was like 3 in the morning that I spoke with Bishop Layton, and I think it was in the afternoon that I spoke with Flores.
Okay. You called him, right?
I just now saw those comments.
Why?
Leslie encouraged me to, and I thought she said that
Leslie encouraged you to talk. And by Leslie, we're talking about Leslie Udy.
yes,
You had spoken to her after you learned after you spoke to Bishop Layton.
yes.
Okay.
The next day, or later in the day.
Now, when you call Detective Flores, what? Obviously, you just told us Leslie, Miss Udy had encouraged you to do so. But beyond that, did you have your own reasons for contacting Detective Flores?
Yes,
What were those?
I thought that if I didn't call him, it would look more suspicious than if I did call him. So, in an effort to pretend like I was never there, I called him.
Okay. Why not call him and tell him what happened?
I was
Yeah,
I
Jody,
was scared to do that.
we heard that
I mean,
you're
I
kind of
just
crazy.
can't imagine admitting to something like that. I can imagine doing something like that.
So you called him to act as if to begin putting up the facade that you had nothing to do with it. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, I began that facade almost right away because I didn't want anyone in Utah to know either. But that's why I called him also.
So to try to continue the facade that you began in Utah, you called Detective Flores.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we talked earlier about a gun you had purchased. We talked about suicide and about a gun you had purchased that I believe you told us Don's Sporting Goods, right?
Right.
Okay. And you said you went through a background check and everything. When was it that you purchased that gun?
I think I purchased it on July 1st and took possession of it July 11th. if I remember correctly.
It was a long time ago.
And what kind of gun was this?
The crazy still lives, though.
Now, there is a lot of time between June 10th
Oh.
and early July. 3 weeks or so. Did you make any attempts to kill yourself during those 3 weeks?
No,
During that time period, you also made various calls to Detective Flores.
yes.
Why were you continuing to do that?
A few reasons. One, I wanted to continue to act like I was participating. And two, I kind of also was calling him to see what information I could garner from him.
Because you wanted to get whatever sense you could of whether you're going to be arrested soon. Is that right?
Rephrase.
Would it be fair to say you were trying to see if your arrest was imminent?
I knew it was imminent. I just wanted to see how much, I wanted to try to determine how much time I had.
Given that what you said before about killing yourself and not seeking a gun out until July, you were living at your grandparents' house, you had access to guns, right?
Yes. My parents had guns also.
No? Did you ever contemplate using one of those guns to kill yourself?
No, I did use a gun to kill myself.
Would have been more
I
economical.
had possession of the gun and I realized how easy that could be.
You said it didn't come to your mind until you had possession of the gun. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So it sounds to me like that wasn't the killing yourself wasn't the reason you purchased this gun, that there must have been some other reason. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Why were you choosing to purchase this gun at the sporting goods store?
Several reasons. My dad has always owned guns. Daryl has guns. Matt has guns. Most of them that I've spent time with have guns. My grandfather has guns. It was something that I wanted to someday see myself being a responsible gun owner. And so that was something I always thought of doing. Around that time, in the spring, I was working at another restaurant called Purple Plum, and I made friends there.
Purple
And
plum.
one of those friends was going out to pan for gold. It sounds silly, but the Klamath River nearby has gold in it still. And we used to go out there and
I've done that before.
water and all that. I was invited out there and I wanted to go. It would also be like a camping trip. At that point, everyone that was on board, except for me, were all men. And even though they were my friends, I didn't want to, I don't know, it just seemed like I knew they drink, you get out there in the middle of nowhere, you have a bunch of drunk guys, one female. I just didn't want to end up in a situation. So I thought it would be good to have the gun with me when I went there, just as general protection anyway, because I'm out in the middle of nowhere. So we were gonna go out there and spend the weekend out there at the Klamath River, seeing what we could dig up or in the river, and just camp. And so that was another reason that I wanted to have it right then.
Why? What were you fearful of these people would do something to you?
Well, I mean, it was a bunch of guys, and I mean, I didn't feel as safe anymore.
Around guys?
Yes.
And you say anymore, you mean after June 4th?
Definitely after June 4th, yes. It was kind of a progressive thing, but I didn't feel safe at all after June 4th.
Now, after Travis's death was discovered by the rest of the world, were there services for him, funerals, memorials, things of that nature?
Yes, there was a memorial service at his church in Mesa, and the funeral, I believe, was held in Riverside.
Did you attend either of those?
I tried to attend both, but I only made it to the memorial service
And that was the one in Riverside?
in Mesa.
Mesa. Given what had happened, why did you want to attend those services?
I thought that if I didn't show up, it would look suspicious because Travis and I were close, and a lot of people knew that. And he also told me one time that
Why did you feel the need? Had you made a promise to him that you would?
the subject of my funeral came up one time, and he said, "I'm sorry, you're leaving."
And you and Travis had an agreement that you would attend each other's funerals?
Something to that effect. He was going to give a eulogy or something if I ever died.
And keeping that promise or that deal still meant something to you? I'm sorry, Ms. Harris, what?
Yes.
Why?
Because he would have come to mind, and even if it was in Antarctica.
Even if he was in Antarctica.
Jodi, I have to ask, he throws you down on the floor, says, "Fucking kill you, bitch." and you fear for your life, why doesn't that kind of conduct just kind of throw that promise way out the window?
No, I don't think so, because whenever he lost his temper, he seemed genuinely ashamed about himself afterward, and that's not the kind of person that I believed he was at the core of himself or who he wanted to be. So it wasn't like one of those things.
So you still viewed him as a good person? Is that correct? That you still viewed him as a good person?
I believed in him and that he wanted to be a good person. And
Hey guys,
Please answer.
while they're having a little pissy fit, my goal today would be, and I know it's attainable at this point. Let's get to 700 subs. We are at 640 right now. If we could do that, we'll schedule a dance party of some sort. So you have to like the stream and subscribe. Well, in order to like the stream, you have to subscribe. It's free. Just go to my channel, hit the subscribe button, and like this stream, and let's make it happen. All right. Thanks, guys. Sorry for interrupting.
Overall, make your answer.
I've seen very, very good sides to him, and that was the person that he wanted to be, and that's the person he wanted to embrace. And so, I mean, I've had sides that I'm not proud of, and he did too, and I just figured that's part of being human, and he had really good sides too.
By that point in time, had you forgiven him for attacking you that day?
By the time I went to the services,
Mhm.
I blamed myself. So I didn't know how much there was to forgive, but I had this experience. It sounds silly, but I had this experience.
What was your experience?
I was at the Freeman's house in Gilbert after the service, and I was in the bedroom in the afternoon, just taking time out for myself, away from everybody. And I felt like he was there.
Crazy.
It helped me to know that he was okay and he was at a better place. And maybe that he wasn't mad anymore.
You were at the Freeman's in conjunction with his memorial service?
Yes.
After you had that experience, you forgive yourself for not escaping?
She was escaping.
She's already testified to that.
Judge, I make the objections. The way it works is I make the objections, you
Counsel,
decide.
please approve.
Oh my Lord. Do not get your panties in a twist. My goodness. Cholo style. Okay, well, we're at sidebar right now. So, yeah. If you haven't done the subbing and the liking thing yet, now would be the time. See a lot of people join. So, hello, welcome.
That on June 4th, you didn't feel like you could escape because of an incident in 2007 where he caught you running down the hallway. Is that correct?
Yeah, my intention was to run out of the room and I didn't make it out.
So in 2008, on June 4th, based on what you said earlier, you didn't consider that a viable option on June 4th. Is that right?
It's being rephrased.
Did you consider, at the time, did you consider escape and running away as a viable option when he was attacking you?
Not through the bedroom door. I thought I could run into the closet and then run the other way and then maybe get out. It didn't work out that way.
So going back to my question then, when you were at the Freeman's and you had this experience, had you forgiven yourself for not trying another option?
No, I didn't.
As we stand here today, years later,
Day 20.
have you forgiven yourself for not trying another option?
I mean, I would have allowed that in. I think that's a fair question to ask. Della, there were some outgoing texts from him that were questionable, but I'm once again, I'm not saying that he deserved anything that happened to him. I feel horrible. I think everyone agrees that she is where she needs to be. But when we were going over text messages a few days ago and like up to yesterday, oh my God, in that phone call, that phone call was X rated. It was very uncomfortable to listen to. Felt like you needed a
May continue.
form of birth control just to listen to that.
Jodi, ask my question again. As we stand here today, have you forgiven yourself for not finding another way out of the situation you found yourself in on June 4th?
No, I think that if I just left before any of that happened, I have a million regrets. I mean, I was scared of him and I reacted, but I will always regret everything about that.
Do you blame yourself for not taking some other alternative measures?
Yes.
You did then and you do now, is that right?
Question has been answered.
Sustained.
Why do you still feel, given what happened on June 4th, why do you believe now that you realistically even had other options once it started?
Well, maybe if I hadn't, when I grabbed the gun, I didn't mean to fire it, it just went off and that made him even more angry. Like, he just became this volcano. And so I think that if maybe I'd handled it properly, I don't know, maybe he wouldn't have gotten he was already pissed off, but he was raging after that. And I think maybe if I'd handled the gun properly, I meant to just point it at him, I thought it would stop him. And maybe he wouldn't have gotten as angry as he did. Maybe he wouldn't have threatened to kill me. I don't know. I have thoughts like that.
And those thoughts were with you after you learned, or you got confirmation from others that he was deceased?
Actually, no, I didn't know that he got shot until Flores told me.
Okay.
Well, what about
In
slicing his throat open?
Of your life
This is day
plan you
20.
made, you said that you called Detective Flores, and I'm paraphrasing, in an effort to act like you had nothing to hide. When you were living in Wairika, were you trying to put up that same facade?
Yes, I was.
Trying to act as if everything was normal?
Well, it depends on the time period. The first week, yeah, I tried to act like nothing had happened. And then when I talked to Bishop Layton and Dan Freeman, I felt like I had like more freedom to just let it out. Please, my emotions.
It was no now.
Yes.
And you say let
HTGAWM.
out your emotions. Apart from that initial outburst you talked about after speaking with Bishop Layton, did you have others?
Yeah, I did.
Several?
Usually every night.
Why every night?
I'm going to get into that show.
Because at night I just lay there and think about stuff. And usually that's when he would call me. And usually when he called me late at night, he was in a good mood. And I just knew that my phone wouldn't ring anymore.
She is the worst fake crier. My
Did you have
dog
permission to
does a better job
openly
crying than
grieve?
she does.
Did you tell your family what happened?
I told them that he died. Didn't tell them anything about me being there.
The shield is awesome.
Did you tell them about the things that you've told us throughout your testimony, about the sexual things and about the violence?
No, I would have never said anything like that.
Why not?
Well, there's several reasons. one, anytime I said something negative about a guy, they hate him thereafter. Two, it's really embarrassing and shameful. Not just the sexual part, but just being in those situations. And in order to understand why I wouldn't talk about anything negative, I don't know if you've heard it was a philosophy that I had at the time.
What was the name of that philosophy, Jodi?
My God.
Attraction. And
Could you just kind of, before you talk about that and the effect in your world at that point in time, could you just explain to us what that law of attraction is?
yes, I mean, you might have heard of it. There was a movie made about it called The Secret. And then after the movie came a book, and it's a bestseller. It's all over. Anyway, it's a law of attraction that's been around much longer, and it was something that I had briefly studied when I was 19, 20 years old. When I met Travis, he was very much into that, which I liked. And so it became more and more a part of my philosophy and my creed. So anytime I would mention something negative, he would get upset and tell me not to focus on those things. Or one time when we had that really bad fight in the fall when he wouldn't let me leave the room at first, I wrote about some of the things he said, and he found it in my journal. And he I'm sorry.
Ask another question.
How did the law of attraction, you said Travis introduced you to this law,
Well, I sort of knew partly about it, but he introduced me to the movie that they made about it.
and that was The Secret.
Yes.
And from what you described, part of the law of attraction involves not putting forth any negative thoughts. Is that
It's,
correct?
yeah, it's like what you put out there is what you get back. You're not supposed to think about, speak about, read about, write about, talk about negative things. Otherwise, those things will be brought into your life more.
And what you were explaining to us is that Travis would assert that law as the reason for preventing you from writing negative things in your journal?
Yes. Yes.
And explain to us then, you mentioned the law of attraction and putting things out there. What was the meaning of that to you as it related to my question about saying anything negative about Travis to your family?
I never said anything negative about Travis ever to anyone, except one time with Matt. So I didn't want to say anything
Except
negative to him either. I didn't want to say anything negative about him at all, especially now. I didn't want anybody to know those aspects.
When you say didn't want anyone to know those aspects, what do you mean?
I definitely didn't want, I promised I wouldn't say anything about his other issues, which I didn't ever want that to ever come out. But
His other issues, just please, what are we talking about?
his, I don't know how else to call it, his sexual problems.
I'm sorry, what?
And then I definitely didn't want anyone at this point to know the level of violence that had been in our relationship, because I thought that would be construed as motive to kill him.
The siblings do all look alike.
Remember the day you were arrested?
Yes.
She does like
What
to
were you
hear
doing?
herself speak.
On that day before you were arrested?
The day before?
No, on that day
Oh, okay.
before you were arrested.
I was getting ready to move some things down to Monterey. I was gone for a few days. So my dad took me to the south end of town to get a car rental at that time. I didn't have my Infiniti was gone by this point, so I couldn't drive to Reading and get a cheaper car rental. So he drove me to the south end of town. I got a rental, came back, put some things in the car. I still had some things of Matt's from like 10 years prior. So I was putting some of those in the car to get to him. He'd been wanting, they were all books. And I took a shower, and then my grandma told me that there was a police officer here, or at the house.
Let me ask you this. Do you recall this gun you bought at the sporting goods store? Do you recall if you had it in your possession at that time or not?
I did. It was in the car.
After you were arrested, we saw that, did Detective Flores arrest you?
I think Officer Potter put the handcuffs on me. I don't remember the handcuffs on me. He was the one that came to the door.
Okay. But after you were arrested, you spoke with Detective Flores that day, right?
Yes.
At this point in time,
I know.
the day you were arrested, you've had several phone conversations with Detective Flores, right?
Yes.
And we heard evidence that you also went to the Mesa Police Department, gave your DNA and fingerprints. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
Had you met Detective Flores in person prior to the day of your arrest?
Yes.
Okay. When you were arrested and questioned by Detective Flores, and that was the interview you were wearing a t-shirt and pants before you were took to the jail, is that right?
Yeah, jeans and a t-shirt.
Okay. Why didn't you tell him what happened on June 4th? Why did you deny being there?
The main reason is because I was very ashamed of what had happened. It's not anything I ever imagined doing. It's not the kind of person that I was. It was just shameful. I didn't want anyone to know they had anything to do with that, because it's very much not me. It was shameful. And I was also very scared of what might happen. I didn't want my family to know that I'd done that. And I just couldn't bring myself to say that I did that.
So on that day, based on what we saw on the tape, you made the choice to deny being there altogether. Right?
Yes.
Were you thinking that that would make you appear innocent, or what was the thinking with that untruth?
It was more like, I mean, I didn't
Oh,
understand any of these
crap.
procedures. I just always heard, don't admit to anything kind of thing. That's what an attorney advised me to do. So I just denied it. I guess I didn't understand that I could just be quiet and not say anything at all.
Had you been interrogated by a police officer before?
No.
You speak with Detective Flores again the next day in Wairika. You recall doing that?
Yeah, first I talked to Detective Blaney and then Flores.
Now, when you spoke to Detective Flores on that second occasion, you told him you were confronted, weren't you, with evidence that, in fact, you were there,
Right.
weren't you?
I'm not reading chat right now,
Then you
so
told
I'll be
him-
right back.
Another lie, right?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I began to tell him things that I thought would comport with what the forensics would show, as well as create like not an excuse, but create a way for me to not have been responsible for it.
So in that regard, you tell him a story about a man and woman breaking into the bathroom.
Fake intruder! Fake intruder!
Why did you come up with the story? Let's start. Why did your story include the idea that there were two intruders?
There were two people there that day. I don't know. It just seemed like, and everyone was saying, oh, one person. Approach.
One, I think now is the time to shut the fuck up kindly, sir. I think this makes her look crazy. You want this evidence in, sir, respectfully. Sorry for the potty mouth, everyone, but fucking get used to it if you're on this stream. How's it going? Oh,
Why did you create a scenario in which two individuals?
yay.
conducted this
Thank
attack?
you, Chrissy.
Prior to my arrest, there were a lot of rumors flying around, and Flores told me repeatedly that it had to have been more than one person.
Why do you come up with any particular reason why you come up with a man and a woman for this lie?
I mean, it sounds a little esoteric, but I think it could have been symbolically like Travis and I, we were the ones fighting that day. I don't really know, to be honest.
Okay. You know, when you did this second interview, you had some time to think and get your bearings. When you were creating this lie to tell Detective Flores the next day, did you contemplate telling him the truth?
I contemplated it. I wanted to, but I was nowhere near ready to tell anyone that I was capable of something like that.
Were you in a state of mind where you could have told Detective Flores everything? The sex, the lurid sexual interest, the lurid sexual behavior. Did you want to tell him about that?
Need
way.
to
He's
share.
Mormon. It just was all the more shameful.
What about Travis? Did you still want to protect him, his memory?
I was very concerned about both of our reputations, and I didn't want to start throwing him under the bus, so to speak. I didn't want to say negative things about him now, because there were a lot of people already hurting, and I didn't see what benefit it would be to talk about any of those things
What do you mean, what benefit? What benefit to whom?
to anybody. It would just cause more pain. There was no, I didn't see what benefit it would be to anybody to just talk about these things. Now, I mean, this is stuff that Travis didn't want anyone to know about. These are things I didn't want to tell anybody about. I certainly didn't want to tell Detective Flores about all the times that he was violent, because then I thought that they would think that that would be motive, and I didn't want. Travis and I considered us friends, and when he got that way, he got that way, and then we got over it, and I wanted to portray the appearance that he and I were friends, which we were when we were getting along, we were just fine, and then like that whole day was fine, and then it just flipped.
What about the benefit to you to telling Detective Flores the reality of what happened in your relationship?
I didn't see any benefit to doing that.
Was Travis, at this point in time, was Travis's image more important to you than your own future?
It certainly was. I didn't feel like I had a future anyway, so there's no reason to take him down his reputation just because I'm down.
What's that?
I didn't think
Okay, we're there. I
Opening
speed.
up that door when there's just no reason. I didn't have a future. There was no benefit to me. There's no benefit, certainly no benefit to anyone else to say those things.
Thank you.
You had mentioned earlier, in accordance with the purchase of the gun, and that you said, well, once you had the gun, you realized it'd be so easy to just pull the trigger. When you were saying these things to Detective Flores and Wairika, did you have plans of killing yourself?
Yes, they weren't set in stone, but I really, really wanted to. I was concerned about how it would affect my family, obviously. I just wanted to die.
Did you take steps to make that happen?
In California, after I was arrested, I did.
What'd you do?
At that point, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about prior to my arrest, but I did actually decide I was going to definitely kill myself.
After your arrest?
Yeah, that was my idea. What I did was you can purchase different things in jail. So I bought a bunch of Advil. I had surgery one time in the past, and I was told by that doctor that not to take any Advil because it's an anticoagulant. So I thought, okay, I bought a whole bunch of Advil. I took it all over the next few days so that it was in my system. And they have razors there for shaving, double-bladed razors that you're allowed to just keep with you. And I took it apart one night with intentions of slitting my wrists. There are other inmates that work there. We're all housed together. It's a very tiny jail, tiny town, tiny county. And they work laundry. And so they would bring back tons of laundry for anybody. And so I'd ask for extra laundry so I could stuff it around my body because there was somebody sleeping below me, and I didn't want anything to get on her. So I stuffed it around my body and got under my blankets with my razor after everyone went to sleep. I never did it, obviously. I'm still here, but I was getting comfortable, and as I was moving around, I nicked my wrist with the razor on accident. It was more like a paper cut. It just stung so bad, and I sat there and I couldn't bring myself to do it. And I was really pissed at myself because I just wanted to be done. I wanted to be done. I wanted to be dead before Travis's birthday.
Travis's what?
His birthday,
And what was his birthday?
July 28th.
July
My
what?
dad's is the
28th.
23rd.
So, am I correct then? Your thinking was,
I have the need for
you're going to
speed.
tell this story, it doesn't involve exposing anything, and then you're going to kill yourself, and it's all just done. Is that right?
Yes, that way I would never have to admit to it. My family wouldn't have to know that I did that. And everyone that loved him was going to believe what they would believe regardless. So I was thinking that there's nothing I could do about that. But I was thinking more along the lines of I didn't want my mom to know, or my brothers, or my sister.
Okay.
Everyone looks the same on her side.
Apart from the police interviews, we've come to understand throughout this trial that you spoke with the media as well. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
And without going into the details right now, do you remember,
Ooh.
did you reach out to them? Any media outlet, or did they reach out to you?
They reached out to my family.
And when we're saying they reached out to your family, who was it that reached out to your family?
CBS.
Was there a particular person that reached out to your family that worked for
Wait,
CBS?
why?
Yes, his name's Jonathan Leach.
Did Mr. Leach, well, let me ask you this. Did Mr. Leach come visit you in jail?
He did.
And to your understanding, was it his purpose in coming to see you at the jail to try to get you to participate in an interview with him?
Yes. Well, not with him, but with CBS.
Okay. And did you decide to participate in the interview?
Eventually I did, yes.
Why did you said eventually, did you initially decline?
My first instinct was absolutely not. I got a bad feeling, and then after contemplating it for a little while, they made contact with my family the very next day after I failed to kill myself. So I thought maybe this is a sign that I'm meant to do something like that first, and then kill myself. I saw it as an opportunity, not just. I mean, I didn't know. I hadn't told my family about these phantom intruders. I just thought they would eventually hear about it, and so I had friends and other people asking questions that maybe didn't even know about my situation. I didn't want to be known or remembered as somebody that could be capable of what happened. So I wanted to
A
present
murderess.
a different picture of myself.
Just quick, my own approach.
She wanted to be in charge of her own narrative. I mean, she's crazy. She wanted to control him, was unsuccessful, and the next best thing was to control everyone else, like you and I, into how we think about her. Unbelievable. If you are new, welcome. Hi. Hopefully you have liked the stream and subscribed and helped me to get to my goal of 700 subs by the end of the stream. That is absolutely attainable after what we did yesterday. So I appreciate it, and I promise it'll be worth your while. And it's free. So, I mean, duh. Also, next week, just for the record, I am, when I get home from my dad's, because I'm only going for a short trip, I will have a shop open that is directly linked up to my YouTube. I already have an Etsy store now, but this will go through YouTube.
I'm hoping you can give us a little better understanding. These media interviews you decide to do, or this initial interview you decide to do. You believe you want this story out there in the public?
Well, there was more motivation than just that. Jonathan had told me that Travis's friends and loved ones were all participating, and it would just be their side if I didn't say anything. So there was that as well. I wanted the world to believe that I loved him and I didn't have anything against him, and that I wanted the world to perceive me as just a normal person.
Well,
Why was that important to you?
you failed.
I don't know. My reputation used to be very important to me. I think it had to do with a lot of the fact that I didn't feel very good about myself, and I portrayed one image to people of somebody who was responsible and mature and collected and sweet and nice, and behind the scenes I'm just falling apart. And I didn't want people to know that about me. I just wanted to get on there and just show people that I was not angry. I didn't hate him. It wasn't anything like that. And I also felt at that point that I made up this big stupid story for Flores and that I should stick with that. And I stuck with it for a long time.
Okay. So after this initial contact by Mr. Leach, do you have any idea in terms of time how much later you actually interviewed with him or with CBS?
It was pretty quickly after. I think it might have been in August 2008. And then,
This initial, did you do more than one interview with CBS?
yes,
The initial interview, where did that take place?
it took place at the Siskiyou County Jail.
And who was interviewing you then?
Jonathan Leach was.
You said that this contact happened, if I understood you correctly, the day after this failed suicide attempt. Is that correct?
That's correct. The contact, not the interview.
Right. Was the plan then to do these interviews and then kill yourself, or did the suicide get put on hold?
No, the suicide kept getting put on hold, but my plan was to not be around by the time it aired. That's my hope.
And after this initial interview, did you interview with 48 Hours again?
Yes.
And was that with Mr. Leach again?
No.
Who was that with?
Her name's Maureen. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but I think it's valid.
Okay. Well, why don't you spell it for us if you remember?
Maher.
So if you speak to, I'm going to use Ms. Maurer. Where are you when you have this interview with her?
By this point, it's September 2008, and I'm here in Siskiyou County at the jail here.
I
I'm
wanna-
sorry, here in Maricopa County.
I want to ask you, a few things about these interviews. Why in these interviews did you describe your childhood as almost ideal?
I felt it was.
Sorry, guys.
Rephrase, Christine.
When you were speaking with Ms. Mauer, did you describe your childhood as almost being ideal?
Yes,
Why?
I felt it was until a certain age. I have, I think, almost all good memories from age as early as I can remember until 7. I remember like 1 or 2 negative things. It was a great childhood up to that point. I had my brother, I had my pets. Like I said, I had places to play. I had lots of little friends at school, that kind of thing.
That was part of it, right? That
That's-
idealness?
Yeah, that was part of it.
You didn't tell the other part.
Well, I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to say anything bad about anything, about my family, about Travis, about myself. I didn't want anyone to know about other negative aspects of my upbringing. And I sugarcoated everything that I said. Everything was rosy. That's how I said it.
Including your relationship with Travis?
Yes. I glossed over the negative things. I mean, they got a quick mention, but I glossed over them.
Were you asked during these interviews
Okay.
if you'd ever been physically abused by Travis?
Yes.
Do you remember how you responded to those questions?
Yeah, I wasn't specific. I didn't go into a lot of detail.
Yes, he was.
I just said a few very minimal things and shrugged it off. It's nothing big, not a big deal.
Both of them were.
Why?
Again, I didn't want people to know the level of violence that our relationship had reached at a couple of points, and I thought again that would be construed as a possible reason for me having killed him.
Having what?
Killed him.
You mentioned
Oh, I missed some
during
chats,
these interviews
comments.
with Ms. Mauer, the sexual aspect of your relationship. Do you recall whether the sexual aspect of your relationship was spoken about?
Yes, it was.
Why was it okay at that point in time to talk about those issues with Ms. Mauer?
Well, I didn't go into detail with those either. Just I knew there were some things that were already known and in evidence, and so I figured, well,
Hold on.
I'll just.
Who the fuck are you? What's your YouTube channel? Huh? What time do you go live? Oh, you don't have one? Oh, you don't do lives? Oh, okay. Well, this is mine. And I can do whatever I want. And clearly, I've got some great people who like what I'm doing. So you can just walk on out of here. Thanks. I'm really good to the people who are nice and respectful and subscribe and like and comment. People like you that you're just raising my algorithm, so thank you. But yeah, you're just raising my algorithm. So I actually am thankful. I appreciate it.
Give them a brief mention because she had asked about them. They were in police reports or something like that she had read. So I didn't tell about all these graphic things that we'd done, or I just sort of hinted at it like we were just 2 adults and things were consensual and it was what it was.
You said that certain things were already known. Are you referencing the pictures that Detective Flores showed you during his interviews with you?
Yeah, the pictures that were found on the camera.
The
You're
naked
right.
pictures of you.
Yes.
During your phone calls with Detective Flores, you also admitted that there was a sexual relationship between you and Mr. Alexander, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that at that time?
I thought that it would establish that I knew him very well, that we were close, and that I don't know that I just, that I might be able to. I don't know. I wanted him to know that I was close with him and that we were. I didn't want him to know that we were like doing all this stuff, but just that there was no malice there.
Had you, before you told Detective Flores, after June 10th when you learned about Mr. Alexander's death, and the time you told Detective Flores about your sexual relationship, had you confessed that sexual relationship to other persons?
Yeah, I don't think she'll get one.
Why did you choose, the cat was someone out of the bag as it related to your sexual relationship. Why did you choose to minimize it during all these interviews?
Well, because I didn't want to get explicit. I mean, I confessed to my bishop, and I mean, it wasn't a secret, but it wasn't widely known either. And I also didn't want, people to know, like, it's embarrassing, really. That's why I didn't want to get into detail about it.
To your understanding at the time that you spoke with Ms. Maurer, did the evidence exist about the Spider-Man underwear? Did the text messages exist about him calling you a whore? Was any of that stuff, to your knowledge, something that anyone knew about?
I didn't think anyone would know about the Spider-Man underwear because it had been months since we had texted about that or talked about that. I knew that some of those mean emails were still in my account. I didn't know about his. I figured they would be found eventually. So, I mean, I didn't have any knowledge of them knowing about it at this point, but I assumed they did.
Earlier in this trial, we heard the phone sex conversation you recorded with Mr. Alexander. Was that on the phone that you had in your possession while you were arrested?
No.
So to your belief, no one knew about that either, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
I didn't know about that tape.
Right.
I hoped. I didn't know what my phone was.
What's that?
So that was my hope.
Okay.
Anyway.
You're right.
Why
I
do you
should have put
continue
it
to speak with
on.
Ms. Maurer? Why do you continue what we call the intruder story?
I wanted to remain consistent with what I told Flores, and I certainly was in no place in my head to admit to any involvement.
Afternoon recess, please be back in the jury room at 3:20. We will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi, you may continue.
Ms. Arias, before the break, we were talking as it relates to these interviews and your discussions after Travis's death was discovered that you felt
Muted.
to some degree, as it relates to the interviews, and we were talking to some degree how the cat was out of the bag as it related to your sex life with Travis, right?
Yeah, it was more than out of the bag. I felt like it was under a microscope at that point.
Okay. The dirty little secret was out.
Right.
And why, you said you had told others about your sexual relationship. Do you remember who you told?
Yes, the first person I told was a mutual friend, Aaron. That's his name.
Okay. And why did you, well, prior to this, you told us about some comments you had made to Rachel about sexual activity that you minimized. You recall telling us about that?
Yes.
And then, well, when you spoke with Aaron, did you also minimize the behavior?
No, Aaron wasn't, he was a church member, but he wasn't living the standards of the church. So I assumed that by sharing this with him, he wouldn't judge me, that maybe he was in a similar boat, so to speak. And I also was still seeking advice, and I was still hesitant to go to my bishop based on the discussion I had with Travis about that.
But once he had passed, then you felt more comfortable? Is that what you're telling us? Talking about these things?
Yeah, I would have never talked to Aaron about that if, I didn't want anyone to know about that, but he wouldn't judge me, was my thought.
Okay. Did you interview with any other media outlets besides CBS?
Yes, I did.
And don't have to know the parent company or anything else, but do you remember who that was or what show that was for?
The show was Inside Edition.
And were you contacted by them or did you contact them?
Can't tell
They
it's messed up.
contacted me, I guess you could say. I certainly didn't contact them.
Okay.
Indirectly, they contacted me.
What do you mean indirectly?
I was just hanging out one day in the housing unit in the jail, and an officer came with 2 shirts saying, "Which one do you want to wear? Inside Edition's here and they want to talk to you." And my attorney at that point advised me not to do that because it could.
So after the officer gives you the shirt and you say you go, what happens after the officer gives you the shirt?
Well, she didn't give me the shirt right away because I didn't want to do it at first, but I was encouraged to. I was encouraged to because I'm just trying to think how to word it. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Did the officer encourage you to speak with them?
Yeah, she did.
And we're ultimately talking about law enforcement officer, correct? Sheriff?
She worked for the sheriff's department. She was an officer.
So when you describe the situation with Mr. Leach. It appeared he came and met you and talked to you about why you should interview before there were any cameras. Is that accurate?
Yes.
The gentleman from Inside Edition, do you remember his name?
I think his last name was Boyd. I don't remember
Okay.
his first name.
Well, okay, we'll just, the reporter for Inside Edition, did he come meet you and without cameras and try to discuss whether or not you should participate in an interview with his television program?
No, it was just from him.
So the videotaped recorded interview you saw was the first contact that we saw earlier, was the first contact you had with Inside Edition?
Yeah, the first and only.
Now, when we began your testimony some days ago, we talked about a quote you had said, and I'm paraphrasing a bit, that no jury would ever convict you. You recall that?
Right.
And earlier you described those as being the bitterest words you'll ever have to eat when we began this testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Let me first ask you this comment, no jury would convict you. Why did you say that?
Judge has the answer.
Well, you can't convict a dead person, and I plan to be dead long before this everything got close to trial. That was my hope.
Why did you choose those particular words?
Well, I didn't watch very much TV prior to being arrested, and then after I was arrested, it was on all the time in the same room where I lived. And so there was a TV program on that everyone was watching, and a lawyer on there was talking about a case that they were trying to get somebody indicted, and the prosecutor said no jury will convict. And the way she had said it was very powerful, and it impacted me, and it just stuck in my head. So by this time, I think I'd already done the CBS interview. I was similarly confident in that interview that there would be a conviction. I didn't tell her why, obviously. And then, so by the time this interview came along, it came out more, I thought, more eloquently and more forcefully and more assuredly. But I obviously couldn't say why, because the officer that had escorted me to that interview, the one that encouraged me to do it, would have escorted me elsewhere afterward.
Okay.
Oh, wow. I subbed
Now-
to you as well, Ben.
At this point in time, since Mr. Alexander's death was discovered, you told one version of events in which you weren't there, and another version of events where intruders came into the home, killed Mr. Alexander, and you escaped. Why did you then now decide to tell us what really happened?
Objection, vouching for the hand. I mean, that's something.
Thank you, rephrase.
Why did you decide to come forward? All these things that you've been hiding, Mr. Alexander's sexual interests, the sexual relationship, the violence. Why did you feel comfortable coming forth with that information?
Objection, indicating that she was hiding this as soon as facts and evidence. He started the question by saying,
Overruled, can you answer the question?
It wasn't an overnight decision by any means. From day one, there was a part of me that always wanted to, but didn't dare do that. I would rather have gone to my grave, not without confirming that I could have done something like that. I was extremely ashamed of it. It wasn't in line with who I was or how I could live my life.
You guys
at
like
that point.
this
So,
color?
As the years went by, however, I began to, it feels very fraudulent from day one, especially when there are so many nice people reaching out to you and they believe you or they believe in you. It just feels, it doesn't feel right. It feels fraudulent, it feels wrong. My family also remained very supportive and told me that it doesn't matter what happens, we love you anyway. And I realized at that point that even if I told the truth, that they would still be there and they wouldn't walk away.
Thank you.
So it was around, it evolved. It was a process that happened over a long period of time. But by the time the spring 2010 rolled around, I confessed.
You what?
Confessed.
When you say confess, what do you mean by confess?
I basically told everyone what I could remember of the day and that the injury story was all BS, pretty much.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Yes.
All right,
All right, here we go.
jury room. We will be with you shortly.
Oh, this is the old. Okay. All right. Let's go to day 21. We're going to be going till 7 o'clock tonight, guys, just so you know. And as long as we have viewers. Holy smokes. He came in hot. Let me, oh, sorry, guys. It's not shared on your screen. Here we go. This is when she should be a little concerned. Now we're going down to 1.5 because he talks fast as well. We might have to do it slower.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Mr. Martinez, you may cross-examine the witness.
Ma'am, take a look at exhibit 413. You recognize that exhibit, correct?
Yes.
And that's a picture of you, correct? Right
Yes.
here. And the other one is a picture of your dumb sister, Angela, correct?
That's my sister. She's not dumb.
Well, do you remember having a conversation with Travis Alexander back on May 10th of 2008?
Yes.
And do you remember that you tape recorded that conversation?
Yes.
And during that conversation, isn't it true that you said, I honestly think, talking about Angela, she's a little bit dumb. You said that, right?
Yes, I called her dumb and stupid.
Did I ask you whether or not you called her stupid, ma'am?
No.
I asked you whether or not you called her dumb, right?
Yes.
Ma'am, take a look at exhibit 452. Do you recognize the two people there?
Yes.
And this photograph was taken by your camera, correct?
It looks like it.
Well, when you say it looks like it, isn't it part of the same photographs that are involved in exhibit 413?
I think it is.
Well, exhibit number 413, that was taken on May 10th, we'll bring it in, of 2008, right?
Yes.
And this photograph here, exhibit number 413, features the color of your hair, doesn't it?
Yes.
Exhibit 452 also features the color of your hair, doesn't it?
Yes, a different part of my hair.
And this was taken sometime in May of 2008, correct?
This exhibit?
No, exhibit number 452
I only remember it was the spring, I think.
of 2008.
Yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit 452.
Objection, lack of foundation.
Counsel approach. Four 52 is admitted.
Now take a look at the back of exhibit 452. It contains a date on there. Does that date refresh your recollection to when this photograph was taken?
Yes.
And what date was this photograph taken?
5 days later, the 15th of May, 2008.
And with regard to this photograph, it also features you. And it also features your sister, the one that you also said was stupid, correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this name calling, one of the things that we heard through a text message was that you were upset at some point because Mr. Alexander said that you were going to turn out like your mother, or you were acting like your mother. Do you remember that text message, man?
Yes.
And in that text message, there was this indication that somehow he was saying something bad about your mother, right?
Yes.
And when you testified, you seemed to get pretty upset about that, right?
I remember getting emotional.
And you indicated that you loved your mother, right?
I do love my mother, yes.
Did you or did you not indicate that you loved your mother? I'm not asking you if you love your mother. I'm asking you if you indicated it.
I don't remember.
Do you have problems with your memory, man?
Sometimes.
So you can tell us, for example, what kind of coffee you brought at Starbucks back on June 3rd of 2008, but you can't tell us what you said yesterday or the day before?
I always got the same drink at Starbucks.
And you can tell us, for example, what type of sex you had with Mr. Alexander many years ago, but you're having trouble telling us what you said a couple of days ago?
When I'm under stress, yeah, it affects my memory.
I thought you said the relationship with Mr. Alexander was very stressful.
Some of the sex wasn't.
Pardon?
Some of the sex wasn't.
So you did enjoy the sex then, is that what you're telling me?
At times I did.
But you did indicate at some point that, as part of your examination, also that Mr. Alexander at some point said something about your grandparents also. Do you remember telling us that?
My grandfather.
Right, that he made some pejorative comment or some bad comment about him, right?
Yes, his name.
Right. And one of the things that seems to be coming out here is that you seem to have a double standard here with regard to making comments about people, don't you?
Yes, I do. I do.
And in fact, it's okay for you to make comments about, for example, Angela and call her dumb and stupid, right?
No,
Well, but you said it, right?
I did.
And we heard on the telephone conversation that you were laughing when you said that, right?
Yeah, it was sentimental, kind of.
You were laughing. You weren't upset when you said it, were you?
No.
And then when Mr. Alexander says something like, you're going to be like your mother, that's when you get emotional and upset, right?
I did.
And that's when you get upset when he says something about your grandfather, right?
That night I was upset.
And, well, you did get upset, yes or no?
No, because I was already upset.
Well, you didn't get upset on the witness stand when you told us about
Oh,
it?
yeah, on the witness stand, certainly.
And so it just seems that it's okay unless it's okay to say these things unless it's Mr. Alexander that's saying them, right? So
No,
you're
that's
applying a
not
different standard to Mr. Alexander, correct?
No.
Yes or no?
No.
And ma'am, one of the other things that we know with regard to this standard applying and that sort of thing is back yesterday, as a matter of fact, you told us that back in August of 2007, you went over to Mr. Alexander's house. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And you remember telling us that at that time, you were broken up with Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes, I broke up with him.
Well, you broken up with him or he broken up with you? One of the two, right?
I broke up with him
All right.
about a month
And
ago.
you broke up with him on June 29th of 2007, right?
Yes.
But you felt that it was okay for you to go over to his house in August of 2007, didn't you?
After he told me.
Yes or no? Did you feel it was okay to go over to his house?
I said yes.
And when you went over to his house, you indicated that you knocked or you did something and that nobody came to the door, right?
I went to his house a lot in August, so it depends on
Man,
the
I'm
incident.
talking
you're
about the
referring
incident that you told us about yesterday. Do you remember the one that you related that involved the killing? Do you remember telling us about that?
to. I did not knock.
My
And you did go over there, and
goodness.
at some point you started to peep in to the house, didn't you?
Yes.
So that means that you don't know if you knocked, though, right?
I did not knock. I know I did not.
So you went around the back then to look, right?
I went around the back to get in.
You went around the back then, right?
Yes.
And when you went around the back, you're telling us you went around the back to get in, right?
Yes.
But when you got to the back to get in, you started to look at what was going on, right?
I glanced in as I was walking to the sliding glass door.
You did walk in and you were looking at what was going on, right?
I did not walk in.
Then you were from outside looking in, right?
Yes.
Never went in, right?
No, I ran out of the backyard.
You never went in, yes or no?
I said no.
And when you went and looked, you saw something that upset you, right?
Yes.
You saw Mr. Alexander, right?
I didn't know it was him at
Yes
first.
or
but
no?
yes,
Did you
that's
see
him.
him during that encounter?
Yes, you should answer the question.
Oh, no.
I did. I said no.
Pardon?
I didn't know it was him at first.
You didn't see him when you were there that night?
I did afterward, yes.
That night, ma'am. Listen to my question. That night, did you see Mr. Alexander inside that house? Yes or no?
Yes.
And inside that house, there was a female, right?
Yes.
What's the name of the female?
He didn't tell me her name.
Did I ask you if he told you the name?
No.
So, did you recognize her?
No, I did not.
And he was there with the female, though. You were able to see her face, though, right?
Yes, sort of.
Well, yes or sort of means two different things. Yes or no? Were you able to see her face or not?
Part of it was shadowed from the
Yes,
TV
go
behind her, so I
Ma'am,
saw part of it.
Judge, she's not answering my question.
Ms. Arias, listen carefully to the question, answer only the question you are asked.
Okay.
May continue.
Could you see her face? Yes or no?
Part of it.
But you were able to see that they were making out, right?
Oh, yeah, they were.
And so is that a yes? They were making out, right?
Yes. Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And part of what you also saw was that her
Why
brassiere
is she
was off.
smiling?
I did not see that. I just saw her rehook her bra.
Pardon?
I didn't see it all the way off. It just saw
You
her.
indicated that you saw her hooking the brassiere back on, right? You
She
told
was
us that yesterday,
rehooking it.
yes?
She was rehooking it, yes.
So you did tell us that yesterday, right?
Yes.
So that means that at least that her bra was unhooked, right?
It was unhooked.
And you stood there and they stood up in reaction to something that you did? Is that what you're telling us?
No.
They didn't see you,
They didn't see me.
but you saw you. So what happened then is you actually were watching what they were doing then, right?
Briefly, yes.
Did I ask you for how long, ma'am?
No.
I asked you if you stood there and watched them, right?
No.
You didn't stand there and watch them?
I didn't stand there. I saw it and then I turned around out of the
So you-
backyard.
but you saw enough to know that they were kissing, right?
Yes.
You used the term making out, didn't you, yesterday?
Yes.
You were there long enough to see that one of the individuals was Mr. Alexander, not his roommates, right?
Yes.
You were able to see that it was a female, right?
Yes.
You were able to see that the bra was unhooked, right?
Yes.
And the lights weren't on, right?
There was a light.
Well, didn't you indicate that it was like a TV kind of light?
That light. Yes.
Right? So there was no light, there was a television that was on, right?
That's light.
Ma'am, was it a light or was it a television that was on?
It was light from a television screen.
So are you saying that it was the television that was on then?
Yes.
And from that light, you were able to make all of this out, correct?
Yes.
Is this what all of his cross-examination is going to be like? This is intense. Holy smokes.
No other light was on, right?
Not that I recall.
And then you decided to leave, right?
Yes.
And this was at the point that you were living very close to Mr. Alexander, right?
No.
Well, you were living within 10 miles of him, weren't you?
I was living by Greenfield and Broadway. I don't know the length.
How long would it take you to drive there?
About 15 minutes, depending on traffic.
And after you saw this, one of the things that you did was that you took off, right?
Yes,
And then you thought about it, right?
of course.
And you felt strongly enough about this that the next day you called your father, right?
I called my parents' house and
Yeah, yes or no, you spoke to your father.
I did speak to him.
And you were crying, right?
Yes,
And you were upset about this, right?
Yes.
And you told him why you were upset, right?
yes.
I thought you said before that you didn't discuss these issues involving you and Mr. Alexander.
Not typically.
Not typically. You said you didn't yesterday and all the days before. You remember telling us that?
The violence, yes.
Oh, I see. So, but you did discuss the fact that you saw him kissing with somebody else with your father, right?
Yes,
And as a result of that, you decided to go talk to Mr. Alexander about it, right?
yes.
What in the world gave you the right to go talk to an ex-boyfriend with who, according to you, you'd broken up with? What right do you have to do that?
Objection, Your Honor, sorry, amended.
Sustained.
Ma'am, did you feel that you could go and talk to him about that?
Of course.
Why? Weren't you broken up?
Yes.
You were being territorial about him, weren't you?
No,
Oh, you weren't? Then why in the world would you even care what he was doing?
because he was trying to court me back.
That's you telling us that he was trying to court you back. If he's trying to court you back, you could have just walked away at that point, couldn't you?
Yeah, I could have at any time, I guess.
Well, at that point, you could have walked away, right?
Yes.
You didn't need him for his paycheck, right? Because he wasn't giving you money, right?
He was giving me money.
Well, that was for some work, but you could have gotten other work, right?
I guess I could have looked.
You guess. You worked at other places. You know you could have gotten other work, couldn't you?
You
Not anymore,
guess.
It's very slow season for restaurants.
So you're saying that you were restricted in only getting work at restaurants, that there's no other kind of work that you could get?
Restaurants is,
Yes or no?
I guess that would be no, but I hadn't thought about it.
So then, in addition to that, you were living in your own place, right?
No,
Well, you were living with Mr. Alexander?
no,
You were living elsewhere, weren't you?
yes,
You were living in another place, right?
yes,
Where you were paying rent, right?
no,
You weren't paying any rent at all.
not with Rachel.
So in other words, it was even better for you. You didn't even have to worry about having to pay the rent, right?
Yes,
And so you could have just left that situation alone, but you decided to confront him anyway, right?
of course,
And the reason that you did it is because you were jealous, right?
no,
And then you did talk to him about this issue, correct?
yes,
And he got upset with you, right?
no,
He didn't get upset and scream and run upstairs. Isn't that what you told us yesterday?
yes, he did.
So, ma'am, to go back to this issue involving the text messages, one of the things that you told us was that there was a text message that you sent to somebody by the name of Steve Carroll, right?
Yes,
And that it was a two-part text message, right?
yes,
In this two-part text message, one part ended up going to Mr. Alexander, right?
yes,
And that he got upset about it, right?
very yes,
And after he got upset about it, one of the things that he wanted was to see the second part of this text message, right?
yes,
And so you lied to him at that point, right?
no,
Well, you fabricated a second text message, didn't you?
after that point, yes.
So are you telling me that fabricating a text message is not a lie?
No, I'm not saying that.
So you did lie to him, Mr. Alexander, right?
Objection, ask and answer.
Yes and no.
So you think that sending him that text message and telling him this is the second part of the text message, that that's not a lie, even though you fabricated it.
That part was the lie.
And so you then were asked the question, well, how did that make you feel when Mr. Alexander was sending you these text messages involving Mr. Carroll? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes,
We're applying a different standard here then, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
With regard to this issue of how you feel, isn't that the same way that you felt when you were peeping in his window in August of 2007? Isn't that the same kind of feeling that you were having
the same as what?
as the one involving Steve Carroll?
I don't know.
You were mad at Mr. Alexander both times, weren't you?
I wasn't mad at Alexander.
You weren't mad at him or you were upset with him, right?
At what time?
Either time.
Steve Carroll, no. The girl from Phoenix, yes.
And so it just seems that it's okay for you to lie to him about a guy, but when it comes to him being with some other girl, you decide to confront him, right?
Yes,
And one of the other things that you told us yesterday was that you were monogamous with Mr. Alexander, right?
sexually monogamous, yes.
Ma'am, you told us you were monogamous, and that's what monogamous means, sexual, doesn't it?
I think it means more than that sometimes.
Sir,
Well, in this case, monogamous means sexually, doesn't it?
she didn't graduate high school. Relax.
When you say monogamous, it means sexually, doesn't it?
Which time?
The time that we're talking about right now, involving Mr. Alexander, no other time.
Our relationship evolved, so
I'm not asking you if it evolved. At the end, right when you killed him, you indicated that you were monogamous with him, right?
yes,
And at that time, you then left the killing scene, if you will, and you went out to Utah, right?
yes,
And when you went out to Utah, ma'am, you ended up with somebody by the name of Brian Burns, right?
yes.
And you ended up in his bed, right?
I think it was a love sack.
Okay, and with regard to that, at that point,
I think it was a love
Mr.
sack.
Alexander still wasn't dead, was he?
It wasn't discussed.
Well, did I ask you whether or not you discussed it with Mr. Burns? You didn't, did I?
I wasn't talking about Mr. Burns.
I'm asking you at that time, didn't you tell us yesterday, at the time that you went up to Utah, you weren't sure if he was dead? Do you remember telling us that?
Not in Utah, from the Hoover Dam, or right before the checkpoint.
So when did you know that he was dead? Tell me that.
Well, I got confirmation of it on June 10th, but
So, okay, if you got confirmation on June 10th, you met with Mr. Burns, what, before June 10th, didn't you?
yes,
You met him on the 5th, right?
yes,
And so at that point, you didn't know, according to your own story, that Mr. Alexander was dead, right?
I guess I knew. Wasn't accepting it.
You either knew or you didn't. Which one is it, man?
Exactly.
Objection, ask and answer.
Ask another question.
Did you know he was dead when you and Mr. Burns and he were kissing?
Objection, ask and answer. This is
Hold
a
on,
question.
hold on.
Yeah, I think I did.
You think he did, but you're not sure of that.
It wasn't really in my own mind. I was out of my mind, sort of.
So if you didn't think he was dead, that portion of you didn't think he was dead, then it's okay for you, at that point, if you didn't think he was dead, to sort of roll around with Mr. Alexander, then, with Mr. Burns. Then that was okay, right?
I'm single.
Right? Just like he was on August 7th of 2000, on August 8th of 2000, August of 2007, right?
Yes,
So it's okay for you, then it should be okay for him, right?
it was okay,
Then why did you confront him the next day if it was okay?
because he was still courting me. I wanted to know where I stood.
And so because of he was still, your definition courting you, you felt that you deserved an explanation, right?
Yes,
Hadn't you just had intercourse with Mr. Alexander on the 4th of June?
yes,
And if he was still alive, he would have deserved an explanation then for you being with Mr. Burns, right?
no,
Well, no, aren't we? You're applying a different standard here, aren't you?
no,
You're saying, one, it's okay for you to confront him about the situation, but not okay for Mr. Alexander to confront you, right?
if he wanted to confront me, it would have been okay.
Now, with regard to the exhibit number 452, it does show you, right? Correct?
Yes,
And it shows again Angela, correct?
yes,
It shows something else on there, though, doesn't it? Doesn't it show your hand?
yes.
And in fact, let me show you another close-up of the hand.
Oh, thanks, Swan. This guy.
Objection, foundation.
Please approach.
Wow. So this has started off a little crazy. I can't believe his tenacity. But I can see how this is going to be what trips her up. Like, this is not going to end well for her. And we are doing laundry because
453.
I have to do something with my hands.
Exhibit 453 is a close-up of your hand, right?
Yes,
And you can also see the jewelry around your sister's neck.
Yes.
Exhibit 453, correct?
yes,
And you previously have told us about exhibit 452 and when it was taken and who's in that photograph, correct?
yes.
I move for the admission of exhibit 453.
No objection.
And ma'am, this was also taken according to your testimony on May 15th. Let's take a look at that, of 2008. That's a picture of your left hand, isn't it?
Yes,
And that shows your ring finger, right?
yes,
Do you remember that you testified that on January 22nd of 2008, you and Mr. Alexander were involved in some sort of violent encounter? Do you remember telling us about that?
yes,
And you told us that during that encounter, he threw you down. You remember that?
yes,
And while you were down, that he kicked you, right?
yes,
And when he kicked you, man, one of the things that happened was that you put up your left hand. Do you remember telling us that?
yes, both hands.
Well, you told us specifically about your left hand, right?
Yes,
And when you went to put up your left hand, according to you, he kicked you and he damaged your ring finger on the left hand, correct?
yes,
And in fact, you even held it up for us, didn't you?
yes.
And it was crooked when you showed it to us, wasn't it?
It's bent. Yes,
It's bent. Show us how bent it is again, ma'am. Higher, so we can see it sideways. Ma'am, if he caused that damage on January 22nd of 2008, that would have been before this picture that we have here, which is exhibit number 453. It would have been about 5 months before that, right?
it was before that.
5 months, right?
4.
4 months then, right?
Yes,
You don't have a bent finger here in exhibit 453, do you?
my finger is bent there.
You're saying that your finger is bent there.
Yes, just
Hold up
the
your
same.
finger again. Sideways so we can also see it.
When my fingers are straightened, this one stays.
And
bent.
that's what it looks like, your finger. And you're saying that's what happened on January 22nd, 2008, right?
Yes,
Now, one of the other things involving this particular finger, it seems to have had its run, if you will, of bad things happen to it, right?
this finger.
Yes, the left ring finger.
I don't know.
Well, you talked to Ryan Burns about it, didn't you?
Yes,
What?
And you told him that that finger, the left ring finger, had been damaged, right? Injured, didn't you?
I don't know if it was the left.
You don't remember telling him it was the left ring finger?
No,
Do you have a problem with memory?
occasionally.
And so some of the things that you told us, for example, then
Yeah.
about other things in the past, you may have also had problems with your memory then, right?
Yes,
And so whatever you told us in the past is somewhat suspect then because your memory may be lacking.
You're actually argumentative.
I only told things I remember clearly that are crystallized in my mind.
With regard to Mr. Burns, you do remember who he was, right?
Yes,
And you do remember that you went over to West Jordan to meet him, right?
yes,
And you do remember that you did meet him that Thursday, and it was sometime around 11 o'clock in the morning, right?
I think so, yes.
And when you met him, you guys decided to go somewhere to a restaurant for some sort of business meeting, right?
Yes,
And during that time, didn't you have a bandage on your finger?
yes,
And it was your left finger, wasn't it?
no,
It was your right finger then, right?
Man.
Is that what you're saying, it was your right finger?
it was 2 right fingers.
So it was your right finger then, right?
It
Are you sure that it was your right finger?
was 2
Pardon?
right fingers.
You remember then that you had a conversation with Detective Flores about this issue involving the finger?
Yes,
And do you remember that that was on July 16th of 2008?
yes,
And then you remember that you told him that on June 4th, you had been over at Mr. Alexander's home, right?
yes,
And you told him that you were over at Mr. Alexander's home and that some guy and some girl had come in, right?
yes,
And during whatever happened on June 4th, you told Detective Flores that it was your left finger that had been damaged. Do you remember that?
yes,
So you did tell that to the detective that it happened on June 4th, right?
yes.
Does that then refresh your recollection and we'll play it so that we know what we're talking about?
Let me know if you guys are folding laundry too.
Approach from Kathy.
We can all do 2 things at once. Gosh, he kind of like makes my blood pressure go up. If my Apple Watch was working still, I could tell you like it is definitely elevated. I think that's a good point, Ben. Stream Mom, are you still in here? Are you alive? Are you good, girl? Wow, this is a long sidebar. What are you guys doing besides watching me? Anything fun? What's for dinner tonight? I'm going to do tacos. I need to put this somewhere I don't lose it because I need to pack that. All right. This is taking... I haven't seen any photos. I have Googled Jodi's name just to get like a photo for my YouTube, whatever I put up on YouTube, whatever that's called. And I haven't seen any inappropriate photos. I remember being a little kid and my parents telling me to never talk to the cop and to not let them push me into talking and don't believe that they are your friend when there is a situation. I was about 12 years old when my dad told me never allow a search and seizure without an attorney or a
454 is
warrant.
admitted.
Did you get her away? You said you were fighting with her.
Yeah.
What happened to her?
She got me
Where?
in my hand.
Where?
You actually can't see it if you look at them. My finger isn't the same though. I was
Where did it get cut?
Conveniently, it was right on the crease.
Right there on the crease.
What's that?
Oh, it's kind of purple color.
This one here.
Like this.
Yeah, right on the crease.
Oh, there's a vein on this one, maybe. I don't know.
Is this one here?
Yeah.
So a slice there.
Yeah.
This is a small one?
Um,
It was pretty deep.
I don't know how deep it was, but my finger hurt for a while.
Okay, so like right in that crease that you, right, and across both of them?
Not my middle finger. It cut this one a little, but not as much. This is where it really went. I don't know how it happened that all these other fingers are missed, but this one, I don't know. This one, like I still can't close this finger all the way. It's as close as it goes. Whereas this one goes like that.
Mhm.
Also, my CTR ring used to fit both fingers, and I can't get on this finger anymore.
So they cut pretty deep then.
I guess if you feel it, squeeze it. It just feels like bone. Like there's nothing abnormal there.
Mhm.
But again, like my CTR ring slides right on this finger, and it's just slide right off this finger. And I just can't fit a ring on here.
Okay.
It's a bigger size now.
What about this here? What's that from?
That's mine.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure she's scratched small.
That tape, or that videotape, right?
Yes.
And that's you having a conversation discussing the left ring finger, right?
Yes.
And you demonstrated to Detective Flores that left ring finger, right?
Yes.
And you told him that this woman, during this attack on June 4th of 2008, cut you right there, didn't you?
Yes.
And you showed him, and the finger, we look at it there, had the same aspect or had the same angle to it that your finger does now, doesn't it?
Yes.
Ma'am, the injury to your finger happened on June 4th, 2008, not January 22nd of 2008, did it?
That's not correct.
Ma'am, with regard to the story involving this particular issue, you told us that it happened on January 22nd of 2008, right?
Which issue?
The left ring finger.
Yes.
You then discussed it, or there was this issue with Ryan Burns, right?
Which issue?
The cut finger.
The cut finger, yes.
And
Two
then
cut fingers.
on July 16th of 2008, you discussed it with Detective Flores, right?
Yes.
One of the things that you told Mr. Burns was that you cut it at Margaritaville while you were working there, right?
No, I did not say
You never
that.
told him that then, right?
I said at work.
I've
So
never
you never
been
told
there.
him Margaritaville then, right?
No, he said that.
Right, but you never told him that you cut it at Margaritaville, right?
Right.
You told him that you cut it at work then, right?
Yes.
And then when you spoke to Detective Flores, you gave him a different story. You didn't say that it was cut at work. You told him that it was cut some other way, right?
Yes.
And then you testified about it in this court, right?
Yes.
And you gave us another story of how this happened, right?
No.
Well, do you remember that you testified that you were at Mr. Alexander's home on June 4th, 2008 at the sink? Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
And do you remember telling us that you brought the glass in Mr. Alexander's house?
June 4th,
Whatever date you were there at Mr. Alexander's house.
I broke more than one glass at his house.
Ma'am, do you remember testifying yesterday about how you suffered this injury to your finger? Yes or no?
Not this finger.
No? Do you remember testifying that involving your finger, your left ring finger, yesterday, as a matter of fact, that
It's
that was
not a new
cut
trial.
when you dropped the glass when you were at Mr. Alexander's house on the day that you killed him?
I did not indicate my left finger. I said
Oh,
my
so you
finger.
were saying it was your right finger that you cut in Mr. Alexander's house, then, right?
It was my right finger, yes.
So throughout this whole thing, Mr. Burns, when he indicated what finger it was, he was mistaken. Well, not he was mistaken. You're saying you never told Mr. Burns that it was the right finger that you cut, right?
We didn't discuss which hand.
Okay, so you never indicated to him in any way, shape, or form that it was the right finger.
Sustained.
And on this issue of the 22nd of January 22nd, when you injured, when you say that you were injured, you kept a journal, didn't you? You kept a journal, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't write in it all the time, but you wrote in it some of the time, right?
Frequently, yes.
Frequently. And you were writing about what was going on in your life back in January of 2008, right?
Yes.
And you were writing about things that were significant, to you, right?
Some things.
Right. And in fact, with regard to this particular journal, you knew that you could almost write anything that you wanted in it because it was
Yeah.
going to stay private, right?
No.
Well, let me show
Go
you.
for it. Thank you. Hey, have you guys liked the stream yet? And subscribe to the channel. That's important. Please do that. Oh my God, we're at 666 subscribers. Someone like it, please. Like my stream. Like my channel, I mean. Subscribe. It's free.
Take a look at exhibit 242.001. You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And that's your journal, right?
Sure is.
Okay, take a look at the entry, just read it to yourself, on Sunday, August 26th of 07.
The whole entry?
Just read the first 5 lines. 6 lines.
Yes,
You wrote that, right?
yes,
Take a look at exhibit number 455. Is this a true and accurate copy of those 5 or 6 lines?
yes,
And you wrote that back on August 26th of 07, right?
yes.
Let me have that back, please. Move for the admission of exhibit number 455.
I used to have a coat, a suit coat like that. I don't know.
You may.
I can't believe there's a website called Murderpedia. I learn something new every day. That is a very large courtroom. Like Stream Mama, if you remember, well, I know you didn't forget the stream that I just covered, the local cop here. That's Franklin County. That's Columbus. So that is a very large city. That courtroom was like 5 rows each side. Not very many people can attend in-person trials like this. This place is ginormous compared to a lot of other. Oh, I'm sorry, Sola. All right, let's speed it up. Oh, wow, this takes a minute.
$455 is admitted.
Take a look at that. I'm reading it from there.
Why won't it show us what it's saying? Can't be any worse than the phone call we had to listen to yesterday.
Just this one entry.
Yes, just that one entry on August 26th of 07. I know you have 2 entries, but the first entry is the one we're talking about.
Yeah, it looks like I have 3 on that day.
So have you read the first entry and lost it?
She's writing in her journal 3 times in one day. Damn.
Your Honor, let's recall entries before answering the questions. From
Overruled.
It's a whole lot of time.
this journal and your journals were meant to be private, right?
Yes,
And that's what it says there. Well, I guess it's a good thing that nobody else reads this because I write right now that I love Travis Victor Alexander so completely that I don't know any other way to be, correct? That's what it says.
yes,
Do you remember when we started talking this morning that we talked about an incident where you went over to his house?
yes,
And this was the incident that you referenced involving the killing, right? That it went through your head, right?
you're talking about the incident in August 2007?
Right, exactly.
Yes.
And that incident in August of 2007, where you went over and peeked inside of his house, happened before this entry here of Sunday, August 26th of 07.
Yes, Messier addresses his testimony as Pete.
What was the last thing you said?
He said, by saying Pete.
Restate your question.
When you looked inside the house.
Yes, it did happen before this entry.
Right, and so really the reason why you confronted Mr. Alexander was not because he owed you an explanation or anything like that. The reason you confronted him back in August of 2007 was because you were in love with him and you didn't want to let him go, right?
Objection, argumentative.
That's not right. But I was in love with him.
Yes, you did write this, though, didn't you?
Yes.
No. You kept more than one journal, a number of them, right?
I kept one journal at a time.
Let's take a look at another journal.
Also, I'm glad that, oh, sorry if that was loud in your ears. Glad we have a moment. If you do want to support the channel, just so you guys know, there are membership options available. And my Venmo, my Cash App, all of that is listed in the ticker that's at the bottom. And I do super chats. So I haven't mentioned that all day, but that's mostly because we're just focusing on getting our subscriber count up right now. So I really appreciate any and all support y'all show me. I don't know how to fold this damn thing. It's new.
Yeah, take a look at it. 243.0. You recognize it, right?
Yes.
Why don't you open it up and look through it? 2.002. That's your writing in throughout that whole journal, right?
Yes.
It's gonna go like this.
There is an entry for Thursday, January 24th, 2008, right?
Yes.
Let's just take a look at it.
Hold on.
See that?
Yes.
All right. So I've had to stop the stream a few times. This is not a new hearing. This is an old murder trial, and we are watching it as a reminder that women like Jodi exist, to be careful. And because it is almost Christmas and there's really not anything else going on except for the Brian Walsh trial, which everyone else is covering. And I have a trial that I am going to begin covering at the beginning of January. So this is a good opportunity to watch a trial that we have, that there is documentation of and we can discuss. And that is the purpose behind watching this. I appreciate Stream Mama and anyone else in the chat who wants to inform people who ask, because I hate having to stop in between here, but I know we're all doing our own things. Thanks, guys.
Can you mark another exhibit for me? Take a look at exhibit 456. The exhibit that you have in front of you, that's the whole entry for January 24th of 2008, correct?
I believe it is for the single one, yes.
There are other entries, but that's the complete entry for that one, correct?
Yes.
Because it's written in blue ink, right?
Yes.
And the others are written in black, right?
Yes, the one following.
It's too bad I can't write something on the screen.
We move to the admission of exhibit number 456.
Nicely said. Nicely said. For real? Jeez Louise. All right. Let me fast forward.
'20th of 2008.
Yes.
So there's a gap of 4 days between the time you wrote on January 20th and on January 24th of 2008, right?
Yes.
Nothing in between, correct?
Not in the journal.
I'm asking about the journal, ma'am.
That's
Is there
right.
anything else in front of you?
Ask and answer, Your Honor, and argumentative.
Stay.
In the journal, ma'am, there are no other entries between January 20th of 2008 and January 24th of 2008, right?
Yes.
If we then take a look at Exhibit 456, let's see what you wrote on Thursday, January 24th of 2008.
Let's.
You wrote, I haven't written because there has been nothing noteworthy to report, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
Didn't you tell us, involving the finger, that this injury to your left finger, when Mr. Alexander went to kick you, that happened on January 22nd of 2008?
Yes, it did.
And yet you write here that nothing noteworthy has happened, right?
Yes.
And then you also write that you turned down 4 offers for a date on Friday night, right?
Yes.
You were free to date, and so was he, right?
Yes.
And then you finish it out by talking about going up to the snow, right? See that?
Yes.
You're going to go up there skiing, you crossed it out, and you just are going to go up to the snow, right?
Yes.
Did you go skiing?
No, I don't ski.
Pardon?
I don't ski. No, I didn't go.
so she was lying in her own journal. Okay, lady.
The entry of January 20th of 2008. Take a look at exhibit number 242.02. Count the pages, please.
The pages between the two.
No, just your entry of Sunday, January 20th of 2008. Do you want me to show you where it is
I
here?
have it. It's 4 and a few lines.
And it starts on the lower left-hand corner with 3 to allow you to count the date, indicating January 20th of 2008, right?
Yes. I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's 5 pages and a few lines.
And in it, one of the things that you talk about is this issue involving Lonnie's baptism, right?
I haven't read it. Can I read it?
Sure, go ahead.
He seems nice when he answers like that. It's okay, Stream Mama. I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone here. I really need new headphones. Thank you for subscribing. Yay. My goal is 700 by the end of this stream. Sheets are huge. I bought some bath sheets. No, I didn't buy them. I got them for my engagement party like years ago, and I just now opened the box. They're ginormous. All right, come on, Jodi.
I moved away from Lonnie, so if you want me to finish it, if you're gonna ask me about the rest of the entry, I can read. the
I'm
rest.
asking you about reading the whole entry of Sunday, June
Okay.
20th, 2008. Go ahead and
Okay.
finish it.
What are you guys having for dinner? $6.72. Oh, oh, yeah, baby. Let's go. And for the record, I do not like this team. I am a Cleveland fan. My husband is a Pittsburgh fan. It is a sad existence. Ooh, Arby's. I like Arby's.
Yes,
It does talk about Lonnie's baptism, right?
yes,
And
Nice.
previously, when you testified, you indicated that the reason you missed Lonnie's baptism
Wow.
is because you and Mr. Alexander were involved in a sexual liaison, right?
yes,
And this was a sexual liaison where the Pop Rocks and the Tootsie Pops were involved, right? That's what you said, right?
I'd have to reference dates.
Well, why don't I show you a copy of the transcript then and see if that refreshes your recollection as to what you told us on February 12th.
I would appreciate that.
All right, I will.
Another Pittsburgh shirt.
Starting on page 5. Bob, read that
Would you like me to read it out loud?
to yourself.
Say please, at least.
Just the highlighted portion,
Nope, just keep reading it.
starting at the bottom, right?
Right.
Wow. I wonder if she ended up getting her GED in jail, prison, whatever. Ooh, lasagna. What's Red Ranch? I'm making tacos.
Remember, if there's any questions, this is for the entire transcript.
That's not legal. I can respond if you want. It's not a legal basis.
Is this what his? It's just going to be just anger, yelling, and then pausing. Because this is like, come on, my dude. You okay, buddy? I hear my dog wheezing. All right.
January 21st or January page, just to make sure that we cover everything involving that particular encounter.
If you have questions, or you'll read the entire transcript.
Thank you. Really?
Do the same day in my journal.
Well, let's take a look at it. Let me have that. The first entry is identical on the first page. That indicates Sunday, January 20th, 2008, correct?
Yes, that's when I wrote the entry.
Okay. Then, as we continue on, there is the entry involving the baptism, right? Do you see that? That entry is there involving Lonnie's baptism?
Yes, I just don't know if I'm referencing the 20th on that part of the entry.
Ma'am, is there any other intervening date between the January 20th of 2008 where we started and the very end where you put JA. Is there any other date in there?
That I did.
Yes or no?
There might be, I haven't.
Well, why don't you take a look? Let's take a look at the first page. First page starts Sunday, January 20th, 2008, doesn't it?
When I wrote it, yes.
Does it start out saying Sunday, January 20th, 2008, yes or no?
Yes.
And isn't it true that it starts out in black ink, right?
Yes.
And then it continues on in blue ink, right?
Yes.
And it flows, doesn't it? It says words flow from what's at the bottom there to the next.
That's
So,
Yes.
so then we go to the bottom of it. The next
Conjecture.
page is also in blue ink, right?
Yes.
In the next page, there is no other date reference, is there?
Hi, Anthony.
She needs to review it before she can answer.
My
the question.
dude.
Thank you.
No, no, man. Don't turn the page. I just want you to look at that next page to see if you see a date.
Objection, Your Honor, she needs to review it.
Oh, that's not the question. Overlooked.
I didn't write a date.
No, there is no date on there, is there?
No.
Okay, let's turn the page. And that page is also in blue ink, right?
Yes.
And there is no date on that next page, is there?
That's correct.
Then let's look at the page following that. That page, where you have your left hand on, that's also in blue ink. No, you turn the page, go back. That's also in blue ink, correct?
Yes.
And there is no date on there either, is there?
That's correct.
Let's turn the page. And then on the next page, that's also in blue ink, correct?
Yes.
And there's no date on that either, right?
That is correct.
The next page after that contains the initials JA, right?
Yes.
That's for Jodi Arias, correct?
Yes.
And that's also in blue ink, correct?
Yes.
And there's no date in that one, is there?
There is not.
And if you turn the page, go ahead. There's an entry for January 24th of 2008, right?
Yes.
We can then go back, turn the page once. We're looking at the entry that says JA on it, right?
Yes.
We go to the previous page, the one that you're pointing to. It does start, I may have it back, with a word that's in quotations, right?
Yes.
Exhibit number 458 includes that particular portion of the entry in quotations, right?
Yes.
And if we go to the previous page,
I'm almost done, guys.
at the bottom of the page, it's also in blue ink, right?
Yes.
The entry that I'm showing you now includes that last paragraph, right?
Second to last.
Second to last paragraph. Well, if you take a look at the bottom, you see that there's a
Oh,
word
I
that's,
apologize. You're correct.
okay? So in essence, what we're talking about is that the one with the word that's crossed out then travels on to the next page, and that's what's included in this entry, correct? In Exhibit 458, right?
Yes.
Along with the first page that includes the date, right?
Yes.
And the entry, or Exhibit 458, references Lonnie's baptism, right?
Yes.
Look at the admission, Exhibit 458.
It is old news, but women are still crazy. And I feel like we are forgetting
Are you using additional
women
time? All right,
online
ladies and gentlemen, we are
being
going to take a noon
crazy.
recess at this time. Please be back in the jury room at 1:25. Remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch. You are excused.
All right.
I mean, men on the internet are crazy as well. Don't get me wrong. But there were some shenanigans last week that made me feel like we need to revisit this.
That was your voice, right?
Yes.
Oh.
About grades, right?
Yes.
Oh, so now,
Yes. I just don't know if I'm referencing the 20th on that.
They didn't turn
Please be
on.
seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Exhibit 458 is admitted. Mr. Martinez, you may continue with cross-examination.
and when we left off, we were talking about the issue involving the implicit costs and the upfronts.
I got a problem with crazy women.
Can be referenced involving somebody named Lonnie and their baptism, correct?
Yes.
And regardless of whether it happened on Sunday or Thursday, that's the same incident because you missed Lonnie's baptism, right?
Yes.
Exhibit 458 is the entry for Sunday, January 20th, 2008. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it starts out, well, I'm at the Institute building, Dobson and Southern, the sister missionaries, correct?
Yes.
There are some 2 blank pages and then a third page that begins and says, so I went to the church building and met with the sisters and gave them a ride to the Institute building where I am now, correct?
Yes.
That's part of the same entry for that January 20th, 2008 date, correct?
Yes.
There are no in the whole body of that particular entry, there are no other dates mentioned, correct?
There's another day reference, but not a date.
I'm asking dates, aren't I?
Oh my God, he's gonna
Right?
flip
Yes,
out
he
on
is.
you.
No, I'm asking dates. Do you see anywhere in those 5 or 6 pages another date?
Yes.
Show me where there is another DATE, date. Exhibit
He's
242.02.
spelling murder. You're okay.
I'm counting this as a date where it says Thursday.
It says Thursday night, doesn't it?
Yeah, I
It doesn't
did.
say a date, does it?
No.
It is a black screen, guys. I don't know what to do.
We're getting to it.
Okay,
When it
wait.
says Thursday, that's at the lower right-hand corner of this exhibit number.
Do you, so it's black for me as well. Do you guys want me to keep going or should we just cut? I feel like we should probably just cut. I don't know. This says the most replayed moment. Let's go there. Okay, so 142 is where we paused. We're going to 151.
More hope.
Well, you were living with another individual. I think you said Rachel, correct?
Not at this date.
Okay, who were you living? Where were you living?
I was living at 9634 East Needle Avenue in East Mesa.
Is that an apartment or is that where were you renting a room?
I was renting a room.
And in that room that you rented, you kept this journal, right?
Yes.
So no one really had any authority to go into your room, right?
That's not right.
Well, are you saying that people in that house went through your journal? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that.
So you did have an expectation that your journal would remain private there, right?
While I was at home, yes.
So you're saying that somebody broke in and looked at your journal? Is that what you're saying?
No, because I would be at home.
Well,
My
keep your journal at home, don't
God, she's
I
so
take it really
crazy.
so what you're saying is if you went somewhere, it could have fallen into the wrong hands. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
You never reported to the police that your journal ever went. Anybody ever looked at your journal, correct?
I don't think that's a crime, so no, I didn't.
Well, ma'am, did I ask you if it was a crime?
My
Are
God,
you a lawyer? Do you know
why?
what a crime is and what isn't?
I have a pretty good idea, but I'm not an attorney.
And so if somebody broke into your house and read your journal, you're saying, no, you wouldn't report it because you wouldn't think that was a crime, right?
That's right. Not the breaking and entering part, just the reading the journal part.
Oh, so now you're drawing a distinction, but isn't this where this journal was kept most of the time? With you in your home?
No, I misunderstood what you said. My understanding was that you were talking about if somebody was looking at my journal, if I would have reported that. No, I would not have reported somebody reading my journal to the police.
Part of this encounter that you had involving the Tootsie Pops also involved braids, correct?
The least crazy thing
And
she said.
you have a definite opinion on the braids, don't you?
Yes, I have an opinion.
You think they're hot, don't you?
I guess.
Well, no, you're the person that knows. We don't want you to guess. You think that the braids are hot, don't you?
I think cute is more appropriate.
Ma'am? Let's take a listen then. I'll have this marked as an exhibit. It's part of the conversation that you had with Mr. Alexander back on May 10th, 2008. I'll mark it. I'll have you listen to it, see whether or not that is your voice and whether or not we're talking about the braids.
Frenchie, I can go grab her, yes.
This is exhibit 460.
Let me finish this towel and one more, and then I can. That'll actually help me.
It has not. She's going to lay the foundation for it.
Jared can't hear.
You know what I really liked is when we were in the bath with the candles and had braids,
Yes, there's an objection.
bubbles. On top of
Oh, I love the braids.
Oh God, we're hearing the porn video again. Oh no, thing. Oh. Look at what my husband did to my purple towel. All right, let me go grab Pearl.
You know what I really liked is when we were in the bath with the candles and I had braids. Hearing some of her bubbles. Can I have some topics?
Oh, I love the braids.
I know they're hot.
That was your voice, right?
Yes,
And you're talking about braids, right?
yes,
And you're talking about how much you like them, right?
yes,
And you're also saying that they're hot, right?
yes,
And this encounter involving the Pop Rocks and Tootsie Pops also involved braids, right?
yes.
So you enjoyed those braids, right?
I don't, it's not a yes or no answer.
Well, we did hear you saying that you enjoyed them, right? Do you want to hear it again?
No,
You did hear that, right?
I said I like them.
When you say that you like them, isn't it true that that means that if there's something that's enjoyable,
Yes,
right? And you also said they were hot, right?
yes,
So during your sexual encounters with Mr. Alexander, if you wore braids, you thought they were hot and you liked them, right?
I like his attention.
Yes, both hot and liked them.
Please take the question.
When you were with Mr. Alexander, isn't it true? You wore braids, you liked them.
Yes,
And with regard to the braids, isn't it true that when you were with Mr. Alexander, you thought the braids were hot?
Like Pocahontas braids again?
okay.
Oh, no, I'm not asking for an okay. I'm asking for you to tell me the truth. What is it that you believe?
I believe that he thought it was hot, so it was hot.
So what you're saying here with regard to exhibit number 460 and that telephone call was flight during your direct examination, you're saying you lied?
No.
Well, listen, you want to listen here when you say that they're hot?
I just heard it.
Right. And it doesn't say anything about you doing it with Mr. Alexander anywhere, does it?
No, that's implied.
It's implied. Let's listen to it and see where it's implied.
You know what I really liked is when we were in the back of the candles and I had braids. Hearing some of her bubbles. Can I have some topics?
Oh, I love the braids.
I know they're hot.
That's your voice, right?
Yes, and Travis's.
Did I ask you if that was Travis's voice, man?
I didn't know which voice you were talking about.
Did I ask you if that was Travis's voice?
No,
We're talking about your voice. That was your voice, right?
yes,
And you do say that those braids are hot, right?
yes,
And you said it because you believed it, right?
yes.
These two entries that we have here, these journal entries. Exhibit number 456, you start them out by dating them at the upper left-hand corner of each of that one, which is exhibit 456 and 458. You also date it on the upper left-hand corner or the left-hand corner. Do you see that?
Yes,
And you've already told us that there are no dates in between the Sunday 12008 and Thursday 12408, correct?
correct.
And you looked at the journal, right?
Yes,
There are no entries between those two dates, right?
that's right.
And it's fair to say that September 22nd of 2008 falls between this gap here, correct?
Correct.
And nowhere do you mention either in this January 24th of 08 or January 20th of 08 document, you don't mention anything about this physical encounter with Mr. Alexander that you told us happened on January 22nd of 2008, do you?
No, I would have never.
I'm not asking if you would ever. Do you mention it there?
I said no.
And with regard to not mentioning it there, nothing stopped you from mentioning it, right?
Yes, something did stop me.
So you're saying that somebody held your hand and stopped you from writing that?
I'm not saying that.
Are you saying that somebody came into your house and stole your journals and said, and took whatever was the journal there so that took the journal so you couldn't write in it?
I'm not saying that.
You had the ability to write in it, right?
Yes,
You had the free will to write in it, didn't you?
yes.
And there is nothing there, correct?
Referencing that incident?
Pardon?
You mean referencing that incident?
I can't hear what you're saying.
Do you mean referencing that incident? There's nothing there regarding
Right,
that?
there's nothing referencing that incident between those two dates, is there?
There's not.
The reason it's not there is because it didn't happen, right?
That's not right.
You do say in exhibit number 456, I haven't written because there has been nothing noteworthy to report, right?
That's right.
So to you, getting this injury to the left ring finger, that's no big deal then, right?
That's
that
not
what
what
you're
it says.
Pardon?
That's not what it says.
I'm not asking you what it says, I'm asking you what you think. It's no big deal to you then, right?
That's not right.
Well, you came in, you told us about it, right? But it's not written in your journal, right?
No,
You didn't call the police, right?
no,
You didn't get any medical care for it, right?
not professional medical care.
Ma'am, did you go to a doctor to get it looked at?
No.
Did you go to a hospital to get it looked at?
No,
Did you go to a friend's house or an acquaintance to tell them about it?
definitely not.
And with regard to the conversation that you had with Detective Flores back on July 16th of 2008, you didn't tell him anything about that, did you?
No, definitely not.
In fact, you gave him a different story, didn't you?
Yes,
You told him something about these two people and how you got that injury to that finger, right?
yes,
So you're saying that what you told the detective there was a lie.
yes.
So you, in your view, when do you decide to tell the truth? When you're in this court and no place else? Is that what I'm hearing from you?
No.
I mean, just because you're in this court doesn't mean you have to tell the truth. I mean, that's what you're telling us, right?
That's not what I'm telling anyone.
Ma'am, nothing has stopped you from telling this story ever, correct?
That's not correct.
You have free will, don't you?
Yes, I do.
nothing that Detective did stop you from telling him, right?
Flores, no.
Nothing stopped, you had a car back then, didn't you?
When?
When this supposedly happened, January 22nd of 08.
Yes.
You could have driven yourself to the hospital, right?
Yes.
You could have, you remember telling us about an incident that occurred in August of 2007 where you caught Mr. Alexander kissing some other girl, right?
Yes.
And you told us that, well, with regard to that incident, I called my father, right?
Yes.
And you told him some things about what you had seen and what had happened the day before, right?
Yes.
Nothing would have stopped you from calling your father to tell him that, right?
Well, sorry, I'm kind of hyper literal sometimes.
Yes or no?
Nothing did that day.
Yes or no? Would anything have stopped you from calling your father?
Maybe, but
Well, ma'am, you didn't have any problem calling him in August of 2007 complaining, did you?
I did have a problem with it. He had to convince me to tell him.
Well, you called him and you told him, right?
Eventually, yes, I did.
You called him and you told him, right?
Yes.
You could have called him and said, hey, I got this problem with my finger. You had a telephone, right?
I didn't have a problem with my finger then.
Well, I thought that you told us when you testified that on January 22nd of 2008 was when you had this finger injured by Mr. Alexander. You remember telling us that?
Yes, January, yes.
And so on January 22nd of 2008 or any time thereafter, you had a telephone, right?
Yes.
You could have called your father and could have told him, right?
Could have, yes.
But you didn't.
I wouldn't have. No, I did not.
And no one knew about this injury or this supposed or claimed injury to the little finger until after you killed Mr. Alexander, right?
That's right.
Now, that was a significant day, January 22nd of 2008, correct?
Yes.
It was significant for a number of reasons, including the fact that you claimed that on January 21 of 2008, you caught Mr. Alexander masturbating to some images of boys, correct?
I only saw one image. It was a boy.
Now, didn't you say that there were images? There were more than one?
There were more than one image. I only caught a
So
quick
was
view
there
of
more than one image? I'm sorry, was there more than one image, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, but you only saw one, right?
One clearly,
According to
yes.
you. Is that yes?
That's yes.
And that was the day before the supposed thing happened on January, or where he had this violent issue with you on January 22nd of 2008, right?
That's right.
And if we go again to this entry here of 456, I haven't written because there has been nothing noteworthy to report. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
The way you explain it to us here, this issue involving this claimed issue involving Mr. Alexander, that's pretty noteworthy, isn't it?
Not for my journal, but
Is it
yes,
noteworthy?
in reality, I guess it is very noteworthy.
It's noteworthy to you, isn't it?
It is today.
It's noteworthy to you, isn't it?
I already answered your question.
And the answer is yes or no.
Yes.
And it's so noteworthy to you that
Thank
you
you,
waited
Charles.
until after you killed Mr. Alexander to tell anybody about it, right?
I waited years.
The answer is, did you wait until after this prosecution started, after you were charged, to tell anybody about it, correct?
Ask and answer.
Oh, good.
Yes, I waited years.
And ma'am, one of the things that the way you made it sound was that he had a problem, right?
He did have a problem.
That's what you claim, right?
That's the reality.
That's what you claim, correct?
Okay, yes.
When back then there was this problem, did you call, for example, the way you made it sound is he had this huge problem. Did you call, for example, Child Protective Service?
No.
Hello, BF. You must be new here. So, my name is Lacey. I advocate for justice and what is right. So, in this case, I am advocating that Travis's family receives the justice that they deserve, which they do. Surprise. And that's where we're at. So, welcome. And yes, this is what I do. I live stream trials, and whether they are going on right now or previously, because a lot of people, like myself, were unable to watch the entire trial of Jodi's. So I think it's helpful to know what's going on previously so that we can prepare and dodge the crazy in the future. I hope this helps. XOXO.
You made it sound that there was such a big problem that he even went and spent the night somewhere at a friend's house and they had a child, and that concerned you. Do you remember telling us that on direct examination?
Yes.
And yet you didn't go to that person and tell him, hey, he's got this issue, did you?
No.
You didn't go to the police department and tell him anything, right?
No.
You chose to keep that allegation until about 2 years ago. Is that right?
I think it's almost 3 years ago at this point. No, I think it was almost 3.5, 4 years ago at this
Pick
point.
a year. What year did you? disclose it?
2009 was when I first
And,
told somebody.
and you were arrested back in July of 2008, right?
Yes,
And when this detective interviewed you, you didn't tell him anything about it, did you?
definitely not.
And you could have, right?
In theory, yes, I could have.
Ma'am, one of the things that happened with regard to this particular issue is that there was a hearing that was scheduled involving this, what time did this allegation happen? When do you claim that, we know the date, what time do you claim that you saw this masturbatory activity?
It would have been in the afternoon after my morning shift.
And what time would that have been then?
I don't know the exact time, but it was afternoon before, well before it was dark. It's still light out.
Okay, can you be more specific? Was it noon?
It was afternoon.
All right, was it 2 o'clock?
Objection, asked and answered, sure, it says.
Restate the question.
If it was so noteworthy, why can't you remember the time?
You should Google me.
It was kind of dramatic.
Thanks.
So, if just because weren't your senses heightened at that time that you saw this? Didn't you get angry or upset?
Objection, not on the question.
Were you angry?
I was sick to my stomach.
Ma'am, were you
I was not
angry?
angry.
Were you angry?
I became angry later, but not in that moment.
Were you angry at that time, ma'am?
I said not in that moment.
So the answer is no, right?
Yes.
Were you upset at that time?
Yes.
So if you're upset, aren't you kind of, your senses heightened at that time to know the time?
Objection, she said, answer the question.
Can you repeat that?
Weren't your senses heightened because of this anger to at least know the time so somebody could check it out?
Well, you said because of anger, but I wasn't angry at that moment.
Well, then you see this, you're not angry and you're not upset, right?
I am upset.
Oh, you are upset. If you're upset, don't you think that that would have heightened your senses over what you just saw?
My mind doesn't work like that.
So the answer is no then, right?
Objection, asked and answered.
It kind of moved in slow motion, so if that's heightened,
Is it yes or no, ma'am?
it's kind of a matter of opinion. I don't know.
And I'm asking for your opinion.
Yeah, ask and answer. She can't speculate.
Whether it's heightened, my perception of things, is that your question?
Right. At that time when you're viewing this, the way you describe it is bad act.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, it's something that's I'm never going to forget, but I wish I could.
You're never going to forget it. That's what you just said.
Try the other way around.
The time.
I know it was the afternoon.
Ma'am, I'm asking you for the time.
Objection, Ms. Cardozo's testimony, she said she doesn't know the time.
Restate your question, sustained.
You said that you'll never forget it, right?
The incident.
Right. And I'm asking you, isn't it true that you forgot the time?
Objection again, Ms. Cardozo's testimony, she said she never knew the time.
Sustained, rephrase.
You said that you had just been out from Mimi's Cafe, right?
For a little while.
Pardon?
For a little while. I was off work for a little while.
You worked at Mimi's Cafe, right?
Yes.
You had been working that day, right?
Yes.
Your shift was over, right?
Yes.
What time did your shift start?
It varied
That day, what time did your shift start?
in the morning.
What time?
Sometime in the morning. I don't know the exact time.
You don't know the exact time, yet you knew that you had to be there on that day at a certain
Yes.
time? What time does Mimi's open?
I've never opened Mimi, so I'm not sure, but they open early.
So you don't know the time that it opens.
I don't
you know
like
the time that you work
Mimi's.
for it, right?
Not the exact time.
Just the morning is what you can give us, right?
Yes, early morning.
So if you went at 10 o'clock, 10 to 12 would only be 2 hours, right?
That's right.
Was it an 8-hour shift then?
No, they aren't 8-hour shifts.
So on that day, it was not an 8-hour shift, right?
That's right.
How many hours was your shift?
It depended on the flow of business.
I understand that it may depend on that. How many hours did you work on January 21 of 2008 on this day, this horrible thing you claim happened?
I would only be able to tell you a range.
How many hours then? Give me a range. Since what you're telling me is you don't know.
I know the range, but not the exact hours.
So you're telling me you don't know the exact hours, right?
Yes.
And anything else that you would give me would be a guess, right?
Yes.
And ma'am, do you have, I mean, you had a lot of memory for a lot of events involving sexual instances with Mr. Alexander, yet you seem to be having problems with your memory here today. And you've also alluded to a little bit that you have problems with your memory. Is this a long-standing thing that you've had problems with your memory, or is this just something that happened recently?
Objection, compound question.
Sustained.
Your problems with your memory-
Compound question.
Define recent?
I don't know, since you started testifying,
No, it goes back further than that.
how long far back does it go?
I don't even know if I'd call it a problem.
Well, just tell me how far back it goes. You said you were going to tell
What
me
are you
something,
doing,
please.
Pearl?
How far back what goes?
We're talking about your memory problem, right?
I don't know that I really call it a problem.
Okay.
I
Is
just
it,
I don't remember every single thing that's ever happened to me in my whole life.
ma'am, your memory issues, we're talking about those, right?
I wouldn't even call them issues, but okay, my memory.
Well, you don't want to call them problems, right?
No, I don't want to.
You don't want to call them issues, right?
I don't know. I really
Right, you
don't.
don't want to call them issues, you just told me that, right?
I didn't say I don't want to.
All right, so can we call them issues then?
Okay.
With regard to these memory issues that you claim to have, when did you start having them?
It depends on the type of memory issue.
Ma'am.
If it benefits you, you have a memory issue?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Or if it hurts you, you have a memory issue?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well,
When it hurts, sometimes I
ma'am, there's no
don't.
question right now. You say that you have memory problems, but it depends on the circumstance, right?
That's right.
And give me the factors. I don't want to know about a specific circumstance. What factors influence you're having a memory problem?
Usually when men like you are screaming at me or grilling me, or someone like Travis doing the same.
So that affects your memory problems,
It
right?
does. It makes my brain scramble.
So you're saying that it's basically what you're saying is Mr. Martinez's fault, that you can't remember things that are going on.
It's not your fault.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that, isn't it?
No, I'm not saying that.
Is there something about a certain decibel of the voice that creates problems?
Decibel, tone, content, sort of a combination of those factors.
Objection, Your Honor. This is just a stunt. New approach.
You may.
Ooh. Ooh. Da, 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 da.
A time in the afternoon.
Can you be more specific
No.
about the time? Why? No.
He's like
Because
trying
I
not to yell
don't
now.
watch on my phone or any other clock.
Where did you go after you left Mimi's?
I went to his house.
Went directly to Mr. Alexander's house, right?
That's right.
And what time did you get over to his house?
I'm sorry.
Couldn't hear me?
I couldn't hear you.
What time did you get over to his house?
Objection, that's an answer she already said.
About 20 minutes after I left meetings.
And when you got there, ma'am, did you walk in?
Yes.
Front door?
Yes.
Was it open?
Yes.
Was it unlocked?
Yes.
And you said you walked in and you went straight up the stairwell, right?
Yes.
And you didn't say a word going up the stairwell, did you?
I'm sorry.
You didn't say a word going up the stairway, did you?
I don't remember.
Didn't call out his name, right?
I might have. Yes.
And ma'am, in January 21 of 2008, you and he were broken up, weren't you?
Yes.
So it wasn't like you were boyfriend and girlfriend that you went over every day, right?
We were not boyfriend girlfriend, but I went over almost every day.
Ooh.
We were not boyfriend girlfriend, but I did go over almost every day.
You're mumbling, I didn't hear you.
We were not boyfriend girlfriend, but I did go to his house almost every day.
And on this particular day, what were
That
you there
triggered her.
He needed help putting boxes up in his attic.
to? And have you talked to him about this previously?
Yes.
Was it via text message or was it via some other method?
I don't remember. It was discussed.
Was it via telephone?
Probably.
Well, ma'am, how could you discuss it by telephone if you were working at Amy's?
It was discussed previous to my shift.
So what time did you discuss it then?
It had to do with, well, it wasn't that day. It was weeks ahead of time. It was about the Christmas things that were in his attic.
So now it wasn't that day that you discussed it, right?
Thank you, Peggy. You're very sweet.
Once I got there, we were discussing it.
I want to know if that day that you claim this happened, if there was a telephone call in the morning.
I don't remember that part.
And if back then, what was your number? You've already heard it, but,
831-402-1901.
and that would have been the number that you called him on, right? That you used to call him. That would have been the telephone that you would use to call him, right?
Usually, yes.
That was your telephone, right?
Yes, that was my cell phone.
And you say, well, normally I would use that to call him. Pray tell, what other circumstances would there
Headphone
be
fund.
that you wouldn't use your cell phone to call him?
Landlines.
Pardon?
Landlines.
You had a
What your
landline?
money's going towards.
There were
New
landlines in homes.
headphones, just so you know
There were
that.
landlines in homes where I lived.
I'm not asking about the homes where you lived. I'm asking about the homes on January 20, your home on January 21 of 2008.
There was not a landline in that home.
There was not, was it?
No, there was not.
So you would have had to use your cell phone to call him, right?
I probably would have used my cell phone if I called him that day.
And now you're saying you're not sure if you called him that morning, then, right?
I don't think I did because he didn't get up early.
Ma'am, so you're saying you didn't call him that morning, right?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Well, then I thought you said that there was some agreement or arrangement for you to go over there that day.
There was.
All right, what was the arrangement?
The arrangement was after Christmas, when he had packed up all of his things, to put him in the attic.
No, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about the arrangement about the time when you were going to go over. I don't really care about what the activity was. What was the arrangement about when you were going to come over, how that was going to work?
Just whenever it made sense.
So whenever it made sense, you were going to go over that day.
Yes, that day was a good day for us.
And you don't know if you talked to him in the morning about telling him that it was that day that you were going to be over.
I don't remember.
And if you didn't talk to him, your coming over would have been a surprise then after working at Mimi's, right?
No, he was expecting me the first time.
I agree.
How would he be able to expect you the first time if you didn't call him in the morning to let him know you were going to be over that day?
Because it was already discussed.
When was it discussed? Tell me.
It was discussed multiple times in the weeks following Christmas.
I understand that it was discussed multiple times in the weeks following Christmas, but in those multiple times following Christmas, did you pick a date? January 21, let's just pick December 26th. You said to him, on January 21 of 2008, I'm going to come over and help you with the Christmas decorations. Is that how it worked?
No,
No, did it? You needed, if you had an arrangement, there would have been an agreement, wouldn't there?
And yet you're here helping my algorithm. Please keep commenting. And guess what? Nothing that you say is going to accomplish anything. Wow. It's devastating, right? Okay. Hold on. I was laughing and
Was the discussion then?
got this off the screen. Sorry, guys.
the other to do it.
So then he wasn't expecting you like you said he was when you came over that day.
He was hoping I would come over to help him with those things,
Now, if he
What
said
a
he was
fucking
hoping- How do
loser.
you know he was hoping if he didn't even know you were coming over?
based on our discussions.
So in your discussions, you told him, I want you to hope that I come over on the 21st?
I didn't tell him that.
Of course you didn't. The point is, you really didn't, you can't tell us anything about the circumstances of that day, can you?
That's not true.
Well, you can't tell us about the time, right?
Not a precise hour and minute.
You can't tell us what you worked at Mimi's, right? What hours, right?
Not the precise hours.
You can't tell us what time you got over to his house, right?
Not the precise minute.
You can't tell us if there was even a telephone call that morning, right?
I don't remember if there were calls that morning.
Can't tell us anything. But you can tell us that you walked in and then there was this issue and you went in to help him with the Christmas decorations, right?
Okay, we're gonna
Yes.
get together
And
now.
after you helped him with the Christmas decorations, you left, right?
Yes,
Drove away, right?
yes,
Came back, right?
yes,
And according to you, that's when you saw Mr. Alexander engaged in this masturbatory activity, right?
yes,
And according to you, there were multiple photographs, but you saw one of them in particular, correct?
yes,
And you then left, right?
yes,
And you left in your car, right?
yes.
And you went home and started driving around, right?
I went home, threw up, cried, then drove around.
Sure, you did all these kinds of things that afternoon, right?
Yes.
In your car, right?
I didn't throw up in my car.
What's that?
I didn't throw up in my car.
I did not throw up
You
in my
drove off
car.
in your car, correct?
Yes.
Well, isn't that problematic since you were driving Mr. Alexander's car?
I wasn't driving his car yet. We were supposed to swap cars.
Well, he didn't have a car that day, right?
We were switching cars.
Ma'am, did he have a, my question
He
is,
did have a car.
isn't it true he did not have a car that day?
No, he had a car.
Well, ma'am, let's take a look at some of the text messages, okay?
Okay.
I'm gonna give you two sets, one with his responses and one without, all right?
Okay.
Take a look at exhibit 461. Those are text messages between your telephone number and that of Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And the incoming means that that's your message coming in to him, correct? Ma'am,
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. I was
Okay, so from here on out, we are not going to address boyfriend, aka Sharon, because she is bringing like attention towards us. She's helping the algorithm, so we don't have to fight with her. And I'm not going to block her because she's bringing attention to the stream. So let her talk about her cellulitis. I don't care. And let's just like do what we came here to do. Thanks, guys.
you remember previously testifying that when incoming was on these text messages, that meant that was you calling or that was you reading the message?
That was me sending the message.
Right. And the outgoing is him sending it out, right?
Yes.
You also talked a little bit about the timing on that, right? The times that are designated.
Yes.
You indicated that, well, that it was 7 hours off, right?
Yes.
That copy that I've given you has taken the time to write down the actual times minus 7 hours, right?
Yes.
Go ahead and review it to make sure that the times that are on there are correct.
I agree, Peggy.
Yes, those are correct, I believe.
Well, we don't want you to believe. Take your time, subtract 7 from there and see if that's correct. Because it's important here, we don't want you to believe.
I'm pretty sure they're correct.
When you say pretty sure, it means you're not sure to me.
No, I said I'm pretty sure.
And it does not include his responses on there, or his outgoing messages, does it?
Yeah, it looks like it's blocked out.
Right. Take a look at Exhibit 462. Same thing, right? Except that this one includes his responses on there, right?
Yes,
The times are also written in there, correct?
yes,
And to the best of your knowledge, those are the accurate times that are written in there. Those are the accurate times that that message was either outgoing or incoming, right?
that is right.
Okay.
Hang on, let me check. Yeah, they look like they match.
Okay. I mean, that goes back. Look at the image of exhibit number 461.
Disengage. It looks like they're trying to do like advanced calculus over there. Like, how are we going to get her out of this one? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Early afternoon, right?
Yes,
And
no,
so,
I didn't say early, I said sometime in the afternoon.
but you can't tell us the time, right?
That's right.
But at 6:41
She
p.m.,
was.
you are talking about trading cars before FHE, right?
Yes,
FHE stands for Family Home Evening, right?
that's right.
And Family Home Evening starts at 7 o'clock in the evening, doesn't it?
I don't remember.
Well, you were practicing Mormon, weren't you?
Yes, sort of.
And you attended Family Home Evenings. You were telling us about that, right?
Yes, I did.
And you attended them more than once, right?
Yes, I did.
And of all of those times that you attended, didn't they start at 7 o'clock?
I don't remember. They were in the evening, but I don't remember the time.
Would they have started at 10 o'clock at night?
No, they were not too late.
How long? Isn't it true that they lasted about an hour, Family Home Evenings?
Yes, roughly an hour.
And then the people that were there, the singles that were there, would get together and get involved in some sort of social activity, right?
Yes.
Bowling, that sort of thing, right?
My word never went bowling.
Movies, something like that.
My word never went to movies.
Going out to dinner.
It was usually at the church.
But it could also be at people's houses, right?
Yes.
And then at 7:19 p.m., you're sending him a text. Never mind, one of the stores I need to go to closes at 8 p.m. I'll just go tomorrow,
Oh,
right?
my wedding
right.
photos.
That's
Oh,
evening now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You said that this incident involving the masturbatory conduct occurred in the afternoon, right?
It did.
So it would have happened before 7:19 p.m., right?
Yes.
And you were already gone. You were
It's
out, right?
Yes.
And you told us that no, he kept calling you, and then you said you called him back, right?
Yes, I did.
And then you went out and got him something from I think it was Starbucks or something, and you brought him something over. Do you remember saying that?
Not that day.
Well, then you went over to his house, though, right?
I did.
And you went over and then you had sex with him, right?
Yes.
What time did you go over to his house?
It was in the evening.
What time?
Don't know the time.
Well, if he's going to Family Home Evening, he's not going to be around. If it starts, assume it starts at 7. He's not going to be around at 7 o'clock, is he?
Restate your question. Just hang on.
If, just for hypothetically speaking, man, if Family Home Evening starts at 7 o'clock, he's not going to be home at 7 p.m., is he?
If he went, then he wouldn't be.
I'm not asking if he went. If it starts at 7 o'clock in the evening, he would not have been home then, right?
He went to FHE.
It wouldn't necessarily mean that because it doesn't mean that he went. But that
Yeah.
might
I'm saying hypothetically. That means assume
be. Okay.
that he went to Family Home Evening. And if it started at 7, he wouldn't have been at his house, right?
That's right.
And if he has become involved in this masturbatory conduct, why are you worried about trading cars with him?
I think he wanted to trade the car.
Man, this is not him writing that out there, is it?
I wanted to do it before FHE. He wanted to trade the car.
Well, why don't we take a look at his, which is 462. This is the one that includes his responses, right?
Yes.
You're right.
Take a look at it and see who's concerned about trading cars. It indicates the back and forth involving the car, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
I move for the admission of exhibit number 462.
No objection.
462 is admitted.
Ma'am, you know who Alice that is?
Yes,
She's somebody that is assisting you in this case, isn't it?
yes,
Isn't it true that you told her that the masturbatory conduct involving Mr. Alexander took place while he was on the computer?
no, I never said that.
Isn't it true that you've heard a statement from her indicating that you told her that the masturbatory conduct took place while he was on the computer?
No, I've never heard her say that.
Ma'am, were you here at a hearing?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dad. Oh dear.
And again, is this issue with your lack of memory because of the questions, the way they're being posed?
No,
Is it have to do with the volume of the person asking you the questions?
no, I think it's the length of time.
Is it yes or no? The volume.
Then that would be no.
So at 7:20, you sent her or sent him a text message. Never mind, one of the stores I need to go closes at 8. I'll just go tomorrow. So that was 1 minute later. It's the same message that you sent before, correct?
That's correct.
And then Mr. Alexander sends you a text message at 7:24 p.m., right?
Right?
And he says, I got a ride from some peeps in the ward now. You can just go get it. Let me know when you made the exchange. Isn't he telling you that he went to the family home evening there?
Yes,
So he did go to the family home evening, right?
I'm assuming.
Well, there's nothing else that's indicated here other than family home evening, right?
That's right.
And family home evening, from your experience, when you were going, how long does it last?
Usually about an hour. Depends on the event. Sometimes there are special events that go longer.
And then there are other events that may come along afterwards, right?
I don't know. I usually went home after FHE.
To your knowledge, Ann, these family home evenings, did they end after the hour, or were there chances, sometimes, even though you may not have attended, that they would go on longer than that?
Objection calls for speculation is what happened on January 1st.
Overruled, that wasn't the question.
I guess that's always a chance.
Well, I'm asking from your knowledge when you were going.
Typically, we all dispersed. It was a Monday night. We didn't hang out too late.
Okay. Then at 7:25, you send him a text message that appears to be in response to that one, right? Because it's 1 minute later, right?
Yes.
And you say, I'm almost asleep, we'll see, right?
Right.
And what you're talking about is exchanging the car, right?
Yes.
The big concern here is exchanging the car, right?
Yes.
Doesn't have anything to do with what you claim you saw, right?
We're talking about the car in this text message.
Right, it isn't. And the point here is that you're talking about very pedestrian issues, such as exchanging a car. You're not talking about, Travis, I saw you masturbating or anything like that, right?
It wasn't a pedestrian issue with Travis.
Pardon?
The car was not a pedestrian issue with Travis.
Well, so you're equating this issue with the car the same as him masturbating to images of kids. Is that what you're saying?
Not by a long shot. No, that's not what I'm saying.
So cold.
Then he's talking about, you obviously don't need it that bad. I got a ride so you could go get the car. Now you're going to sleep. That's what he tells you, right?
Yes.
He's made or tried to make arrangements for you to pick up your car, right?
I don't remember which car I was driving.
Well, he didn't have a car because he got a ride with somebody else, right?
Some peeps.
That's not why he got it.
Well, when he's riding with somebody else, his car's not with him, right?
That's right.
And so he's without a car
No.
at the family home meeting or wherever it is that he went, right?
Yes.
You have a car, right?
Yes.
His car, right?
Objection.
This is difficult to do on a laptop. I'm only working on a laptop. That's on the to buy list moving forward to get a monitor. But yeah, this is the prosecuting attorney. So he and her attorney, ironically enough, have both been disbarred. It was a wild turn of events. But yeah, they both, I mean, I felt like her attorney was asking her questions that were no good. Oh my God, I'm wearing my shirt inside out or backwards. I couldn't even get dressed right today. All right, let's go.
I don't remember which car I was driving.
Well, it wouldn't have been his car because you wouldn't have needed to exchange his car for his car, right?
It would have been mine or his.
Right. So you're driving your car, right?
Objection. Ask and answer.
I've already said that I don't remember which car I'm driving.
I needed a drink anyways. I'll get up and
There, you indicated previously that after this happened, you went home and he kept trying to call you over and over, right?
I had voicemails from him or missed calls.
It means he kept trying to call you over and over again, right?
Right.
Whether you left voicemails or whatever, he kept trying to call you, right?
Yeah, he did.
And you didn't respond to those calls, right?
Not immediately, but I remember.
Well-
I was in the visitation center, the visitor center, so I had my phone volume off.
You were what?
I was at the visitor center,
What visitor center? are you talking about?
the one next to the Mesa Temple.
And is that where you went after this incident happened?
That's where I ended up after driving.
Is this where you were almost asleep?
No, this was after the fact.
So now you're back at home.
Yes.
Right? And in between then, and well, in between what you say you saw and when you were home, that's when you have all these calls, right?
From the time I ran out of his house, he called.
From the time you ran out of his house till what time at night are these calls coming in?
Till I called him back.
When? What time?
As soon as I left the visitor center, I called him.
Right. So you're sure that there's a bunch of calls that he made to you, and then they sort of piled up, whether they're voice messages or missed calls, and then you returned his call, right?
That's how I remember it, yes.
Okay. Actually, that's not the way it really went on that day. Isn't it true, ma'am, that there were actually 5 calls that day between you and him, where he called you 5 times and you called him back 5 times? Did you know that?
That there were many more than 5. There may be 5 from his cell phone.
I'm asking cell phone to cell phone, and you're saying that at that time you only had your cell phone, right?
I only had my cell phone.
Right.
At the visitor center.
Right. And he left you 5 calls, or he left you calls, right?
Yes.
And actually, there were only 5 calls from him all day long to you on the 21st. Isn't that true?
That's not true.
Isn't it true there was only 5 return calls from you on that day?
That might be true.
And in fact, when you say that he was calling you all the time, actually didn't go this way that you called him at 3:53 in the evening or the afternoon, didn't you?
That sounds accurate.
And then you called him again at 4:09 in the evening, didn't you?
That sounds accurate.
And he returned your call at 4:29, right?
I believe he did.
And then you called him back at 4:53, right?
That sounds accurate.
Well, I thought you said that there was this issue that you were not returning his call. It looks like you're returning his call, and he's calling you back.
Well, that's probably a cell phone.
Well, what difference does it make if it's a cell phone or not? Isn't that a telephone call?
Yeah, but he has a landline that he called me on frequently.
Right. But I'm talking about on that day, the calls that were made. What was his landline number, man?
I don't have it memorized because it was just in my phone as Travis Alexander.
So you called him at 4:53 and then 2 p.m. and he returned your call then at 4:54 p.m. Do you remember that?
I don't recall that specific, but
all the
And then
guys
he
think
called
she's
you back
hot.
At 5:11 p.m. Remember that?
not specifically.
How about him calling you back at 5:20 p.m.?
I don't remember specifically.
And how about him calling you back at 5:48 p.m.?
I just know he called me a lot that day.
And then you returned his call at 5:53 p.m. Do you remember any of that?
The time sounds accurate.
Well, then if we go then to 4:62, which is the text messages, you have these calls and then it picks up with text messages. You see that?
Yes,
The communication does, right?
yes.
So there was never a time when, as you said previously, where you and he were not communicating. You're either communicating by telephone or by text message, aren't you?
No, there's a gap.
Well, you said that it was right that you called him at 5:53 p.m., right? You just said that sounds right,
It sounds about right. I don't remember the times.
right? And then the first message after this call that you said sounds right at 5:53 p.m. is at 6:41, right?
Yes.
Less than an hour later, right?
The text, yes.
And then there's one at 7:19, right?
Yes.
And if we say, hypothetically speaking, that family home evening starts at 7, he's already at family home evening by the time that he sends you this text at 7:24, right?
That's right.
You then say, at 7:29 p.m., I fell asleep and a phone call woke me up, right?
What date is that?
The 21st, man.
That's right. Okay.
I fell asleep and a phone call woke me up. I thought you said you were at the LDS Center off of Dobson and Southern.
Not by this time.
Well, I thought you were asleep.
I went home and crashed. I've been crying and I had a migraine.
So when did you go to sleep? Give us a time.
I don't have the time that I fell asleep. I went to sleep after I left the visitor center.
Well, when did you have time to sleep if you're calling him back and he's calling you, and then right after that, you begin texting back and forth? When is it that you find the time to sleep?
Well, I didn't sleep for a long period of time. I just dozed off.
Well, you do say at 7:25 p.m. that you're almost asleep. We'll see about this car transfer thing, right?
Right.
Hi,
And then you put the Z's on there that indicate you're going to sleep, right?
I was very tired, yes.
And so you went to sleep. You say you went to sleep, right?
I was laying there very tired and I think I fell asleep.
Well, then you say at 7:29, 4 minutes later, I fell asleep and a phone call woke me up. That's when I sent you a text. That's what you say, right?
Yeah.
Well, when is it that you're sleeping? What's waking you up between those 4 minutes? What's
I
going
don't
on?
think I'm sleeping right then. I don't know. I fell asleep. He wanted me to get the car.
But he's at family home meeting already, and he doesn't care because he's already at family home meeting, isn't he?
He was a little upset because he got a ride because he thought I was going to go get it.
But it didn't happen, did it?
No.
And the big point going on here is not talking about anything that may have happened. You're not saying you're upset about anything. You're just talking about this car being exchanged, right?
We're talking specifically about the car exchange in the text message.
And you don't say, I'm upset, we need to talk, or anything like that, do you?
No.
You say you have a really bad headache that you can barely move, right?
Yes.
And that's at 7:36, right?
Yes.
And then there's a gap of approximately 2 hours, an hour, 25 minutes, which could be with an activity with family home evening, right?
Yes.
And he says, all right, I'll get it tomorrow then, right?
He says for me to get it tomorrow.
All right, get it tomorrow then, right?
Yes.
In other words, make the whatever exchange of cards that's going to happen, let's just do it tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Or have you do it tomorrow, right?
Right. Whichever.
Which indicates you aren't going to get together that night, are you?
At the moment, yes.
Not at the moment. It says, do it tomorrow. Isn't that what it says?
When that text was sent, yes.
Okay, but then you want to talk to him, right?
Yes.
And that's at 9:16 p.m. You say, can you talk right now? And he says, no, not right now, right?
Yes.
Presumably, if he went to family home meeting, I'm not saying that he did, that's probably what he's doing, if he did go, right?
If he did go.
If he
Maybe.
did go,
If
right?
the family home meeting is still going on at that hour.
And then, but previously, ma'am, you told us that he was the one that wanted to talk to you, right? Didn't you tell us that? And he kept calling until you relented, and then you went over, right?
He did want to talk to me, yes.
Right. But it looks here that, like, you want to talk to him, doesn't it?
I do now, yes.
And then you're still not together at 11:33, and you sent him a message, how long, right?
That's right.
How long is he going to be out, is what you're asking him, aren't you?
No, how long till he was ready to talk?
Well, that's part of, given what we've seen about this relationship, isn't that part of your jealousy because you want to know what's going on with him that night?
Sustained.
Ma'am, how long, that's you saying, how long before we can talk, right? Isn't that what it means?
Yes.
And then he says to you, and the times aren't there, but he does, and by that I mean they weren't in, it says, did you use my phone this morning without asking, right?
Yes.
So if you got together with him, it was after 11:33, after he got done doing whatever he was doing, right?
What was that question?
If you got together that evening, it was after he got done with whatever he was doing.
That's right.
And so it doesn't seem like he's in a hurry to talk to you, does it?
I don't know.
It doesn't seem like he's all this, like this upset that you portrayed him, that he really wanted to talk to you about this issue that you say that you saw him engaged in, right?
Sustained.
There are gaps here where he's doing whatever he's doing and you're doing the asking how long, right?
That's right.
He then asks you whether or not you used his phone in the morning without asking, right?
Yes.
And you tell him that you did, right?
Yes.
And you ask why, and he says nothing, right?
Yes.
There's an issue about the deposit, and in fact, you're asking him if he made the deposit, right?
Yes.
And he told you that he did, right?
Yes.
Is he giving you money there?
What's the date?
Pardon?
What was the date on that one?
22nd.
I don't know what we were referring to there.
Well, you do say your text message does say, did you make the deposit?
Yes.
And he said yes. And then you said what?
Thank you. I'll make it up to you soon.
It looks like he lent you money there, doesn't it?
Yes.
Any idea how much money he lent you?
He lent me money in small increments. I don't remember.
And he would do it if you needed it, right?
If he could, he would. Yes.
And if you needed it, right?
Yes.
Now, the next day, that same day at 3:36 in the afternoon, you say to him, I'm going to need a ride. I'm off at 4 p.m. Text me. Still the issue with the car, right?
Yes.
Where's your car?
Probably parked at his house.
How'd you get to work?
He sometimes he drove me and sometimes I carpooled with a coworker.
So what happened on this particular day?
I don't remember.
What time did you get to work?
I don't remember. I usually worked in the morning, but sometimes I worked evenings also.
So in this day, you're going to get off at 4 o'clock, right?
Well, in theory, if business permits.
But that's what it says there, right?
Yes.
And this is at 3:36. You wanted to pick you up, right?
Yes.
How long was your shift usually? 4, 6, 8 hours?
Depending on the flow of business, typically it was 4 to 6 hours.
All right. And then at 4:04, you send him another text message and you say, scratch that. They're keeping me here till 5 p.m. Can you pick me up then? The lunch offer from my voicemail still stands. What are you talking about?
For him to pick me up.
Pardon?
For him to pick me up after work.
No, I'm asking about the lunch offer. I'm not asking about him picking you up.
I felt really bad for him and everything that happened. So I was just trying to make him feel better because if I were in his shoes, I'd want to jump off a bridge at this point.
So what about the lunch offer? What are you talking about?
That's what it was. I offered to get him lunch.
Well, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, though. Lunch usually is noon, right?
Well, not for Travis.
And then he says, sure, I'm almost off. Yay. Are you eating? If so, just sit in the counter, right?
Right.
Throughout this whole text message between you and him, there's no discussion about anything that may have happened on the 21st, is there?
Not in text messages, definitely not.
The answer is no, right?
No,
And in terms of the phone calls that you claim that were being made, wasn't this barrage of phone calls from him that you didn't respond to? Actually, it was more give and take, wasn't it?
he
Oh,
left a barrage of phone
I
calls.
have to mute myself.
He did.
Have
He
to
left a
get
barrage of
really
phone calls.
loud.
Well, let's just take a look at his phone records, okay? So that we can see.
I'll see you back here at 3:25. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
All rise.
Did I miss anything good?
Please stand for the jury. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Ma'am, we've looked at some journal entries from your journals, and there's only been 2 or 3 that we've looked at. Nowhere in your journal.
We've looked at
Never
some
mentioned anything
journal
about
entries
Mr.
from
Alexander in this incident
your journal.
that you claimed involving masturbatory conduct, correct?
That's correct.
Take a look at Exhibit 463. This is a listing of phone calls between you and Mr. Alexander, or from Mr. Alexander's counsel.
Okay,
I understand that those are not your own records, right?
that's right.
And so I don't expect you to vouch for the authentication aspect of it, but we did previously discuss the calls that were involved between you and Mr. Alexander, and you indicated where that seems right. The calls that we previously discussed, they're on that sheet, correct?
Not all of the calls, but yes,
The call,
some are.
all the calls that are therein are the ones between you and him, correct?
The ones highlighted are between him and I, yes.
There are other calls, but not between you and him, right?
Yes,
And the calls between you and him are the ones that you and I talked about, and that you indicated that they seemed right, correct?
they seem correct, that's right.
And that sheet bears that out, correct?
Yeah, the times are out of order, but I
The
think,
times are out of order, and they're out of order because they're different switches that carry the calls, right?
I don't know.
But they are out of order, right?
The times are out of order, yes.
Right, but in terms of the calls themselves, we talked about you calling him at 3:53 p.m. You can find that on there, correct?
Yes,
There's a blue marking for those, right?
yes,
There's that call, right?
yes.
And there is no other call on the 21st previous to 3:53 p.m. that you can see, right?
You mean from me to him?
Right. Or from him to you, or from you to him.
From me to him, I don't see any others before 3:53.
Right. And the last call that was made by Mr. Alexander on that telephone, and we talked about these calls, was at 7:11 p.m., right? There are no calls from his phone after that.
Hi, everyone. I see we have a bunch of new viewers. Welcome. I am Lacey Jane, and I would so greatly appreciate if you are enjoying what we are showing on the channel. Enjoy is a weird word, but we are showing it for educational purposes. Stay away from crazy broads. Please make sure to subscribe to the channel. It's free. And to like the stream, because that's also free. And hopefully we'll see you back tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
I don't see the one at 7-Eleven.
The last call period that he made not just to you, but to anybody. Maybe
Oh, on the
that's-
21st?
Right, to anybody.
Okay.
That is the last call I made, right? There may be others that called him, but that's the last call that he made.
Oh, I didn't look at who was calling him. It looks like this is the last call from my cell phone on the 22nd, or 21st, my apologies.
Now, this issue involving your allegation that, I may have it back. Your allegation that Mr. Alexander was engaging in masturbation while viewing images of boys and girls, that was subject of a hearing back in August 8th of 2011, wasn't it?
I believe it was.
Well, then let me show you a
Pardon me.
document to make sure that we're clear. If I could have it certified.
Before the question begins, I'm going to object to the hearing on August 8, 2011.
I'm prejudiced.
What did he object to? Was that not entered into evidence? Hey, wouldn't that already? I'm confused. Oh my goodness, we're at 682, guys, for subs. The goal is 700. Let's try to make it happen. Excuse me. All right, fighting. Here we go. No, she's not. We are watching this for educational purposes. This happened in 2013. This is a PSA of who you bring to Christmas dinner.
Yes, there's some language I don't understand, but I remember this.
Right, that, I'm just asking about the date. It was August 8th, correct?
Yes.
And during that, the purpose of that hearing involved at least an aspect of the allegation that Mr. Alexander had engaged in pedophilic conduct, right?
May answer, right?
An aspect, yes.
And 4 days, on August 4th, before that, you tried to get somebody to lie at that hearing, didn't you?
No.
All right, let me show you some documents.
We're on day 20, but we're only covering her testimony right now.
I want you to take a look at Exhibit 465.
Judge, we're going to object to this one.
Yes, you may have.
21. We're at day 21. I have the last count. It's been 84 years.
Look, it's a magazine, isn't it?
Yes.
It's your magazine, correct?
Yes.
Sent to you, correct?
Yes.
Move to the admission of exhibit number 465.
I'm sorry, what? Thank you for the sub. I would hate to be a criminal on the other side of him. He is scary. And they're like, "Ooh, that's an interesting article. Ooh, dog ear that one for later."
my God. Sorry, guys. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go now.
On August 4th, isn't it true that an individual by the name of Ann Campbell came to visit you?
Yes.
And she came by and she started to visit. The visitation began at 1:36, but for you, roughly around 1:30 in the afternoon, right?
Yeah, it was in the afternoon.
And that conversation between you and Ann Campbell lasted approximately an hour, correct?
It lasted a long time, from what I remember.
And as part of the process, while you were there, one of the things that were, as part of the visitation, one of the things that you wanted to do was to give 2 magazines to Ms. Campbell, correct?
Yes.
And the way it works is that before you give that magazine, it has to go through a guard so that they can give it out to the person, right?
It has to go through a sergeant.
Right. And in this case, that's what happened with this magazine, correct?
Yeah, it goes through, I'm sorry, it goes through an officer, then a sergeant, then another officer.
But you, and bottom line though, is you wanted to give this magazine to Ann Campbell, right?
That one and another one.
Right, the Star magazine, correct?
Yes, the start.
Well, let's look at the other magazine. Let's take a look at exhibit number 466. Is this the magazine that you wanted to give to Ann Campbell, 466?
It was okay.
Well, it's got your name as the addressee, right?
Yes.
And it is a Star magazine, correct?
Yes, that's the one.
Oh my God.
And this
Headphones
is the one
on.
that went along with the photography magazine, correct?
Yes.
I remove the admission we did at 466.
Oh my God. Are we? Is this another magazine? What the hell? I'm just checking to see if there are any other magazines that I have to be prepared for. Oy vey.
.466 is admitted.
Exhibit 465 is called
Okay. Got it. Thank you, Stream Mama.
Digital Photo Pro magazine, correct?
Yes.
And you previously indicated to us that you're very interested in photography and that sort of thing, right?
Yes, I was.
And that for many years prior to your arrest, that you were involved in that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
You took photographs at weddings and all that, and other kinds of photographs, right?
Yes.
And here is the tag that's on there. It does have your name on there, right?
Yes.
Now, inside this magazine, on page 6, you just look at it, leave the printed numbers to the side and the red numbers to the side. There is some writing in pencil. Can you see it?
Yes.
And can you tell us, if you can, what that says?
Mark Stanek, 520-256-1178, ABC in parentheses.
And you know who Mark Stanek is, right?
Yes.
Mark Stanek is a producer or at that time was a producer for ABC News, right?
Yes. Well, I don't know if he was a producer at that time.
But he had visited you on occasion, right?
Yes, about 4 years ago.
Right about the same time that this was going on. Wow. Let me just show you exhibit number. .467, does that refresh your recollection as to when this individual from ABC was visiting you?
Yes.
And what dates did he visit you?
July 8th, 2009 and September 17th, 2009.
Okay. And that's the same individual that's mentioned there, right?
Yes.
You previously indicated to us that with regard to Inside Edition, that they came to visit you and that you really did solicit them coming out to the jail to talk to you, right?
That's right.
And that you believe that the guard pushed you into that interview, right?
Inside Edition, yes.
And who's that guard? What's that guard's name?
I don't remember her name. It was 5 years ago almost. She didn't push me. She just encouraged me.
Well, what's the name of this person?
Oh, like
I don't remember her name. They don't remember her name.
encouraged.
But
Okay.
with
got
regard to
it.
the visit involving Mark Stanek with ABC News, she had nothing to do with that, right?
No, we didn't do that one.
And you took his visit, right?
Yes, I did.
You can refuse a visit from anybody you want, correct?
Yes,
And you did not refuse his visit, right?
that's right.
Now, let's take a look at another page, page 20. And there are some words there on page 20.
Stream
And they're kind of
mama.
hard to Fine, but they're in pencil, right? The writings,
I haven't seen him.
those are in pencil, right?
Hold on.
It looks like it, yes.
Pardon?
It looks like it, yes.
Well, no, take a look at it. We want to make sure.
Yes, it is.
And where you are living currently, they do not allow pens, right?
That's right.
They only allow pencils, right?
Yes.
And on this page number 20, it says, read it for me.
You testify so.
Okay. Page 37. And you agree that the one on page 20 is kind of hard to find. It's kind of right here near the spine of the book, right?
It seems like it, yeah.
Page 37 has some more writing on it.
Gotta like Google this.
See that right there? Again, if it glares too much, let me know. Okay.
It looks like it said, oh, you want me to read it? I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
It looks like it says, we can fix this.
We can fix this, right?
Right.
Page 40. Has some more writing on it, and the lighting's not so good, but it says, what does it say?
Looks like it says directly contradicts what I've been saying for over a year.
Okay. And the publishing date on this item is August 2011, correct?
That's correct.
Page 43 says what?
It says, you fucked up what you told my attorney the next day.
Okay. Then page 54 says what?
Interview was excellent, must talk ASAP.
And 56 says what?
Get down here ASAP and see me before you talk to them again and before.
Doesn't
He
seem
seems
to
like really
make much sense.
demanding.
Let me mark an exhibit for you. Take a look at exhibit 468. This contains the pages and what was written on them, doesn't it? And if you need the book, let me know.
Yes.
Move for the admission of exhibit 468.
Objections to foundation.
Sorry, guys, I'm being quiet. I'm trying to figure out how to do something once the stream ends. And my mods know this about me. I am not techie. I am not good at this stuff. So I'm trying to get it done right now. I may just have to like verbally tell you guys what to do. Okay. Let's go to speeding this up.
In summary, this is what we've just covered, correct, in the magazine?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at the SAR editing, which is exhibit 466. And this is addressed to you, correct?
Yes.
And the date? You see that February 6, 2012?
I see July 25th, 2011 up in the corner and February 6th, 2012 there.
If we go to page 82, because if we look at this exhibit number 468, what is written here doesn't seem to make sense, correct?
Not offhand, no.
But if we then go to exhibit 466, there are some numbers at the bottom of that, and they're in pencil, aren't they?
Yes.
And what are those numbers?
My understanding is that they're page numbers.
That may be your understanding, but what are the numbers?
Oh, I'm sorry. 43, 40, 56, 20, 37, 54.
Okay. If we then arrange with an exhibit 468, according to those numbers, now, I want you to take a look at an exhibit. $469. Does exhibit 469 have those statements in the order I set out in the Star magazine?
Yes.
Move for the admission of exhibit number 469.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled exhibit 469 is admitted.
Yeah, I can't do this. Sorry, guys.
Read it, please.
You fucked up. What you told my attorney next day directly contradicts what I've been saying for over a year. Get down here ASAP and see me before you talk to them again and before you testify so we can fix this. Interview was excellent. Must talk ASAP.
So ma'am, this was written in these two magazines 4 days, when you attempted to transfer them, 4 days before a hearing on August 8th of 2011, correct?
I don't know when they were written.
Well, this magazine, the Star magazine, as well as the photography magazine, you attempted to transfer those back on August 4th, 4 days before this hearing, right?
Just the magazines, yes.
And I know you keep saying just the magazines. The magazines have your name on them, correct?
Yes, I'm only allowed to release my own property.
Ma'am, I understand that, but those magazines have your name on them, right?
Yes,
And those magazines were in your possession on August 4th of 2011, right?
yes.
And those magazines you had with you when you went to meet with Ann Campbell, right?
I brought them almost to the visit, but they don't go with me to see her.
Excuse me?
They don't go with me to see her. They get passed off to several different
I
officers.
understand, but you brought them from yourself, correct?
Yes,
And you, at that point, at some point during the visit, requested that these magazines be given to Ann Campbell, right?
yes,
These two magazines that we're talking about here, correct?
correct.
And that was actually done. You're trying to tell us about the process. Why don't you tell us what the process is?
The process is when you want to release property, you have to fill out a request. You have to state your request fairly specifically, what you're releasing, the title of what you're releasing. At least those are the rules now. They've updated it. It was more generic then. And then it is given to an officer who inspects it and then gives it, when it passes inspection, it's given to a sergeant who approves it. And then it's passed off to either, I think it's called, there's a control center. It's given to that officer and then it's given to the visitation officer. So when the visitor leaves, they pick up the property and go.
And that's how this, and you attempted to use that process to get these magazines to Ann Campbell, right?
Yes,
And shortly before August 4th, do you know somebody by the name of Matthew McCartney?
yes, I do.
Shortly before this August 4th date,
Oh my God, we're only
you know that Mr. McCartney was interviewed by the
We're only 10 subscribers away from hitting my daily goal of 700. If you haven't done so already, please, please, please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button. That would help me tremendously. Thank you very much, guys.
prosecutor, right?
I think it was around that time.
You were in contact with Mr. McCartney about the interview, right? In other words, you let him know that this interview with the prosecutor was going to take place, right?
I think my attorney let him know.
Well, isn't it true that in the telephone that you spoke with Mr. McCartney on the telephone about the requested interview by the prosecutor, Juan Martinez?
I believe that is true.
And that interview took place within approximately a month of this August 11th date of the hearing, right?
I wasn't told when it was taking place, but it was close to that time.
And Mr. McCartney is the individual that you testified about previously with whom you had this relationship with, right?
Yes,
And he's somebody that you dated, what, in 2001?
2000 and 2001.
And he's the individual that you said that, well, we kind of broke up because, well, why don't you tell us why you broke up with, why you think you broke up with?
Because he cheated on me.
And you're saying that he cheated on you with somebody named Brianna, right?
Bianca.
Bianca. And what happened with regard to that incident
Get
is
the
that
name
he cheated
right,
on you,
come
you
on.
heard about it, and you heard about it while you were at work, right?
Yes,
Was this at the Purple Plum?
this was at Applebee's.
Applebee's, and you decided to drive about an hour and a half to confront Bianca, right?
Yes,
Because you needed to find out, right?
I needed to know, yes.
You needed to know. Isn't that sort of the same thing that you did with Mr. Alexander in August of 2007 when you saw him kissing with somebody that you went and you asked him about what was going on the night before because you needed to know, right?
Yes,
And so you went up to, was it Crater Lake?
yes,
And you went up to Crater Lake, and this is the place where they have people living in not subsidized housing, but housing that is provided by the employer, right?
yes, they're like dorms.
And you were able to find where this Bianca was, right?
Yes.
How was it that you were able to find this Bianca if you had never had contact with her?
I asked a mutual friend, and he told me what room she was in. So
Which
I knocked
mutual
on
friend
it.
did, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So I just went and knocked on that door.
Which mutual friend did you ask?
I believe his name was Steve.
And is this the individual that you said that acted really gay, right?
He was gay, and he was acting very frantic.
Right. And you indicated that when you came over there, he started to act really frantic, right?
Yes.
And he started to act really frantic just to the side of you, right?
I think because I was asking about Bianca, and he knew about the affair.
Well, he saw you and you started to talk to him, right?
Yes.
When you started to talk to him, did you immediately indicate to him that you wanted to talk about Bianca?
Don't bite.
Not about, but two.
So you indicated you wanted to talk to Bianca, right?
Yes.
And immediately, or shortly thereafter, he started to get all flustered, right? Would that be correct or not?
Not when I saw him, but when I went to her room to knock.
So you start talking to him about Bianca, and he tells you what place, the room she's staying in, right?
Yes.
And he goes with you, right?
No, he told me the wrong room.
He gave, initially, when you went to see him, he gave you the wrong room, right?
Yes.
And you went to that wrong room.
Yes.
And when you went to that wrong room, did you speak to the people there?
I knocked, nobody answered.
In the meantime, Steve had gone somewhere else, right?
Yes.
He had gone to where Bianca was, right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell Steve
Steve's
why you
been
were there,
bad.
right?
Just that I wanted to talk to Bianca.
Right, but you didn't tell him why you wanted to talk to her, right?
No, not why.
And it was kind of an unannounced visit, right?
Yes.
And so he took it upon himself without any prompting from you.
Say
to go
hello.
to the wrong place and then go and talk to Bianca, right?
Yes.
And then you went, and how is it that you were able to find Bianca's room?
I thought maybe I misheard him and transposed the number, so I reversed to the two last numbers. It was a three-digit dorm, and I had the right floor, but I just went to the opposite number.
So do you remember the number?
No.
So you went there, and when you got to the door, you heard that there was
Okay.
talking inside, right?
Yes.
And there was talking inside. Would it be characterized as excited inside?
Steve's voice, yes.
Right, and this is the one that he was, you said he was sort of acting gay, over dramatic, right?
Yes, dramatic.
And you attributed
Gay
that to the fact
over
that he was gay, right?
dramatic.
It was a feminine tone, so yes.
Well, no, I mean, part of what you told us before was that, well, he's kind of gay and he's kind of that
Yes.
way, and so that he was being dramatic, right?
He is gay and he was acting dramatic.
And that's what you told us, right?
Yes.
It could have also been that it wasn't because he was gay, it was because he was concerned that you were there, that he was excited, right?
Well, I never said that he was,
Overall, you may answer.
I never said he was acting that way because he's gay. I just said the tone of voice, I remember it because it was very feminine and very frantic, almost like a woman.
But you're the one that brought up the fact that he was gay, right?
Yes.
And explained this to us, right?
Yeah, when I was describing it.
Right. And so you were able to hear his voice through the door, right?
Yes.
And it was an excited tone.
Yes,
And that excited tone could be for a myriad of reasons, but one of them was that you were there unannounced, right?
that's right.
And it could be that he was, for whatever reason, excited, or that term, he was excited that you were there, right?
Yeah, that was speculation. We don't know why he's excited.
Rephrase the question.
He had his demeanor when you arrived changed after you asked for Bianca, right?
I didn't notice it change. I just noticed it different after I went to knock on her door.
And his demeanor changed to the fact that he was more excited, for lack of a better term.
Yes.
right?
Frantic.
And you began to knock on the door, right?
Yes.
Nobody answered, right?
No, they answered.
Initially, right?
Bianca answered. Oh,
Well,
the first
not
door?
initially.
Do you mean the
The
first
second
door?
door. Didn't you say before that? You went to that door, you knocked on that door, and nobody answered initially. You heard them talking.
For a second before she came to the door, yeah.
So you were there long enough to hear them excitedly talking, right?
Not her, just him.
And how long were you standing there before the door was open?
I'd say 5 seconds or less.
She opened the door, right?
Yes.
And did you recognize her? Well, you did recognize her from her photograph, right?
It looked to be the same person.
Right. And you began to talk to her, right?
Yeah, I asked if she was Bianca.
Right. You began to talk to her, right?
Yes.
And you started to talk to her, and you brought up the subject of Matt McCartney, right?
Yes,
She didn't bring it up, right?
that's right.
And you started to talk to her, and you started to ask her whether or not they had a relationship, right?
Yes,
And you were able to determine that they did, in fact, have a relationship, right?
yes,
And you were able to determine that they, in fact, had been intimate, right?
She indicated they had not had sex, but intimate somewhat, yes.
And ma'am, at that time, when this was going on, you weren't living with Mr. McCartney, right?
No, I was in
Yeah.
Ashland.
Pardon?
I was in Ashland.
And he was where?
He lived at, well, he had moved away from Crater Lake. He had lived at Crater Lake that summer, and now he moved back to Phoenix with his dad at that point.
And your belief was that you and he were still boyfriend and girlfriend at the time, right?
That was my belief.
Actually, he may have had a different belief, as you came to know later, right?
Yes.
He did not believe that you and he had a relationship. Well, had a relationship, but were not boyfriend and girlfriend at the time, right?
I don't know if that was his belief.
Well, you've spoken to him about it, right?
Yes.
And based on your conversation, do you have a belief? Don't you have a belief that at that time he didn't think that you and he were boyfriend and girlfriend?
Based on that conversation, my belief was that he knew he had messed up, and he was very sorry for it.
But how long did this conversation take with Bianca?
We actually sat and chit-chatted for about an hour.
And this was at your request, right? And for an hour, you received information about what her relationship was with Mr. McCartney, right?
He wasn't the whole conversation, but initially, yes.
Well, you weren't there to visit with her because you drove an hour and a half, right?
Can you say that again?
Well, you weren't there just to chit-chat with her, right?
That wasn't the point of the drive, no.
I mean, you wanted to find out what the heck was going on with Mr. McCartney, right?
Absolutely.
And so it's fair to say that this wasn't a situation where you were just sitting there chit-chatting about a job or anything like that. It was because you were interested in finding out what was going on, right?
Yes.
And you were satisfied after speaking to her for about an hour what was going on.
I was satisfied pretty early on,
Um,
not just the hour.
and in fact, isn't it true that you became a bit excited or upset during that conversation?
No,
At any time did you raise your voice to Bianca?
definitely not. I was in her home.
And in this place, Crater Lake, was what, an hour and a half from where you were living in Ashland, right?
About 70 miles.
But it's an hour and a half driving, right?
I think so, yes, about an hour and a half.
And then after that, where did you go?
After that, it was very late. I didn't want to drive the hour and a half back because I fell asleep. So I went and stayed at a mutual friend's dorm. There were two.
And what's that friend's name?
Eddie.
Eddie what?
Eddie Lee.
And how did you know Eddie?
I knew him because his parents also owned a restaurant in Wairika, as did my parents at that time. And
How
We
old
just-
were you when this was happening?
how old was I?
Yes.
I believe I just turned 21.
And your parents still own a restaurant, right?
No, not at that time.
They had owned one up to how old were you when?
I think I was 16 when they closed it the first time, 16 or 17.
Right about the time you moved out of their home.
It was I moved out after they closed it.
And growing up, they had more than one restaurant, though, right?
Yes.
And how many restaurants did your family have?
Total that I know of. 6 or 7.
And growing up, there really wasn't any financial problems, was there?
Please
Early on,
vote in the poll.
And early on, there were trips to Disneyland, for example, right?
Yes, when I was very young.
And when you say very young, we're talking up to 6, 7, or 8, right?
Under 10.
And during that time, it was what has been described as what you've described as an idyllic sort of environment, right?
Yes, somewhat.
And then at some point, the restaurant issue started. There became an issue with the restaurants, right?
Yes, I believe my understanding is it was an issue.
And Mr. McCartney, where was he living at the time that he went to see Bianca?
He was living in Phoenix, Oregon with his dad.
And he had a room there, correct?
I believe he had his own room there, yes.
And sometimes when Mr. McCartney, what town did he live in?
Phoenix, Oregon?
And after this conversation, you and he broke up, right?
Yes, after he got back from Borrego Springs.
Pardon?
After he returned from Borrego Springs, that's where he was that night.
Okay, he came up, and what town did you meet in Phoenix? Is that where you met?
Yes.
And that's when you decided that was the end of it, right? You decided that, right?
I don't remember. It was just a lot of tears, and it was obvious that the trust was gone and there was not any kind of relationship anymore.
And basically, that's the same reason why you and Mr. Alexander broke up, because according to you, the trust was gone, right?
That's right.
And so after the trust is gone with Mr. McCartney, though, you still continue sort of seeing him, don't you?
There were some blurred boundaries, but we were not boyfriend-girlfriend.
And in fact, you even stayed together at Crater Lake or Ventana Inn together after this, right? After you broke up, right?
We crashed in a tent for 2 weeks, but we were not together after at Ventana.
But you did have intercourse with him after this breakup, didn't you? Do you remember telling us that on direct
Yes, one
examination?
time.
One time, but you did, though, right?
Yes.
And did he continue to live at his parents' house?
He moved down to Ventana to find work also. He was looking for seasonal work.
Right, and at Ventana, this is where they have the places to stay as part of the job, right?
Yes, more employee housing.
And where were you when he was at Ventana?
I was hired at Ventana first, and then he applied for a job right after me, and he was hired also.
And you and he were not sharing, were you sharing the same bed or not?
After I got housing, no, we were not.
Right. Isn't it true that after you got housing, though, you would, when he wasn't around, go over to wherever he was staying and stay in his bed?
He didn't have a bed. He lived in a tent, and no, that's not true.
How long did you continue to see him?
Well, we were no longer romantic. We just hung out more like friends.
But you continue to be friends up to this day, haven't you?
We've sort of lost contact, but yeah, we're still friends.
And, well, you at least had contact with him involving the interview with the prosecutor, though, right?
I believe I did, but I know my attorneys did for sure.
I'm not interested in what your attorney did. I'm interested in what you did. Is it true that you had contact with him, right?
Yes.
And when you made your trip down from Wairika to kill Mr. Alexander, you stopped in the Monterey area, didn't you?
What do you want, Christmas kitten?
I can't answer your question the way it's phrased.
You didn't stop in the Monterey, didn't drive through the Monterey area?
I did stop in the Monterey area.
And one of the people that you saw in the area was Matthew McCartney, right?
Yes.
And did he live in Seaside then?
I believe he lived in Pacific Grove
And that's the
or
same.
Monterey. I mean, the border is like, they were right next to each other.
And so you actually stopped to see him back on June 3rd of 2008, right?
Yes.
Don't
And in
bite
fact,
me.
You spent the night with him June 2nd to the morning of June 3rd, right?
Yes, I crashed on the floor.
You spent the night with him, right?
Not with him, no.
Okay, you spent the night at his apartment, right?
Him and his roommate, yes.
I
Okay,
love
he and his
so
roommate
grand.
had an apartment. You spent the night there, correct?
It was like a house. I stayed the night there in the room that they shared.
In the house, they had a room together, both of them, right?
Yes.
And you stayed in the same room with these two individuals, right?
Yes, on the floor.
All right. And the three of you were in the room, though, is the point, then, right?
Yes, when we slept, yes.
And you guys went to sleep around midnight, and you got up at what time the next morning, which would have made it the 3rd. What time did you get up?
I don't know what time we went to sleep, and I woke up sometime in the morning.
And did he go with you to see Mr. Brewer or not?
No.
And so you, after seeing him go there, you parted ways, and you left, right? And went to Salinas, right?
Yes, I did. Yes, went to Salinas.
Pardon?
I went to Salinas.
And how far is Salinas from Pacific Grove, Seaside, Monterey, whatever the area is? How far is it?
My recollection is that it's between 20 and 30 minutes, depending on the traffic.
And you were sort of detouring to Salinas for some cosmetic work, right?
Well, I had to go to Salinas anyway to get on the road because I have to take Highway 1 south. I mean,
Oh,
101.
to get her nails done.
But you did go, when you went to Salinas, you did get some cosmetic work, right?
Yes, my nails.
Right, and you said it took a long time, right?
Yes.
And what kind of place was that in Salinas?
It was at a strip mall, somewhat,
What was the name of it? How about that?
oh, I don't know.
Not
It was one of
biking.
those little operations where people are just coming and going. There's a long wait.
And they only do nails, according to you? Then?
It looked like they did pedicures also.
Oh,
I
they
don't
do
know if it was hair
now.
or not, but just
Just
definitely nails and
now.
feet.
But it could have been a place, a salon where they also did hair, right?
It might have been.
Nanny
And do
Pep.
you remember the name of this place at all?
No.
Oh, really? What time did you get to Salinas?
I
I'm
don't
so
remember.
allergic to you.
And how long were you in Salinas?
A few hours. I don't remember. I knew that I wanted to get on the road, but
So what time did you get on the road?
it was still light out, but I don't remember the time.
This was after you had been over to Mr. Brewer's house, right?
Yes.
You were there for a time and then you left Mr. Brewer's house, right?
Don't
Yes.
bite me.
And then you went back to return something, right?
If I remember from his recollection, I kind of remember
Well,
it.
I'm not asking for his, I'm asking for your recollection. Do you remember coming back and giving him something?
I remember, I don't actually remember it.
Then I
but
don't want you to tell me if you don't remember anything. Judge?
Yes, all right, ladies and gentlemen, Monday, 10:30. Please remember
Monday,
the
Monday,
admonition.
Monday.
Have a nice weekend. You are excused.
All right.
All right, guys. We've thanks for the jewels. I don't know what the jewels mean. All right. We are at 68% right now to keep going. So this is what I'm going to do. I take that as a like non-committal but committed thing. We're going to go a little bit longer. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. I'm starting to get delirious. That's what's happening. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to subscribe to the channel. It's free, as is liking this stream. It does a lot. It helps the algorithm and puts it in front of other people. So we appreciate you, we being me, my mods, my family. And I'm sure that Travis's family appreciates the message of Jodi getting out as well, because we do not need guys falling for the crazy chicks, right? Like, what is up with that? Anyways, we're going to start it. Let me know if you all have questions. No, this is not a new trial. No, this isn't a new hearing. As a matter of fact, she seems very happy in jail. She's making money.
It's the whole thing. So if you, last thing, thank you. If you want to support the stream, we have memberships available, which I know you can see on your screen, whether you're on your phone or your laptop, where you can join or you can send super chats. Or if you're like me and like to send money directly and not have a middleman, you can search for my Venmo info or Cash App, which is on the scrolling ticker on the screen. So I'm going to shut up now. We're going to watch this. Let's do it. And let's reassess in 30 minutes where we're at. Okay. I love you guys.
Mr. Nerman, you want to make a record?
We do, Your Honor.
Husband is making tacos.
Mr. Dave Hall, according to what we've seen on
Yay!
the Glam Network, Mr. Hall provided a video of Mr. Alexander at a shooting range shooting guns. What we would ask now that he is here, subject to the power of the Arizona courts, that he be asked to provide the court and or both parties with a copy of said video, that he be ordered to do so by the end of this week.
This has a ton of views. I think this might be like the most viewed day, just FYI. And if you hear noises in the background, taco making. So fuck up.
Mr. Hall, where are you, sir? Do you have any objection to providing a copy video to the attorneys? When can you do that, sir? All right, they'll be so ordered. Anything else?
Nothing, Your Honor.
I would note that we would then call him as a rebuttal witness to indicate that Mr. Alexander did not have any handguns and that anytime that he went shooting, he would have to borrow them. Apparently, that's my understanding as to the handgun issue.
In light of that, I suppose there's a request to have him leave the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor, that would be correct. Of course, we would object to him being called as well because based on what he has said on these television programs, he has been watching the coverage and commentating vigorously on that. So one of certainly an abundance of caution, we would have him excluded from the courtroom. But as of now, we'd make a record that we do not believe.
Just
he
now
is
reading
liable
the
for what he was
comments.
given, his watching of the trial.
Mr. Nerman, was Mr. Hall under subpoena to your knowledge prior to today?
No, it's not that he violated his subpoena, it's just his liability as a witness because he has watched the trial.
Well, that's certainly something you could cross-examine in the event that he is called. Mr. Hall, in light of the state's indication that you will be called as a witness during the rebuttal case, I'm going to ask that you leave the courtroom. In addition, I'm going to ask that you not watch anything on the media, on television, read anything about the case between now and when you are called as a witness. All right? Thank you, sir.
Okay, he should not, I'm sorry. I'm going to say one thing and then get to it. That should have been read at the beginning of the trial. Are we not all in agreement on that? Like, this person that's about to testify, wait, we're done with Jodi? No, we're not. Yeah, I was going to say, no, we're not. Anyone that testifies should not be allowed to watch the trial. I'm just saying. Thanks.
All right, is there anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Arias, please take a stand. All right, let's bring in the jury.
I'm trying to be respectful of Travis while I feel like he would embrace me celebrating tacos.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Did any of you see or hear anything about this case in the media in the past week? I see no hands.
The person that was in here earlier trolling about like justice and what I'm actually doing to impact like trials, whatever they said, I can't even remember at this point. That's like, these are the safeguards. Like, don't let people watch things about the trial. Don't let them watch live streams. Make sure that they know well ahead of time that they will be in contempt and thrown in jail if they watch stuff, you know? Gosh.
Did anyone attempt to discuss this case with you during the past week or at any time? I see no hands. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, you may continue with cross-examination.
I
Ma'am,
agree.
you have a problem with the truth, telling the truth, don't you? Overruled.
Not typically.
Well, when it's to your benefit, you will lie, right?
The state.
Ma'am, do you remember having a conversation with Detective Flores of the Mesa Police Department back on July 15th of 2008?
Yes.
And this was the day that you were arrested, right?
Yes.
And during that time, you told him something. Let's take a look at it right now. This is Exhibit 378.
I would never be allowed on a case. Well, I was a lobbyist, so I would never be allowed, period.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Objection.
I'm a natural
We approach.
born
You may.
arguer. Yeah, I would never be allowed on a case. And then mentioning that I have a YouTube channel with 702 subscribers. Frankie, I got 100 subscribers today.
Damn.
I there may be some robots. Well,
AI.
we'll have to see tomorrow, but
That's not
I have spousal support. Obviously. Okay, so what was I saying? I got 100 yesterday too. So we're just gonna keep going. We're gonna keep pushing this, y'all. So come back tomorrow. Bring a friggin' friend. Let's go.
Gentlemen, you
Right?
should disregard what you just saw on the screen. You may continue.
What? How is that not a mistrial? I don't even know what was on the screen. But how can they do that? Once you see something, it's imprinted on your memory, right? Like, I want her locked up, but I want her locked up the right way. Just saying.
And this is Exhibit 348.
So happy. Oh, they would never let me in because I have a YouTube show on trials. That's what. And I so badly want to be a juror.
A lot of details on this case that haven't been released to the public and not even Travis's family. And those details are known only by us and the person who did it. Okay, and that's one of the reasons I'm here, because I believe that you know some of these details. And I think you can help us.
I would love to help you in any way that I can.
Did you hear yourself telling the detective that you would help them in any way that you could?
Yes.
That's not true, is it?
I don't know. I guess it depends on what help means.
Yes or no? Were you there to help him?
I don't know.
Were you there to tell the truth?
No.
That wasn't the truth, was it? That you were there to help him, was it?
No, that was not the truth.
And in fact, you were there for a different purpose. You were there so that he wouldn't get the truth, right?
No, I was there against my will.
You were there against your will. You didn't have to talk to him, did you?
In hindsight, I
Ma'am,
realized I
yes or
shouldn't
no?
have to.
Did you have to talk to him? I'm not asking you about hindsight. Isn't it true that you could have chosen not to talk to him, right?
I could have, I think.
And well, you keep saying I think.
At the time, I didn't know
Ma'am,
that.
I'm asking you. You keep saying I think. Isn't it true that you had an opportunity to stop talking to him, but you chose to talk to him? Yes or no?
That's true.
And during that time, you told him certain things, right?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the detective, one of the things that you told him was that you were never there, right?
Yes.
And by there, I mean at the crime scene, right?
Yes.
And you told us previously, well, the reason that I lied to him was because I was ashamed. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes.
Just because you're ashamed, that gives you the right to lie?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Well, ma'am, the fact that you were ashamed, do you think that justifies what you did?
Objection, argument.
No.
And do you think, the other thing that you said, well, you know, I knew it was going to happen, but I was trying to postpone the inevitable. Is that what you were doing when you were lying?
No, because the inevitable had occurred.
Pardon?
The inevitable had already occurred.
The inevitable to you was being arrested then, right?
Yes.
So if being arrested had already occurred, then why didn't you tell the truth?
I was ashamed.
So, which is what you told us before, right?
Before when?
Today. Isn't that the word that we just talked about? You were ashamed?
Yes.
So are you having problems remembering what you said a couple minutes ago?
No.
So you were ashamed. What could you possibly be ashamed of other than that you killed Travis Alexander, right?
That was the biggest part of the shame.
Oh, so there were other things that you were ashamed of more than killing Mr. Alexander then?
Yes.
Objection, this echoes testimony.
Yes?
Yes.
And one of the other things that you were, well, and the reason that you were ashamed of killing Mr. Alexander is because that was going to have some repercussions for you, wasn't it?
Part of the reason, yes.
Again, part of the reason. The other reason was that you were feeling scared, right?
That's part of the reason too.
So if you feel scared, you believe that then it's okay to lie.
No, that's not true.
Well, that's what you did though, right?
Yes, it is.
So that's no excuse then, right?
No, it isn't.
And in fact, there's nothing that the detective ever did to get you to say whatever it was that you said at the first interview, right?
Not that I recall.
Well, again, we're with the memory issue. Ma'am, are you having problems remembering what happened back on July 15th of 2008?
No.
So he didn't do anything then, right?
I can't think of any examples.
Right, because he didn't do anything, right?
Anything what?
What are we talking about, ma'am? Are you again having problems understanding what's going on?
Your Honor, if you can't understand this question, that's.
I don't understand his question.
Ma'am, the detective didn't do anything during the interview to cause you to lie, right?
No.
And the detective admonished you or gave you your Miranda warnings, didn't he?
Yes.
And he sat and he talked to you, right?
Yes.
And one of the other things that you told him was that, well, you were told us here in court was that the reason that you lied was because you were thinking about your family, right?
That was one of the reasons.
That's one of the reasons that you told us, right?
Yes.
How is it that, so then what you're telling us, if there's a good reason for it, it's okay to lie?
That's not what I'm telling anyone.
Well, you were saying you were thinking about your family, right?
I did say that.
And that's a good reason or an excuse for you to lie then, right?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, that's the way you tried. Didn't you tell us on direct examination that the reason that you lied is because you were thinking in part about your family? Yes or no?
Yes, I said that.
And so then the way you were conveying it to us was that it was okay. That's a good excuse to lie.
If I conveyed it that way, I didn't mean to.
Well, because you still have a family, right?
Yes.
So but you did say that you were concerned about your family, right?
Yes, I did.
You were concerned about your reputation, right?
Yes, I was.
And so you were thinking more of yourself when you made the statement to this detective, right?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, other than you, who would be sure about your statement?
God?
Well, God's not here. We can't subpoena him, right?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Are you sure that we can't? Because it seems like you're leaving the door open for that.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
With regard to this issue of this interview, it was for, when you lied, it was to benefit you, right?
It was not for my benefit.
Well, it wasn't hurting you when you were lying, was it? If he would have believed your lie, it would have helped you, right?
It was hurting me to lie.
Pardon?
It was hurting me to lie.
It was very what?
It was hurting me to lie.
So in other words, you're saying that when you're talking to this detective, it was hurting your case to lie?
Yes.
You didn't know that at that time, did you?
No.
You took a chance by lying, didn't you?
I wouldn't call it that.
Well, yes, you did take a chance because you were hoping.
Objection, argumentative.
I don't have a question.
Finish your question.
You were hoping, ma'am, that he would believe what you were saying so that you could then walk out of that jail, right?
No, that's not right.
What other reason would you have to lie other than that it would benefit you?
I assumed that though that video would become public one day and I didn't want my family to see me admitting to something like that.
So, but you admitted it now.
Yes.
Your family's here, right?
Yes.
There are cameras everywhere, right?
Yes.
What has changed other than geography?
Time.
Time has changed. Also, a lie back then can be morphed into the truth now because time has changed, right?
Nothing's been morphed.
Well, you're saying that time has made the change that allows you to say something here, right? That you didn't say before.
An internal change, yes.
So you were saying that back then you were geared to lie.
No.
Well, that's what you said. There's been an internal change, right?
Yes.
And so this internal change, before that internal change, back on July 15th of 2008, that was part of the reason why you lied, this internal issue or change or problem, whatever it was, right?
Yes, I had a problem.
And that problem allowed you to lie, right?
I don't know how to answer that.
Why don't you know how to answer it? You're the one that brought this up about your internal problem.
Objection, asked and answered, argumentative.
Restate your question.
This internal issue that you had, that made it, in your mind, okay for you to lie back on July 15th of 2008, right?
I didn't consider it okay.
Well, you didn't consider it bad, did you?
I did.
Well, you kept doing it over and over throughout the whole interview, didn't you?
Yes.
And at no time did you stop the interview and say to yourself, this is not the thing to do, right?
I did.
You did tell him something different during that interview?
No, you said say to yourself, not him.
So, but when you're talking to yourself, no one can hear you, right?
Yes.
And it's
Unless
really
we're talking
hard
out
for
loud.
people to corroborate what you're thinking if we don't know what you say, right?
Yes.
So we have to take your word that that's what you were thinking internally, right?
Yes. But it
Yes
crossed
or
my mind.
no? Yes or no?
I said yes.
And so with this interview, you then started to talk about whether or not you had been in Arizona, right?
Yes.
You said, no, you hadn't been in Arizona, right?
That's right.
That's an absolute lie, right?
Yes.
And the reason that you didn't want to admit to being in Arizona is because you knew that you had killed Travis Alexander, right?
Yes.
You didn't tell that to the detective, right?
That's right.
And additionally, during that whole interview, you gave excuse after excuse as to why you weren't the person that had done this, right?
Yes.
So safe to say that the whole interview was a lie, right?
Not the whole interview, but anything regarding my presence there on June 4th. Yes.
Anything having to do with responsibility in this crime was a lie, correct?
Yes.
And the reason you did that was because it was to your benefit, right?
Objection, asked and answered, Mr. Rose. Testimony.
That's not the reason I did it.
Well, it didn't hurt you, did it, back then? In the moment, it didn't hurt you, did it?
It did.
How did it hurt you in the moment if you had already been charged? It didn't change anything.
What do you mean?
In the moment, at that time, how could it possibly have hurt you since you'd already been charged? It didn't change anything, did it?
It did change things to lie.
Well, it didn't change where you were staying, did it?
No.
It didn't change the fact that you were still charged, right?
That's right.
It didn't change anything. The fact that you lied at that point, right?
That's not right.
What did it change, man? Tell me what it changed on that day.
It probably changed my whole future.
I'm not asking about your future. I'm asking what it changed on that day.
Sustained.
Now, the other, you had time to think about
Answer.
answer what? There's no question.
But there was.
I think she answered the question. I mean,
58 of you
Ma'am,
voted.
after that-
Thank you.
Interview. You then had another chance to have a conversation with Detective Flores the next day, right?
Yes,
And again, it was a voluntary conversation, wasn't it?
yes,
And it was the same situation as the day before, right? Where he sat down, he asked you questions, right?
yes.
On the previous day, he really hadn't given you too much information about the crime, right?
Not too much.
No. And it was actually during the second interview that he started to give you some information, right?
Yes,
And in fact, he showed you some photographs, right?
I think that was the 16th. Yes,
Excuse me?
I think that was on the 16th.
Why don't you just hold the microphone a little bit closer? So you
He
think that
does
it was on the
talk
16th when he
very
provided you
low.
more information, right?
Yes, if I remember correctly.
And one of the things that you said
Do
was that
not bite me.
somehow you weren't very sophisticated in dealing with law enforcement. You told us that during direct examination, right?
That's correct.
And just because you're not sophisticated or haven't dealt with law enforcement in the past, do you think that that gives you an excuse to lie?
No.
But you did it anyway, right?
Yes, I did.
And you told us that, yes, you were unsophisticated with law enforcement, right?
Yes,
So then what difference does it make if you're unsophisticated with law enforcement in terms of telling the truth or a lie?
I don't know.
But you brought it up on direct examination, didn't you?
I guess I did.
And you did it because you wanted people to feel sorry for you, right?
No.
But
No,
it didn't have anything to do with the conversation that you had with Detective Flores, did it?
what?
That you were unsophisticated.
I don't understand.
He asked you questions, ma'am, and you gave him answers on July 16th of 2008, right?
That's right.
The fact that you may not have dealt with another police officer before didn't change the fact that he was asking you questions and you were answering, right?
Yes,
It didn't change the fact that he was speaking English to you, right?
that's right.
And you understood what he was asking, right?
Mostly yes.
Are you saying that you didn't understand what Detective Flores was asking you during that interview?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, I'm asking you whether or not you understood what he was asking you if he was speaking English.
I understood the English words, sometimes not the meaning of the question.
Oh, so you're going behind the meaning of the question to say that maybe you didn't understand his motive for the question, right?
I'm not sure if I was considering his motive.
Well, you said that you're not sure about whether or not you understood the question because of what was behind the question, right?
His meaning, yes.
His meaning. Well, his meaning can be expressed through his words, right?
Yes,
He was asking you certain things, and then you were answering whatever it was that you wanted to answer, right?
yes,
And you chose to change your story from the day before, right?
yes.
And you chose to change the story was because it benefited you, right?
No,
Well, there's a reason that you changed your story, right?
yes.
Because the story the day before didn't work, right?
I don't know.
Well, you were still in jail, right?
Yes,
And nothing had changed, right?
not that I remember.
Well, again, I ask you, do you have problems with your memory about that, any events? It seems like you keep telling me that you have problems with your memory. Do you have problems with your memory?
Occasionally,
You didn't seem to have any problems on direct examination when you were talking to us about all the sexual exploits with Mr. Alexander, did you?
I did have problems.
You regaled us for days on end about his exploits, didn't you?
I wouldn't say regaled.
Okay, you told us about it for days on end, didn't you?
I just answered the question I
Yes
was
or
asked
no? You told us. When the question was posed, you told us, didn't you?
to the best of my recollection.
Is anybody saying that you didn't do it to the best of your recollection?
You're implying that?
Ma'am, isn't it true that what the prosecutor's implying is that you knew too much during the direct examination? If we're talking about implications,
Well, then that would be false.
well, isn't it true that you had a great memory when you were on direct examination with regard to issues involving Mr. Alexander's sexual exploits?
Objection, I'm going to ask and answer.
Sustained, rephrase.
You told us a lot about you and Mr. Alexander's sexual dalliances, right?
Yes,
And you were able to give us dates, right?
usually.
Well, a lot of the times you were able to give us dates, right?
Yes,
You were able to tell us what happened, right?
usually.
Well, a lot of the time. For example, the first time that, according to you, you had oral sex, you were able to tell us when that was, right?
Yes,
You were able to tell us how it happened, right?
yes,
You were able to tell us where it was, right?
yes.
And that was before July 16th of 2008, wasn't it? That was in November of 2006, right?
No,
When was it then?
a week after we met, September
So when was that?
2006.
It was in 2006, and so a week after you met what, in June what?
Early September 2006.
So you do have a good memory, right? You just showed me that you have a good memory for events that occurred
I
before
hate
July
condescending
16th of
men.
2008, right?
Say.
I reviewed those things, so I memorized them.
Oh, so you actually sat down and you memorized it. How is it that you what did you memorize it from?
Date and timestamps.
I know, but what did you memorize it from, Matt? Are you talking that you sat down with a police report and then you memorized it?
No, they were photographs.
Pardon?
They were photos.
Family photos?
Photos.
Photographs. So you looked at some photographs then, right?
Yes.
Oh, so there were photographs of the first time that you had oral intercourse with Mr. Alexander?
No.
Well, then what is it that you reviewed that gives you this knowledge?
Photographs of the convention in Las Vegas 2006 that were date and timestamped.
So it was in July of 2006. Is this when this happened, right?
September.
And it was in September of 2006 that you Were there photographs of it?
Convention, yes.
Were there photographs at or near the time of this oral sex that you regaled us with?
I don't think so.
So
Regale.
but you do have an independent recollection of it, don't you?
What do you mean by that?
Do you have an independent memory of having oral intercourse with Mr. Alexander the first time it happened?
You mean, I don't know what you mean. Independent of what?
Do you have a memory of the first time you had oral intercourse with Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
So you do remember it, right?
Yes.
And you remember where it was, right?
Yes.
So that event was before this July 16th of 2008 interview, right?
Yes.
That was further in time, right?
Yes.
You didn't seem to have too much of a memory problem with that, right?
That's right.
Did you ever review anything else with regard to the July 16th, 2008 interview?
Very briefly, it makes me
Is that a yes or no?
I guess it would be yes.
So you did review parts, at least according to you, the way you're saying it, of the interview that you had on July 16th of 2008, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that your memory of what happened on July 16th of 2008 is so clouded today that it's only based on that review?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You do have an independent recollection of it then, right?
What do you mean by independent?
Independent means coming from inside of your head.
It's based on what I've reviewed.
So everything that you have told us then in this case is based on what you reviewed?
I'm referring to July 16th.
So everything with regard to July 16th is based on what you reviewed. You don't have any other recollection.
Not everything, but most of it.
Do you remember that you lied?
Yes.
And do you remember what you lied about?
Yes.
Sir. And do you remember that you lied about the killing of Travis Alexander, right?
Yes.
And that, you know, is a change from what you said the day before, right?
Yes.
And it was a drastic change, right?
Yes.
It was a total change because now you were there, right?
Yes.
You knew that that would be important, right?
Yes.
And in fact, what you were trying to do is because the detective had already told you about the fingerprints, didn't he?
I think he did. Yes.
And he also told you about the hair that was there, correct?
Yes.
You guys talked about DNA analysis, didn't you?
Yes.
And he showed you the photograph with the foot in it, with your foot in it. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So after he showed, and you don't deny that that's your foot in the photograph, do you?
I don't deny it.
And after he told you that, that's when you changed your story, didn't you?
Yes.
And you changed your story to conform with the forensic evidence that he was telling you about, right?
That's right.
And that was because you wanted to make up a story that conformed with what he was telling you, right?
Yes, as much as possible.
Because you did not want any consequences with regard to the killing of Travis Alexander, right?
I wasn't concerned about consequences at that point.
Now, do you think it's a good excuse
She is not
to
out
lie
of jail.
just because this detective is giving you some
Stop saying
forensic evidence?
No.
But it's a good
Wait.
reason to lie if you want to get out of whatever you are being talked about, right?
That wasn't my goal. So
Well, was your
Jodi
goal to go to prison?
is in
not
prison.
physical prison on earth. No,
Well, ma'am, so your goal was not to go to prison then, right?
it wasn't a goal of mine. I can say.
And in fact, that was something that you were trying to avoid, right?
Very Nancy.
I don't know. I was trying to kill myself. I think.
Ma'am, you've said that many times, that you tried to kill yourself.
My
right?
bad.
Important.
I don't know that many, but I've recounted a time that I did.
You've said it more than 3, 4, 5 times, right?
Perhaps.
And in fact, one of the things that you told us about was that, well, when you were in the Maricopa County Jail, that you tried to kill yourself, right?
No, Siskiyou County Jail.
Siskiyou County Jail. So you do remember that. And that when you tried to do that, you took some Advil. Do you remember telling us about that?
Yes.
And that what you did then is you took some razor, right?
Yes.
And that you cut yourself, right?
It was a nick.
It was a nick. And because it stung so much that you said, nah, this is not the way for me to go, right?
Nah.
I didn't say that. I
You
just
said it stung and that's why you stopped. Isn't that what your direct testimony was?
that night. Yes.
Right. And that's the night that I'm talking to you about, right?
Yes.
I'm not talking to you about any other night, am I?
It sounded like you were.
No, and just to be clear, I'm not talking about any other night, am I? Do you understand that?
Okay, I understand that.
And you nicked yourself and it hurt, right?
Yes.
And I think the word that you used, stung, right?
Yes.
To use your standard, ma'am, of how you stopped because it's done. Can you imagine how much it must have hurt Mr. Alexander when you stuck that knife right into his chest? That really must have hurt, right?
Argumentative.
It was argumentative, so I think that was the right call. Wow, he is a pit bull. Wild. And Nancy was right. Casey Anthony is out. I thought she was referring to the psycho before us, Jodi. So yes, Casey has been out. In my opinion, the DA in Florida, it's not a popular opinion. So just so you guys know, we may differ on some things. The DA
You also told
in Casey's case did not charge her with the correct
with the correct set things. Like she, in my opinion, if they had done a better job in the charges, I think she would be in prison. But with what she was charged with, that allowed for some loopholes in there. So that's just my 2 cents.
Told a story, right? To the
Yes.
detective, right?
Yes,
And your story was that there was 2 individuals that came in, right?
yes,
And one individual was a male, right?
yes,
And another one was a female, right?
yes.
And you know that the police are going to follow up on that, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Do you think that police don't investigate crimes, that if somebody provides them a lead, do you think that they don't go out and try to find out if it's true or not?
Objection, Mr. Rollins.
Rich.
I just paused it and I didn't have to pause it because there was a break. All right. This is a really big day, guys. I hope you're paying attention.
Your story, right?
Make sure to subscribe so that if you are planning on leaving soon, you can come back and watch it later, okay? Cool.
That's correct.
But you were able, at some point, according to you, get out of there, right?
Yes,
And that's what you told the detective, right?
yes,
And the reason you told the detective this lie was because you didn't want to be charged in this case, didn't you?
that's not the reason.
Was the reason that you told him that because you did want to be charged in this case?
What did you say?
I said, was the reason that you told him that because you did want to be charged in this case?
Because I did?
Yes, you said you didn't. Ma'am, didn't you just tell me that the reason you told him that was not because you didn't want to be charged? That's what you just said, right?
That wasn't the reason I told him that. That's correct.
Well, you didn't tell him the story just so you could be charged, right?
That's also correct.
So you told him the story for a reason, right?
Yes,
Is it the embarrassment factor now?
that was part of it.
And so it's more important to you about your feelings of embarrassment than to tell the truth.
You say that as present tense. That's not correct.
I'm talking about back on July 16th of 2008. Your feelings of embarrassment were more important than telling the truth, right?
I didn't really weigh importance.
Well, you said that one of the reasons that you didn't tell the truth was because of embarrassment, right?
I think shame would be more correct.
All right, let's go with the word shame then. Because you were thinking of shame back then, that's why you didn't tell him the truth, right?
That's just part of the reason. The
Part
bigger
of
part.
it. And that shame is what, on you?
Yes,
And you are ashamed because you killed him? Is that what it is?
I was definitely ashamed of that and other things.
But you were also ashamed that it would get out that you were the person that did it, right?
Certainly.
And so to you, the fact that your feelings, in this case being shame, are so strong back then that was an excuse, a good excuse for your lie, right?
It wasn't the sole deciding factor, but it was a big reason.
It was a big reason, but my question is much more direct than that. My question is, this feeling of shame was more important to you then than telling the truth.
I wouldn't say important, but it felt stronger.
All right, to use your phrase, your feeling of being ashamed was strong back then to the point that it overrode your telling the truth, right?
That's right.
But that's no excuse, is it?
No,
Nothing that you might have been feeling at that time was an excuse to lie, right?
that's right.
But you still chose to do it, right?
Yes,
Because it would have benefited you, whether it was because you felt ashamed or because you didn't want to tell about it, right?
I wasn't thinking of benefits.
What's that?
I was not thinking of benefits.
Well, you weren't thinking of telling the truth, were you?
I was thinking about it.
But you didn't do it.
No, I didn't.
And there were this factor of being ashamed. What other factors did you consider now?
I considered if I told the truth, then I would have to explain why. And if I had to explain why, then I would have to go back through our whole history, back to things that he's very ashamed of, that I was ashamed of, that I just didn't want
All
to
right.
get out.
But didn't you just, in this trial, haven't you through 8 days, tell us all of that stuff?
Yeah, I think it was 9 days.
Okay, 9 days. You have a good memory. For 9 days, you told us all of that stuff, didn't you?
Yeah, it wasn't based on my memory. Someone told me 9 days.
What? What did you just say? Somebody told you what?
You said I had a good memory because I corrected you, but it wasn't based on my memory. Someone had said I was on the stand for 9 days, so that's why I said 9.
So it isn't. So what you're testifying to isn't necessarily what you know. That is what you're telling us, right?
That's what I believe.
Well, you just said that's what somebody told you, right?
Yes.
So are you testifying based on what something somebody told you instead of what you know?
In that case, yeah. the
Well,
9
no,
days.
not in that case. I'm talking about what you're telling us here today. Are you telling us these things because you know them or because somebody told you?
The things I'm saying right now are because I know them.
Except for the number of days you were on this witness stand, right? That one, somebody told you that one.
Someone told me that one, and it sounded accurate.
And then so you used that to correct the prosecutor, right? Even though you
That's
didn't
correct.
remember.
Yes.
With regard to that day, you said that all of this stuff, information, whatever you want to call it, was out there and you didn't want it to come out, right?
It wasn't out there. I didn't want it to be out there.
So what you're saying is, I guess, is that you were being a good Samaritan, right? In lying.
I wouldn't say that.
Thanks.
Well, you were saying that you didn't want this stuff to come out about Mr. Alexander and your relationship with him, right?
That's right.
So you were being a good person, right? Well, do you think that that's an excuse to not tell the truth? That you wanted to hide information?
No.
So you did hide information in addition to lying, right?
Yes.
But the detective isn't the only person that you lied to, right?
That's right.
You lied to a lot of people, right?
Everyone.
And there's different reasons that you had for lying to everyone, right?
Yes.
And in fact, one of the people that you lied to was Ryan Burns, right?
Yes.
Ryan Burns is this individual that you had a romantic interest in, right?
Yes.
In fact, in order to see whether or not the spark was there, you went all the way to Utah, right?
That was my goal.
Well, it was your goal, but you made it there, right?
Yes, but not for the reason you stated.
So you weren't there to go see him to see if there was any romantic interest?
Not on June 5th.
Not on June 5th, when you started your trip, part of your trip. So you're saying then that he was an afterthought?
Yeah, he was.
So he was just an alibi then?
Yeah, well, no, not an alibi.
Well, if he's an afterthought, then that means the primary thought that you had when you left Wairika back on June 2nd was to see Travis Alexander then. If Mr. Burns was an afterthought, as you say.
That's not correct.
Well, that's what you said, right?
No, that's what you said.
Mr. Burns was an afterthought, right?
No, he was an afterthought after June 4th.
Okay, so before that, he was a priority thought.
He was the reason for the trip.
So he was the reason for the trip then, right?
Yes.
And the reason for the trip to go see him was to see whether or not there was a romantic interest, right?
That's why I planned the trip.
Right. That's my question. You wanted to see if there was going to be any sparks between you and Mr. Burns, right?
Yes.
And you had not seen him before that date in the sense that you hadn't been with him alone, correct?
That's correct.
You hadn't been out on a date with him before, right?
That's right.
You had only done the text messaging, right?
And phone calls and
Well,
emails.
is that a yes or a no, text messaging?
That would be yes.
And with regard to the telephone calls, you had done that, right?
Yes.
And you've done that instant messaging thing, right?
I can't remember if that was before or after June 4th.
Well, but you did do that with him though, right?
Yes.
Do you remember sending him an instant message saying something to the effect, this is a test, before you went out to see him? Remember seeing that?
I remember seeing this as a test, but I don't recall the date.
And because of this interaction, you decided to go see him, right?
Yes.
And when you got there, one of the things that you said was that, well, I needed to keep up the facade, right?
That's right.
So you lied about getting lost, right?
Yes.
You didn't get lost that day, right?
I did get lost.
Oh, so you did get lost. So it was true then. This trip to see Mr. Alexander, it was because you got lost.
That's not why.
Huh? Where did you get, if you could tell us because you were lost, where did you get lost, man?
My understanding is it was somewhere in
Not your
Arizona.
understanding. I want you to tell me where you got lost, not what somebody else may have told you.
Objection, or you're allowed to answer the question.
That's it.
My understanding is that I was
Ma'am,
lost somewhere in
same-
Arizona.
you're not being responsive. I'm asking you to tell me where you drove physically to the point where you got lost. Where did it start that you got, where does the beginning of your getting lost start?
Yeah, I'm going to object, she asked the question, she was in the middle of answering, and you interrupted, she should be allowed to answer.
All right, I will change the question.
Ma'am, when was the first time you realized you were lost?
Sorry, I had to be quiet.
I couldn't power my
People
phone,
getting a little
sorry.
loud.
Was this before or after you killed Mr. Alexander?
After.
And this is where you pulled off the side of the road, right?
Yes.
And then you continued to drive from that point to see Mr. Burns, right?
I just drove. at
I
that point.
understand that you say you just drove, but from that point on, you did get a chance to speak with Mr. Burns, right?
Yes.
And in fact, one of the people the first person that you actually called once you got your phone charged was Matt McCartney, right?
Yes.
And he's somebody that you are very close to, right?
Somewhat, yes.
He's a very good friend, right?
Yes.
He's an ally, right?
I don't know what you mean by ally.
Someone who will not betray you.
No, he's betrayed me.
So, and you're talking about the fact that he saw somebody else, right? When he was with you, right? Is that what you're talking about, the betrayal?
That's only one of the times he's betrayed me.
So you've never told somebody, for example, like 48 hours that he was somebody that will not betray you.
I did say that on 48 hours.
So which is it? Is he going to betray you or is he not going to betray you? What is it?
Well, hopefully not.
Well, hopefully not means you're not answering the question. You just told us that he did betray you, yet now you're saying that in an interview with 48 hours, you said he would not betray you. So which is it?
I don't object to the relevance of any of this.
Well, when I made that statement to 48 hours, it was my belief that he would not.
It was your way of what?
My belief that he would not betray me.
With regard to any issues that were presented at the time that you made the telephone call to him after you killed Mr. Alexander, right?
With regard to that, when I said that in September. First
Right. With regard to the call, if you told him anything, he wouldn't betray you, right?
That's what I said in September 2008.
And that's what you believed in September of 2008, right?
In September 2008, yes.
So you're out there and you try to call Mr. McCartney, and so you say that you're lost. But one of the other things that you say that you do is that you get out of the car, right?
Yes.
And you clean up, right?
Yes.
That's because you knew what you had done, right?
I don't remember thinking that.
Well, I'm not asking you whether or not you remember thinking that. Isn't that the reason why you did it?
No, I don't think so.
Well, you knew that you had killed Mr. Alexander at that point, right?
It's hard to describe.
Yes or no? It's a yes or no sort of situation, Nick.
It's not really. It's
It
something.
is.
It's not.
So in your mind, back then, when you're on the side of the road,
Bye.
you don't know if you killed him, right? That's what you're saying.
I can't really say it was in my mind. Like, it was kind of not there. It's kind
You
of.
weren't there, right? What you're saying is you weren't there, right? That's what you just said, right? That you weren't there. That's what you just said, right?
Weren't there
And
in my
so-
head.
And so if you weren't there, though, you were there enough to pick up the phone and call Matthew McCartney, right? You were
Yes.
there enough for that, right?
Yes.
You were there enough to call Ryan Burns, right?
After a while, yes.
You were there enough for that, and you were there enough to make a call to Travis Alexander, weren't you?
Yes.
So you were there for those purposes, but you weren't there to tell me about what you were thinking, though, right? Is that what you're saying?
It depends on the time period.
How about the time when you got out and you started to wash your hands?
By then, I wasn't thinking that. I just knew something awful had happened because I had blood on my hands and my feet.
And so you knew that those were for Mr. Alexander, didn't you?
I think I did, yes.
You think you did, but again, you're telling us you're not sure, right?
I'm not telling you that.
Well, you had blood on your hands, right?
That's right.
And you had been driving,
Literally
right?
and figuratively.
Yes.
According to you, you had been at Mr. Alexander's house, right?
Yes.
There had been a fight,
Yes.
and you had done something, right?
Yes.
And this doing something had caused Mr. Alexander to bleed, right?
Yes.
And so if that's the case and you have blood on your hands, wouldn't you think that the blood came from Mr. Alexander?
I had cuts too, so
So you're thinking that the cuts could have come from you stabbing him?
I didn't have any recall of stabbing him at that
Well then,
time.
so you don't have any idea where your cuts come from then, at that point?
No, I cut myself on June 4th, early in the morning before we went to bed.
So you cut yourself on the glass, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Is this the situation where you're saying that you cut yourself on your right hand, right?
Yes.
You're left-handed, right?
I'm both.
You know who, Mark, you're ambidextrous, is that?
First of all, the comment I pinned right now, I love that. I love that with time, we can see things a little bit more clearly, right? And you guys are free to share whatever your thoughts are. I don't want anyone to feel like their opinion is wrong. It's the wonderful thing about living in America is that we have the freedom to say what we think and what we believe. Now, if what you say and think and believe and you type it in the chat is batshit crazy and is a threat or is going to entice violence, then you're going to get booted. But my mods will tell you I'm very open to people communicating their thoughts and feelings and opinions. With that being said, Stream Mama is in charge for like 3 to 4 to 5 minutes. I am dancing in my pants because I gotta go use the restroom. So I will be right back.
What you're saying?
Yes, depending on the activity.
Well, do you remember indicating to 48 hours that you're lefty?
Yes.
So what is it? Are you left or right?
Depends on the activity.
And what activity do you right left-handed?
I write with both, but I'm more proficient with my left.
And so with regard to this being out there, so you're out there and you've made these calls, you've got out, and you find your charger, right? Is that when you find the charger?
But when I pulled over, yes.
And at some point, you're able to make a telephone call to Mr. Burns, right?
Yes.
And then starts the line to him, right?
Yes.
And so at some point, then you drive all the way up to see him, and you get there around 11 o'clock in the morning, right?
I think so, yes.
Well, in between 11 and noon, would that be accurate?
I believe it was before noon.
And after 11, right?
I think so. I wasn't paying attention at the time, but it was late morning.
And you go up there, you have this meeting, and when you go up there to see him, you're telling us that you still don't know if Mr. Alexander is dead, right? You're telling us, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, so you do know that he's dead then.
I have a, it's not like, it's like I wasn't accepting it or looking at it in
Well,
mind.
Acceptance and knowing are two different things. Wouldn't you agree, ma'am?
I was in a strong state of denial.
Ma'am, that's not my question to you. My question is accepting and knowing are two different things. Don't you agree?
Yes. I
And
agree.
so what you're saying is that you weren't accepting it. What that means is that you knew it. You just didn't want to deal with it. That's what you're saying, right?
I don't know how to answer that.
Well, you're the one that talked about acceptance, right? You just said that right now, correct?
That's correct.
And so by acceptance, it means you don't want to deal with it, right?
I don't know.
Well, you're the one that used that word. Why wouldn't you know?
Objection, ask and answer.
Oh,
I don't know, my mind wasn't right during that whole period.
well, you're throwing up your hands and you're saying that your mind wasn't right, but that's not the issue. The issue here is whether or not you knew he was dead. And it appears, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're saying you did know that he was dead.
I believe that I knew he was dead.
Okay, so you knew he was dead. And when you went to see Mr. Burns, you were the same person that you had been before. You were happy, smiling, right?
I was not, but I was trying to portray that.
You were trying to portray that to lie to him, right? Put up a facade, right?
Yes, him and all my friends.
Pardon?
Him and all my friends.
I'm asking about Mr. Burns, all right? With regard to Mr. Burns, you were trying to put up a facade for him, right?
That's right.
You wanted to pretend that you were happy, right?
Yes,
And the reason that you wanted to pretend that you were happy is because you wanted to see if there was any spark with Mr. Burns, right?
that was the furthest thing from my mind at that point.
Okay, so if that's the furthest thing from your mind, then the closest thing in your mind is the fact that you killed Mr. Alexander, right?
I wasn't thinking of it in those terms.
Well, but isn't that sort of what you're telling us now?
It was something to that effect.
And so you go on through the day, and there's this meeting that takes place with Mr. Burns and one of his associates at a restaurant, right?
Yes,
And you follow along, and then after that, after the meeting, you go back to Mr. Burns' place, right?
yes,
And now it's the afternoon, right?
yes,
And during the afternoon, when you're with Mr. Burns, you begin to kiss him, right?
yes.
And that's because you want to put up a facade, right?
I guess that's part of the reason.
Well, no, you said when you were on direct that that was the reason you wanted to put up a facade, right?
Objection, this is her testimony.
Restate the question.
Ma'am, with regard to Mr. Burns and kissing him, was the reason that you kissed him because you wanted to put up a facade,
That was one of the reasons.
all right? And the other reason was that you wanted to see if there was a spark between the two of you, right?
Objection, ask and answer.
That's not right.
But you did kiss him, though, right?
Yes, I did.
Knowing that Mr. Alexander was dead, right?
I guess so.
Well, no, we don't want you to guess. We want you to know. And if you don't know, you can tell me that. Didn't you just tell me previously that you knew that Mr. Alexander was dead?
It's hard to explain.
Man, what is hard to explain about a person breathing or not breathing? What is so difficult? Why is that a difficult concept for you?
Because I'd never killed anyone before.
Okay, so because you've never killed anyone before, then you're having a problem deciding whether or not the person is dead, right?
I'm having a hard time describing what my state of mind was during that time.
If you hadn't killed anybody before and you didn't know if he was dead, then why did you just leave him to die?
Objection is irrelevant.
I don't think I did that.
Well, sure, you just told us that you've never killed anybody before and you didn't know. So what you're telling us is that you left them to die, didn't you?
I don't believe that.
Okay, so then you did know he was dead. Can't have it both ways. Which one is it?
Objection, Your Honor, argument that she's already explained her state of mind. She's not a psychologist.
Sustained as to the question, rephrase.
At the time you were kissing Mr. Burns' lips, did you know he was dead, yes or no? And by he, I mean Mr. Alexander.
Objection, ask and answer, Judge.
I think I did.
Okay? And so, but yet you continue kissing Mr. Burns anyway, right?
I don't know.
You mean you don't remember him, that you guys were continually making out, or not continually, but were making out before you went out for the evening?
I don't remember making out with him before we went out for the evening.
But you were kissing him, whatever that means, right?
We kissed.
Then you went to this training that was in the evening, correct?
It wasn't a training. It was a business briefing.
It was a briefing in the evening, right?
Yes.
And it was at college, I believe, correct?
I don't remember.
And is that when you drove with Leslie Udy or not?
I don't remember. I think I might have followed Ryan to the place where the meeting was.
And when you went to this place, that's where you met up with Leslie Udy, right?
Yes.
And then after that, there was a meeting where you guys went to Chili's, right?
I'm not sure what restaurant it was.
All right, so you went to a restaurant, right?
That's correct.
And when you went to this restaurant, before you went in, you were talking to Leslie Udy, right? In the car.
It was either before we went in or after, but at one point we were in the parking lot discussing things.
And you talked to her for about an hour, right?
I don't remember how long.
It was not 5 minutes, it was longer than 5 minutes,
It
right?
was longer than 5 minutes.
And during that time, that's when you told her that you looked forward to the future when your kids, those that you were going to have, and Mr. Alexander's kids could play together at PPL meetings, right?
Yes.
That was a lie. Wasn't it?
Objection, Your Honor, this is what she was hoping. It's not a definitive fact.
Can you please restate the question?
You lied to Leslie Udy when you told her that it was your hope that your kids and Mr. Alexander's kids play together at PPL events.
No, that was a hope of mine.
Pardon?
That was a hope of mine.
Oh, so you're saying that you thought he was alive at that time then, for you to have that hope?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, if you're saying that, and you know he's dead, why are you lying to her?
I had that hope.
How can you say, as you sit here today, ma'am, that that was your hope when you knew he was dead? You can't have it both ways.
Objection, Your Honor, Mr. Harris's testimony.
It was a hope of mine. And the fact that he had died didn't change my hope. It just made that hope unrealistic.
Oh, so the way you're saying that is the way you phrased it to her was that you hoped that your kids could play with his kids, not that that's what you wanted. Is that what you're saying now?
Objection, Mr. Harris's testimony again.
That's not what was said, actually.
Well, if you don't know what was said, then why are you telling me that you said hope? That you hoped?
I didn't say I don't know what was said.
Pardon?
I didn't say I don't know what was said.
Well, did you use the word hope?
I might have used the word hope.
And if that's the case, if you use the word hope, then what you're telling us is that that was your hope, even though he was dead, right?
That was a hope of mine.
Don't you think that that's a lie, knowing what you knew at the time?
No, because I'm just stating a wish that I had.
Oh, so that was your wish, even though you had killed him.
Yes, it was my wish.
And the other thing that you told her was that you and he were great friends, right?
Yes,
And you never mentioned anything about what happened at his house, did you?
that's right.
That was omitting.
Wrong
information,
camera.
wasn't it?
Yes,
Ma'am, do you know somebody by the name of Mark Jodi?
yes,
He was there that night at that restaurant, wasn't he?
I believe he was.
And in fact, he sat next to you, didn't he?
I think so, yes.
So it's your testimony that you did not, knowing that he was there that night. So is it your testimony that you did not have any cuts to your left hand?
I had cuts on my right hand for sure, and I don't remember about my left.
So it could be then that you did have cuts on your left hand, right? Correct?
It could be, but I didn't have Band-Aids on my left hand.
I'm not asking you about Band-Aids. Maybe that's the problem here. I'm asking whether or not you had cuts on your left hand.
I don't recall. I remember my right hand was cut.
So, but it could be that you did, right?
Possibly.
And Mr. Jodi was sitting right next to you, right?
Yes,
And because you were eating, he was in a position to see your hands, right?
I would think so.
Pardon?
I would think so.
Right, because your hands were above the table, right?
Yes.
You know whether or not you had gauze on your cuts.
No, they were Band-Aids
So you're saying you had Band-Aids on your cuts, right?
on my right hand.
Okay? But you don't remember whether or not you had any Band-Aids on your left hand, right?
I did not have Band-Aids on my left hand.
You just may have had cuts. Is that what you're saying?
If I did, I don't remember, but I guess it's possible.
Well, you keep saying that it's possible. Why would you say now that it's possible that you would have cuts on your left hand? What makes you think that you might have cuts on your left hand?
Nothing makes me think that.
Well, then why are you saying it's possible? Aren't you really telling me that you didn't have any cuts on your left hand?
Not that I remember.
Okay, not that you remember means there's the possibility that it could be, right?
That's what I'm saying.
So there is a possibility that it could be. You don't remember. So if somebody else says that there might be, you wouldn't have any reason to quibble with that.
Objection, argument, proper question.
I don't know.
And you don't know because you don't remember, is that it?
I don't know because I didn't have Band-Aids on my left. I had them on my right.
Now, one of the other things that happened after that is that at some point you then returned back to Mr. Burns' home, right?
Yes,
And you returned back to Mr. Burns' house and you guys go to sleep, right?
yes,
You set your clock, or the clock is set so that you can get up, right?
yes,
You need to get back to work, right?
yes.
And you need to get back to work. Margaritaville?
No.
You never worked at Margaritaville at that time, right?
I don't know that there's any place called Margaritaville, so no.
So the answer is no, right?
That's right.
And so it's also true that if you broke a glass at work and you cut your hand, it wouldn't have been at a place called Margaritaville, right?
That's right.
Once you're there with Mr. Burns, you do wake up at some point, right?
Yes,
There's a movie that you guys were watching at some point also, correct?
yes.
And when you wake up, you became passionate with him, right? You started to kiss him, didn't you?
Not passionate, yes, kissing.
You're what?
Not passionate, but yes, kissing.
And at some point, isn't it true that you quote unquote adjusted him?
I helped him adjust himself.
Okay, but if you helped him adjust himself, there was some adjusting that was going on, right?
That's right.
And that means that you moved his buttocks, is what we're talking about, right?
No,
Didn't you move his body then so that his body would be more available to yours?
No.
You didn't get on top of him and grind on top of him with your clothing on.
no,
That's not anything that you did, right?
I did not grind that guy.
You didn't, perhaps the Mormons, without getting too much into it, you and Mr. Alexander did this grinding, didn't you?
Yes,
And that means something in your relationship, doesn't it?
I heard about
No.
Well, you
docking.
just said that you and Mr. Alexander did this, right?
yes, I did.
And that meant that your genitalia rubbed against each other, right?
Yes,
So what you're saying is that your genitalia did not rub against Mr. Burns' genitalia, correct?
that's correct.
But you did get on top of him, right? Around the waist area.
No, I got off of him. I fell asleep on top of him.
And no, that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking whether or not while you were kissing him, you got on top of his waist area. That's what I'm asking.
I think I was laying next to him.
You keep saying thing. I want you to tell me whether or not you got on top of Mr. Burns and placed your genitalia where it would be, I know you were clothed on top of his. That's what I'm asking.
No, I got off from being on top of him.
So
Oh,
if you got
Lord.
off for being on top of him, at some point you had to be on top of him then, right?
Yes.
And so you were on top of his genitalia with your body. Part of your body was on top of his, right?
No, I was on top of his stomach.
Okay, and was, what you're saying is you were on top of his stomach with your legs spread or no?
I don't recall. You were in the love sack.
Pardon? I know you were in the love sack, but I'm asking whether or not you were straddling his stomach area,
I think I might have been.
okay? You say you think you might have been, which means really nothing because you're not admitting to anything. Isn't it true that you were straddling his midsection?
Objection, ask an answer. It's not for time.
Now, and during that time that you were on top of him, there was some kissing that was going on, right?
No, we were sleeping.
But as soon as you woke up, you kissed him, right?
Not as soon as I woke up.
Some point thereafter, you kissed him, right?
Before I left, yes.
So you're saying that there was no romantic kissing that went on, is what you're telling me, right?
That's not what I'm saying.
So there was romantic kissing that went on.
Yes.
When did this romantic kissing take place?
I think it started first in the afternoon and then in the evening, or I guess it would be early morning on the 5th or the 6th. But
And he also placed his hands between your legs, right? Some point.
not that I recall.
But that means that you were here when he testified, right?
Yes.
So it could be that he did place his hands between your legs, right?
No, could be that he was full of crap. He didn't go there.
So you are saying that Mr. Burns is full of crap.
When he said he got near my vaginal area, absolutely.
So, and you're the same person that's telling us that he's full of crap that has lied to him, right?
Yes.
That has lied to Leslie Udy, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That has lied to Detective Flores on 2 occasions, right?
Yes.
And to continue this litany of lies, it isn't restricted to Utah. You also lied to people in Arizona, didn't you?
Yes, everyone.
Right. And yet you're telling us somebody else is full of crap, right?
When it comes to that, yes.
So the answer is yes.
I said yes.
And so after this happened, you went back to Wairika, correct? Drove back.
Yes.
And you drove back to Wairika and you didn't tell anybody anything that had happened, right?
You mean at Travis's house?
Yes, that's right.
That's correct.
One of the things that ended up happening, though, is that you then received a call on June 10th of 2008 in the early morning hours, right?
Yes.
And you received that call from an individual by the name of Daniel Freeman, didn't you?
Yes.
He's the same individual that testified here today, or not today, but at some point during these proceedings, right?
Yes.
And he was telling you about Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
And you lied to him, right?
I don't know, I guess.
Well, no, we don't want you to guess, man. You did lie to him, didn't you?
I'm trying to recall our conversation.
Well, did you tell him I'm the person who killed him? You didn't do that, did you?
No, I didn't.
You pretended you didn't know anything about it, right?
I don't remember. He just told me.
I know what he just told you. I want to know whether or not you told
Please.
him that you knew that something had happened to Mr.
Please
Alexander on June 4th,
answer
2008.
him.
Did you tell him that?
No.
You omitted that, right?
Yes.
Even though he was calling you to talk to you about Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
The conversation allowed for that sort of response from you, right?
Yes.
But you didn't do it. Instead, you kept it to yourself, right?
Yes.
He was upset when he called you, right? Heard his voice, right?
Yes.
And you could tell from his voice whether or not he was upset. You've been around him before, hadn't you?
Yes.
You've been around him many times going to his house for Sunday dinner, right?
Yes.
And you've also been around him when he'd been around with his family, right?
Yes.
With his sister Desiree, right?
Yes.
Had gone up to Sedona with you, right?
Yes.
Had gone up to the Grand Canyon with you, right?
Yes.
Had gone up to
Jeez.
Supai Falls, right?
Yes.
You had significant contact with him, right?
Yes.
And in fact, at some point, you even thought that he liked you, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you wrote that in your journal, right?
Yes.
So you could tell from his tone of voice that he was upset.
I've never heard him upset in my life. Actually.
Okay, so that tone of voice that he displayed to you was foreign to you.
It was gentle the way he was talking.
All right, so it was a gentle tone of voice. And in this gentle tone of voice, you never told him that you were responsible for the killing of Mr. Alexander, were you?
No, I did not.
You could have, though, right?
Yes.
It was a pretty close friend, right?
Yes.
And instead, what you chose to do is you chose to perpetuate the lie, right?
Yes.
You then started to call a religious person, didn't you?
Yes.
You called somebody by the name of Bishop Layton, right?
Yes.
And you called him and you asked him whether or not Mr. Alexander was dead, right?
I didn't think I asked him that.
Well, isn't that the topic of the conversation, Mr. Alexander's death?
Yes.
And during this time, you're calling as the grieving ex-girlfriend, right? Somebody who cares.
I was calling as a friend.
Okay, if you're calling as a friend, why are you calling if you already know what happened to Mr. Alexander other than to lie about it?
There were many things I didn't know.
Oh, so you just wanted to get information about the death so you could use it later to lie about it? Is that what
A
it is?
lot of people do that.
I just called because I wanted to know what he knew.
And the reason you wanted to know what he knew was so that you could see whether or not anybody was onto you, right?
Yes, partially.
And it wasn't like you cared about Mr. Alexander. It was you just wanted to see what it was that you needed to do to make sure that you weren't charged with a crime, right?
Sustained.
Ma'am, you wanted to see what he knew is what you told us, right?
Yes.
What purpose would there be for that information, knowing what he knows about it, other than to benefit you?
The fact that there was a big memory block was bothering me.
I'm not asking you if a memory block was bothering you.
You asked
Am
the
I-
reason, whatever
Am I
reason.
asking you if a memory block was bothering you?
Objection, Your Honor, to ask me answers. She answered the question he asked.
Am I asking you if a memory block was bothering you?
No.
I was asking you about the information that you were trying to get and what you were going to do with it, right?
No, that's not what you're asking me.
And isn't it true that I asked you the purpose for calling Bishop Layton, right?
No.
I asked you that. Why did you call
This
Bishop
is
Layton? Did I
not
ask
the
you that?
person I would fuck around
Well, this
with.
is part of the same conversation, isn't it?
Yes.
And you do agree that you called Bishop Layton, right?
Yes.
In the middle of the night, right?
Yes.
3 a.m., I think, right?
Yeah, it was late.
And you called Bishop Layton and you spoke to him because you wanted to get information about what he knew about the investigation, right?
That was part of it.
Yes, that part. Let's talk about that part. The part that you wanted to know about the investigation, that was going to help you should something come of this, right?
Objection, can I?
That wasn't my thought, really.
Way
That
vague.
wasn't your thought. Then why do you even want to know about it?
I couldn't remember much or anything from that day.
Well, you remembered that you had been there, didn't you?
Yes,
You remembered that there had been this confrontation, right?
I do remember that.
Yes, and you remember that you didn't call 911, right?
Yes.
So why is it that you even need to know about the investigation since you have firsthand knowledge? Why are you asking for somebody who has secondhand knowledge?
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterized. She didn't have first-hand knowledge. She had no memory.
You were there. You're the person who killed him, right? You've admitted that in court, right?
Yes.
That means you were there, right?
Yes.
If you were there and you knew you were there, you did know you were there, though, didn't you?
Yes.
If you knew that you were there and that he was dead, then why are you calling for information? Is it to rub it in?
Objection, argumentative.
Why are you calling for?
Pardon?
I feel like they're not accomplishing much of anything right now. I'm hoping they're going to take a break soon. But they're not. They're just going to keep going forward. Oh, ooh, we're going to see some of the interview from the I think the Entertainment Tonight. Feel free to share the stream with a friend if you are enjoying this, or just make sure, double check that you are liked and subscribed on the channel. You can share by just share link on social media. Thanks, guys.
I think I called Beth Searcy at one point.
Didn't you also call Leslie Udy?
Yes.
And you called to tell her about this, right?
Yes.
And this was after you had received confirmation that he was dead, right?
I believe it was, yes.
You never told her again during this conversation about the fact that you had been there on June 4th of 2008, correct?
That's correct.
Now, in addition to making statements to those people, you went out of your way to contact Mr. Alexander's family, didn't you?
And argumentative out of his way.
I made contact, yes.
Well, do you know who Mumums is?
Yes.
What is Mumums' name?
Norma Sarby.
And Norma Sarby is Mr. Alexander's grandmother, right?
That's right.
And in fact, that's the person who raised Mr. Alexander, correct?
I believe so.
Well, when you say you believe so, it sounds like you don't know. You did have a relationship with Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
And on direct examination, you told us about a time that you went over to his grandmother's house, right?
Yes.
And you and Mr. Alexander talked about his upbringing in the Rubidoux area of Southern California, right?
Briefly.
Pardon? Briefly means you did talk about it, right?
Yes.
And so one of the things that you did was that you actually sent Miss Sarby irises, right?
Yes.
And you sent her 20 of them, right?
Yes.
And in addition to that, you attached a note, right?
Yes.
And in it, you indicated that she was in your prayers, right?
Yes.
You did this, ma'am. That's a lie, right? When you say that you felt sympathy for her, isn't it?
No, that wasn't a lie.
Oh, so you felt badly for her?
Yes.
You felt badly for her. Is this just sort of a way for you to assuage your guilt? Is that what it is?
Assuage.
That wasn't my thought.
Pardon?
That wasn't my thought.
Well, you say that wasn't your thought, but if you're the person that has done this, she actually received them on June 13th of 2008, didn't you?
I don't know.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Okay.
Ma'am, didn't you write in your journal that she received him on June 13th of 2008?
Yes.
So you weren't speculating about that, were you?
I was going off my email confirmation.
Right. So she received these, and you included this message telling her that you were sorry for what had happened, right?
Yes.
That was for your benefit, wasn't it?
No.
Well, it wasn't for your benefit?
No.
Even though you had done it, you still were sending this out, right?
Sending what?
Or
The
the
flowers?
irises, the
Yes.
flowers. That's what we're talking about. And you knew she was an older woman, didn't you?
Oh,
Yes.
shit. Sorry,
And you knew
guys.
that she was very tight with Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
And so you, as her killer, then, are sending these items to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Related to
Sorry.
killing her.
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the noon recess at this time.
Oh, I
Please
was
redact
right. They
and
are
adjourn
going to
by
do a
1:25.
new recess.
Remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch. You are excused.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do. Okay, so I am interested to see if she rebounds a little bit, and we still have some viewers here. So let's go till 9 o'clock, because I said we were going to be doing this every 30 minutes. I know that my mod has to be somewhere at 9:30, and we are trying to figure out a thing. Sorry. A direct link for you guys so that when I finish this this stream, you can directly go to another stream. So she's trying to help me with that, and that's what I've been doing. I finally figured out how to make her give her the privileges to do that. So now I'm more focused. All right, guys. Hopefully Jodi is. And I do this every day, by the way. I'm just getting it in extra right now because I'm going to be out Monday and Tuesday.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience while we resolved an issue. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Ma'am, in
Please
addition
feel
to
free to share,
sending
by
the
the
flowers, you
way.
actually sent a
Again,
letter to the brother, sisters, and family of Travis Alexander, correct?
I sent it to his grandparents' address.
But you sent it to the family, didn't you?
Yes.
And the letter was dated July 28th, 2008, correct?
Yes, that's when I wrote it.
Pardon?
Yes, that's when I wrote it.
And that's Travis Alexander's birthday, isn't it?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm going to play Exhibit 470, which talks about these particular issues, and then I'll ask whether or not that is you on this particular excerpt, okay?
Okay.
You did grant interviews to people from 48 Hours, did you?
Yes.
There were 2 interviews, right?
Yes.
There was one in Wairika, correct?
Yes.
With Jonathan Leach was the person asking the questions, right?
Right.
And then there was another here at the jail, correct?
Yes.
And the person asking the questions was Maureen Mara, correct?
Yes.
The date of the interview out in Wairika was August 5th of 2008, correct?
I don't remember the date. That sounds right.
Okay. Exhibit 470.
Travis's family deserves to know what happened. And because I may be the only person that will ever be able to say what happened that day, at least for now, I believe that one day all things will be made known. And so they'll know who did this, and they'll know what exactly went down, and they'll know what happened. But I just know that if it were my brother, I would want to know. And I feel that above all things, they deserve to know what happened. And they deserve to hear how things went down. If it were my brother, I'd want to know what his last minutes were like and what was being said and things like that.
Did you ever communicate to them or try to reach out and tell them?
Yes, but not until I got into here. I wrote them a letter. I don't know if they'll ever make it to them. I don't know if they'll even read it. But that's the only attempt that I've made. Other than I called his grandmother and I expressed my sympathies to her and I sent flowers to her. I sent her 20 white irises. And the reason I chose irises was because when Travis and I were discussing baby names, he said of girls' names, he liked the name Iris, and he liked the name Hinckley and Megan and Reagan. And I thought Hinckley was an interesting name for a girl's name. It's actually a last name. But Iris was among those, and I thought, well, that's a flower, and I'll just do that. Sort of, it was my own symbology. A meaning meant something to me. I didn't tell them that. I don't think that they realized that. But
Do you
that's
remember
okay.
what you wrote them in the letter?
It was something very simple, short and sweet. I don't remember exactly. But I did leave my phone number, and I told them that if they ever need anything, to please call me. And I told them that they're in my prayers now and always.
Ma'am, that letter that you wrote, as we said, was 18 pages long, correct?
That sounds about right.
And in that letter, you actually tell the family that the people that did it were this male and this female, right?
Yes.
So you lied to them, didn't you?
Yes.
You put it in writing, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you're talking here, and by here I mean to this person, you indicate things like they deserve to know what happened. They did deserve to know what happened, but did they deserve that lie?
I guess not.
When you say you guess not, it means that you're not sure. Are you sure that they deserve it, or are you sure they did not deserve it?
I wasn't sure because the alternative,
You trailed off at the end again. What did you say?
I felt the alternative was worse.
You felt the alternative to what was worse? To not sending them a letter? You didn't have to send them a letter, did you?
That's not what I'm referring to.
Right, but you didn't have to send them a letter, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't have to send them a letter where you indicated all these or set out your fabrications, did you?
No,
And that actually was done to make you feel better, wasn't it?
no, I was encouraged to write it.
So it wasn't your fault that you wrote it, right? Somebody else encouraged you to write it, right?
It was my choice, ultimately.
Well, but you're saying you were encouraged to do it, right?
Yes, it was. It
And so again, you're not taking responsibility for doing it. You're saying somebody else told me to do it, right?
was my choice.
Right. So then you were wrong about being encouraged to do it?
I was encouraged.
And just because somebody encourages you, does that excuse the lie?
No,
Ma'am, when we were here Thursday, one of the things that we talked about, and this is last Thursday, were these incidents involving physical violence that you claim that Mr. Alexander perpetrated on you. Things like him hitting you. Do you remember we talked about those?
yes,
We talked about two of them specifically. We talked about one in August of 2007, and then we talked about one that you claim took place on January 22nd of 2008. Do you recall that we talked about that?
I didn't, well, not really, because I didn't consider the August 2007 one to be physical violence.
Well, but we did talk about that one. That's the one, so that we're clear, where you came over to his house uninvited, right?
No, I was
Well-
not uninvited.
Do you remember that you told us that the day before you came over to his house uninvited?
No, I called him first.
Okay, so you called him. You went over to his house, right?
Yes,
And you went to the back part of the house, right?
to the side, yes.
Right, and you looked in through the sliding glass door, right?
No, I went around to the back after the side and then looked in through the window, not the sliding glass
All
door.
right, so you looked inside the house, right?
Yes,
And by the light of the television, you were able to see that he was making out, right?
yes,
And this is the one that you told us it was Mr. Alexander and an unknown female, right?
Now.
That was buttoning up her bra, right?
rehooking it,
What is that?
rehooking it.
Rehooking the bra. And the next day, which would have still been August of 2007, you went to talk to him about it, right?
Yes,
Because you felt that he owed it to you, even though you weren't dating, right?
I don't know that I thought that far ahead. I just wanted to know.
Well, you
Thanks
did go
for
over there, didn't you?
watching.
Yes,
And you went
Make sure
over there
you're
even though you weren't
subscribed,
dating, right?
please.
we weren't exclusively dating, right?
Well, do you remember that we talked about this last Thursday and you said, no, we weren't dating, but he was courting me. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay, so you do remember that you weren't dating, right?
Well, it's about terminology. We went on dates, but we weren't boyfriend. girlfriend.
Okay, you weren't in a situation where you were boyfriend and girlfriend, right?
That's right.
You had just broken up in June of 2007, right?
Yes,
And so he's with another woman and you feel you have the right to go confront him the next day, right?
yes,
And this is the situation that you told us that he started chasing you down the hallway, right?
yes,
And he grabbed your wrist.
yes,
So that was one incident that we talked about last Thursday. Then we talked about another incident. Do you remember that?
yes,
And that was the one on January 22nd of 2008, where you claimed that he kicked you in that little finger and broke it, right?
that's right.
Well, ma'am, there was also another time that you claimed there was physical violence, and that was in early March of 2008, right?
Yes,
And this is the time that you told him that you were going to be moving to California, right?
yes, when we argued about it.
Ma'am, I'm asking you whether or not that was the time that you told him that you were going to California. Yes or no?
That's correct.
It was a day when the both of you were going over to some sort of tax seminar, something like that, right? Do you remember
Yes.
telling me that?
Yes,
And according to you, you were in the car, and he reached over after you told him that, and he hit you on the side of the face, right?
not immediately after I told him that, and it wasn't the face. We argued first.
Okay, the side of the head, right?
Kind of, more the neck area.
Okay, the neck area. He hit you, right?
Yes,
And this was in the car, right?
yes,
While you guys were arguing or talking about it, right?
yes,
That's a lie, isn't it?
no,
Oh, really? Isn't it? Isn't it?
no,
Well, do you remember that you kept a journal for that day, Ann?
yes, I do.
And do you remember, I'm gonna have it marked. That's that entry.
Yes,
I'm going to show you the full entry, which is Exhibit 471. If you need to compare it to the original, let me know and I will give it to you.
Just a little decorating going on.
Would you like to compare it to the original?
No, thank you.
That is a true and accurate copy of the entry of March 2nd, 2008 in your journal, correct?
Yes,
It was a Sunday, right?
yes.
I move for the admission of the exhibit.
We'd like to see the original and see what was removed from this exhibit.
Yes.
And for the record, I'm handing exhibit 242.002.
Oh, I love having you here. Thank you. Hold on. I don't want to forget. So I haven't posted this information like in a comment tonight. So now that like we're winding down, I did want to post that. I'd be silly if I didn't. It is not expected. It's just there if you are interested. And what was I going to say about it? Oh, the reason why I mentioned the Cash App and the Venmo is because with YouTube, you have to go through YouTube and they take 30%. So a lot of people don't know that. I certainly didn't know that. So that's the only reason I post that. But once again, just having you guys like and subscribe, it does mean so much to me. So as long as we get enough people, the major goal is 1,000 people, because that's going to help generate more people in here, and I'll be able to start going off and making some content that will generate revenue for YouTube. So thank you guys. I appreciate you all for being here, and I can't wait to keep doing this with you. Tomorrow and Thursday are definites. Let's get the show on the road, Juan. Wa-ta-ta.
Should I pick you up to And ma'am, this is an entry for Sunday, March 2nd of 2008, correct?
Correct.
And if the day before would have been March 1st of 2008,
I'll hide
correct?
this
That's
for a
And that would have
moment.
been a Saturday, right?
Yes,
And the day before would have been the last of the Friday, would have been the last day of February, right?
yes.
And do you remember whether or not that was leap year?
No, I don't remember.
It could have been February 29th, though, right? If
Could
it was
have.
leap year.
Yes,
So it starts out that you're writing on Sunday and you say, well, I didn't get back to writing last night, which would have been Saturday night, right?
yes,
And so then you sort of recap what's going on. You say, let's see, Friday, which is the last day of February, right?
right.
I went over to T-Dogs. T-Dog is a name for Travis Alexander, right?
Yes, his nickname.
For a while to clean, right? And then it says shortly thereafter, he went out to go rock climbing with Mimi Hall. Their third date, second and a half date, really no third, right?
Yes,
He said it went really well. And then you say, I accidentally fell asleep, so I was there when he returned, right?
yes,
So you were asleep in his house when he came back from a date, correct?
that's right.
And so if he is out on a date and you know about it, why is it that you feel that back in August of 2007, you can confront him about it? If it's the same situation.
It wasn't the same situation at this time.
Oh, at this time, you really knew that it was over then, right?
I knew we weren't getting married.
Which is different than knowing that it's getting over, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you said you knew you weren't getting married. I'm asking you whether or not the relationship was over, not whether or not you were going to get married.
It wasn't over on March 2nd.
It wasn't over at all. In fact, even after that, you continued to have intercourse with him, right?
Yes,
Where did you fall asleep?
I think it was on the
Your
love sack
mom's?
upstairs.
It was where?
On the love sack upstairs.
And the love sack is right outside his room, right?
Yeah, outside all 4 bedrooms.
And then you talk about what you were supposed to do, but anyway, you say, anyway, and that happened on Friday that you fell asleep, right?
If that's the day I'm referencing, yes.
Yeah. Then you talk about the next morning, which is Saturday, March 1st, right?
Right.
You said that he picked you up so that you could go to the tax seminar. And that's the day that you previously told us involved this physical violence, right?
That's right.
You said, but we ended up not going. He bought me some, it says something fast. Would you agree that that's breakfast?
Yes.
And Feelies would be Feely Bertos, correct?
Yes.
And you were grateful for it. And then you say, anyway, on the way back home, I told him my plans to move back to Wairika and that I probably wouldn't be plugging into the PPL events anymore, right?
Yes.
That's what you said precipitated the argument and the fighting, right?
That's right.
Well, then you say, this will keep us both, this will help us both move on and close the gap. What gap are you talking about?
It's a figure of speech.
Oh, so what gap are you talking about?
It's not about a gap. It's a figure of speech.
Meaning what?
Meaning close the relationship between us as far as physical and that kind of thing.
So this is closing, this is saying that you are now going to be separate and apart and no more sex, right?
That was my goal.
Is that yes? Is that what that means, yes or no?
That's what that means.
You say, one thing that I really miss about Arizona is that there are so many awesome Mormons my age, and I've met tons of incredible people that I've come to love and really cherish their friendship, right?
Right.
I like her
And then it
handwriting.
says, well, Travis and I talked some more in his car. That's the place that you told us that he backhanded you, right?
That's right.
It's
And we
not
were
as
able
good
to
as
say
mine,
some
though.
things, at least I was. When you're talking about I was, you're the person who was able to tell him how you felt, right?
Yes.
And you did it in the car, right?
Yes.
And it doesn't say anything there that he backhanded you, does it?
No, of course not.
Well, why not, of course? You were free to write it down, right?
Yeah, but I would never do that.
Well, I'm not asking if you would have done it, ma'am. Isn't it true that there's nothing there that says about that?
No, of course not.
You keep saying, of course not. You were free to do it, weren't you?
Yeah, but I wouldn't have.
But you didn't do it, right?
No, of course not.
Is this the same like with the interview with the detective, where you could have told him the truth, but you chose not to?
No, this is different, but that's
It's
what
the
I
same
did.
sort of circumstance with the detective, right? You could have told Detective Flores everything, right?
That much is true, yes.
But you had a reason why you didn't tell the detective that, right?
Yes.
And so now you're telling me, well, I could have written more here, but you have a different reason, right?
A similar reason, but different.
You had a different reason, right?
Yes.
So if it isn't in there and you're telling me that it happened, then there's an issue as to whether or not it did happen, isn't there?
Not to me, it happened to
Of
me.
course not to you. I'm asking you whether or not there's the appearance, at least, since you didn't write anything about it in there, that it never happened, right? Didn't happen, did it, ma'am?
Objection argumentative. May we approach?
You may approach.
Damn. They're getting saucy. They're getting a little saucy. Oh my goodness. All right, where is this at? Oh, we're at a really pivotal moment.
Who just hit you, right?
Yes.
That speaks against that, doesn't it?
Objection argumentative.
That was the goal.
Listening.
It is so unimaginable to live without him, but it has to be this way. It will be better for both, I think.
He might
Right?
be.
Right.
And you're talking about moving away so that you won't have any contact with him, right?
Physical contact, yes.
Oh, so you don't mind the telephone, it's the physical contact that's the problem, right?
It had been a problem in our relationship.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you whether or not the physical problem was the physical contact was the problem.
It was part of the problem.
And it's okay, though, if you're up there in Wairika, to have phone sex, though, right?
Not technically, it's not okay.
When you say technically, what does that mean? I'm talking about you're the one that's telling us it will be better for both of you this distance. So is phone sex okay or not?
It's not okay for our religion.
I'm not asking about your religion. I'm asking, well, let me do it this way. You keep talking about the Mormon religion, but you can't even tell me about going to family home evening, can you?
I had to work on Monday nights.
Ma'am, can you tell me about family home evening?
Yes.
I thought you couldn't yesterday. All right, then let's talk about family home or Thursday. Let's talk about family home evening. It starts at about 7 o'clock, doesn't it?
Depends on the word,
Yes or no? Doesn't it start about 7 o'clock?
I guess.
Listening.
And it can go until about 8 o'clock, right? It's a 1 hour meeting, right?
It depends.
It depends on what?
The word, the activity.
Okay, how about your ward? When would it go to?
I think it was about an hour. I don't remember the start time.
So if it started at 7, it would go to 8. If it started at 7:30, it would go to 8:30, right?
Typically, yes.
And afterwards, there would be activities, right?
FHE was the activity.
So there were no activities afterwards where the young people got together then, according to you, the ones that you went to.
There might have been.
When you say there might have been, weren't you there to know? I thought you said you were very Mormon.
I usually worked on Monday night.
So you don't know then is what you're telling me. Why don't you just tell me you do or you don't? Just tell me either way.
I told you what I know.
So you know that you don't really know what happens is what you're telling me, right?
Objection, compound question.
Restate your question.
You don't know what happens at family home meetings, right?
I only know what's happened at the ones
Yes or
I've
no, ma'am?
attended.
I'm not asking you. Yes or no, you don't really know what happened at family home
I'm
meetings,
trying to
right?
answer your question, but you keep over talking me.
I'm going to object to that comment. by the defendant. She should be instructed to answer.
Abstain. Can you answer?
I can't.
Answer the question.
Then it talks about what happened in terms of the physical contact between you and Mr. Alexander, doesn't it?
Part of the physical contact.
Pardon?
Part of it.
It doesn't say part there, does it?
No,
It says what happened, doesn't it?
it says part of what happened.
Does it say this is part of what happened? Is that, it doesn't say that there, ma'am, does it?
Objection, ask and answer, argumentative.
Overall, to answer.
Will you repeat that?
It doesn't say this is part of what happened. It just lays out what happened, doesn't it?
It lays out what I wrote.
And which is what happened, right?
Yes, that did happen.
Okay? And it says, I leaned in to give him a hug and a kiss on the cheek, right?
That's right.
Doesn't talk anything about getting hit on the side of the head with his hand, does it?
No, he'd already apologized.
Yes or no? Does it say that there?
I said no.
And then you leaned in and you did it to say goodbye, and he turned his head so that our lips met, right?
Yes,
The meeting there was not a hand to the side of your head. It was two lips meeting, right?
yes,
And then, according to you, it was a series of 3 very tender, very slow, very soft kisses, right?
that's right.
Doesn't talk about anything with the backhand, does it?
Of course not.
Well, you keep saying, of course not. Please take a look at it. Don't say, of course not, when it doesn't say that there.
Objection, she answered this question.
Okay, next question.
You love his lips, right? That's what it says.
That's what it says.
So
And
awkward.
It doesn't say, I love, it
Cringe.
says, I love his lips, correct?
Of course.
When you keep saying, of course, man, we keep going back to this thing that you keep indicating that there's something there when there isn't. These are your written words, right?
That's right.
Pardon?
That's right.
And you were the person who set down your version of the events that occurred in that car, right?
Only the parts I wanted to remember.
Ma'am, does this say this is only parts of what I wanted to remember? It doesn't say that there, does it?
No, I was just answering your question.
My question is, does it include what you wrote, your version of the events inside the car? Yes or no?
Part of them, yes.
You keep saying part. We keep going back and forth, ma'am. This is what you wrote, correct?
That's correct.
It doesn't say that it's just a part of a larger entry, does it?
No.
Then you say that you went inside, you fixed your makeup, and you went to Starbucks, got Travis a Frappuccino. You are now out of the car, right?
Yes,
And you're going to get Mr. Alexander a Frappuccino, right?
that's correct.
Cookies and
And
cream.
then you took it to his house, right?
She had a
You
strawberry.
drove, right?
Yes,
He dropped you off at your house, right?
yes,
And the purpose of going back was so that you could pick up some items that he had been storing, right? And so
Yes.
that you could load them in your car, right?
yes,
But instead of that, you ended up being naughty again, right?
that's right.
So much for closing that gap, right?
Yeah,
And this was as part of the same event, if you will, where your lips met and you had 3 kisses, right?
yes, part of the makeup.
Right.
Our lips met.
And then you talk about that being another advantage to you moving away since you guys can't stay away from each other, right?
That's right.
Seems like you were into the sex as much as he was, right?
Yes,
Says that you helped him clean up a little bit more for his UFC party, right?
that's right.
That UFC party would have been that Saturday night, right?
Yes,
And you say that you've never really been into that kind of activity, but you appreciate it, right?
that's right.
And then we have an issue or an individual by the name of Lonnie that's mentioned in the next paragraph, right?
Yes,
And Lonnie is the same individual that we discussed Thursday involving his baptism and the fact that you missed it because you went to have sex with Mr. Alexander, right?
yes, the same line.
You actually saw the UFC party at Lonnie's house, right?
The UFC event, yes,
Then that evening you get home and Travis called, correct?
that's correct.
What time did he call?
I don't remember.
And you spoke, according to that, for an hour and a half until both of you were sleepy, right?
That's right.
Well, it does say that, right?
That's right.
And you made some jokes about Facebook. You talked about how it was if you guys would have children and how their lips would be such that Angelina Jolie would cry, right?
Right.
And it was just funny, fun talk, right?
Yes,
No indication that you talked about moving there, right?
no,
No indication at all that you talked about any physical violence whatsoever, right?
that's right.
And then you write, I love it, right?
That's right.
And that at the very bottom is your signature, right?
Yes,
So this entry does not corroborate what you told us happened in the car, right?
right. That's the goal.
That's the what?
The goal.
Did I ask you if it was the goal?
No,
I asked you whether or not it corroborated it. It doesn't, does it?
no,
With to that supposed injury that you claim that you received, you didn't call the police, did you?
No.
You didn't tell anybody about it, right?
no,
There is no corroboration anywhere, including your journal, that it even happened, right?
that's right.
All we have is your word, right?
That's right. And my injuries.
Pardon?
My injuries.
And your injuries?
Right.
Let me see a photograph of it, ma'am, so that we can put this to bed.
What are you talking about?
Well, you said that your injuries. Did you take a photograph of the injuries when he hit you?
No, I was referring to other injuries.
I'm talking about that day. Do you have any problem acknowledging that we're talking about this particular day when you're in the car?
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Are there photographs of them that we don't know about?
No.
There is no photographic evidence, there's no documentary evidence, and there's no anecdotal evidence. Are you talking to anybody about it? Is there?
I would hope not, not to my.
Well, I'm not asking you what you hope. I'm asking you whether or not there is. There
Not
isn't.
to my
Is there?
knowledge.
Pardon?
Not to my knowledge.
Well, your knowledge is what's important to us. Is there any such items out there that we could look at? Oh,
Items, no, but as far as telling
So the
other
answer is
people,
no, right?
as far as items go,
I'm talking about, are there any photographs?
no photos.
Aside from this writing, are there any other writings?
No,
Is there a police report?
no,
Is there a medical report?
no.
But we do have some text messages, don't we? Let's take a look at them about what happened that night.
Lots of allergies in there.
Take a look at exhibit 473 and 472. They're basically the same thing, right?
Right,
Except one of them does not include Mr. Alexander's response, right?
that's right.
So this is the give and take between you and Mr. Alexander the evening of March 1st of 2008, right?
Yes,
And in fact, you previously acknowledged that the time that's written there, that's actually is part of the message, is 7 hours too fast, right?
yes,
Move for the admission exhibit 472. Your approach?
You may.
Sorry, I was creating a new sign. I don't know where our numbers went, Stream Mama. I was really into the creative element of what I was doing. I need to like get these laminated. I actually need to do these so they're done better. You know what I'm saying? Like I need to spend some time with my placards. These were on the fly yesterday. This is my favorite. That's actually in the process of being made into a shirt.
Let's take a look at the conversation that you had with Mr. Alexander on March 1st, 2008 at 9:28 p.m. You see that?
yes,
And that's you sending him a text, right?
that's right.
And you say, "Hi, sweetie," correct?
Yes,
And this is supposedly after he popped you in the side of the head, right?
it was. We'd already made up.
Ma'am, this is after you claim that he popped you in the side of the head, right?
Yes,
And then you say, "I hope you're enjoying your party." You're talking about the UFC party that you previously referenced in exhibit number 471, which is your journal entry, right?
yes,
At least we know that those correspond and are corroborated, right?
yes,
And when you say sweetie, that also corresponds to the tone of exhibit number 471, where you talk about his lips and how much you love him, right?
that's right.
And then you
I
ask him
agree.
to borrow the BMW for church tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Why are you asking to borrow his car?
I can't remember that particular reason, but we were swapping cars back and forth during that time.
Same thing with regard to January 21st of 2008, when you were driving his car, right?
I think I was driving my car that day.
Pardon?
I believe I was driving my car that
Do
day.
you remember that the text messages talked about the family home evening and how
Yes,
you needed to
it
go pick up
was.
the car? Do you remember that?
Yes,
So it's sort of the same issue, right?
sort of.
And if you drove his BMW to church, that would mean that he would be without a car, right?
No, he would drive mine.
Okay, so why is it that you want to drive his BMW to church? Is it just to show off or what?
No, my car was better than his, so no, that wasn't why.
Well, then what's the reason why you want to drive the BMW?
It's possible that while I used to
Well, I'm
drive,
not asking you what's possible. I want you to tell me what. Objection, speculation. No response.
All right, restate your question.
Ma'am, why did you want to borrow his BMW? If you know.
the only time I borrowed his BMW for church or Monday nights or evenings was so that I could drive the sister missionaries around because my car didn't fit everyone.
So is that what you're saying then, that you wanted to drive the missionaries around?
That would have been why.
So I wanted to know. I only need it for that day, and I'll bring it back before the day is over, right?
Yes,
What time did the services start the next day?
I think my ward started at, well, it was always changing. It changed twice that year, so it was either 12 or 1 o'clock PM.
And how long did it go?
3 hours,
Then his response is at 9:32, which is what?
of course.
And then at 9:58, what do you say to him?
I say, thanks, baby, you're the best.
And he was the best, wasn't he?
Best at what?
I don't know. You're the one that wrote it. Why don't you tell me?
I wrote that because it made him feel good.
Oh, so you're lying to him now. He's not the best. You just want to make him feel good.
I wasn't lying to him.
Well, didn't you just tell me that you wrote that because you wanted him to feel good, right?
That's right.
The implication with that is that he wasn't the best, that you did not believe that he was the best.
The best at what?
I don't know. You wrote it, right?
Yes,
So why don't you tell me what you meant?
I wanted him to feel good.
Okay, I know you wanted him to feel good. So the only thing that we can take from that, given what you've answered, is that you were lying to him. He was not the best. And if you do tell him that he's the best, isn't this the same individual that you claim has just hit you in the side of the head, right?
More than that, but that's right.
Okay, he's the same individual that hit you on the side of the neck, right?
Yes,
And now you're telling him that he's the best, right?
yes.
Do you see how that's inconsistent or no?
It wasn't inconsistent with our pattern.
I'm not asking you if it was inconsistent with your pattern. I'm asking whether or not you can see that you're telling him he's the best after you claim he's hit you on the side of the neck.
Just answer the same question.
Overruled, you may answer.
It wasn't inconsistent with the apology that followed.
I'm not asking about the apology that followed after this, or that may have followed. I'm asking, isn't it true that it doesn't make sense that you're telling him the best after he hit you at the side of the neck? It doesn't make sense, does it?
Objection, Your Honor. Ask and answer.
Overruled, you may answer.
It makes sense because he apologized.
So is there an apology that came afterwards? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
And are you saying it's part of these text messages that the apology came afterwards?
no, but it was part of the 3 tender kisses.
It's what?
Part of the 3 tender kisses that I wrote about.
Oh, I see. So when you write that there were 3 tender kisses, which is exhibit number 471, you're telling us that, yeah, well, that's right there, but I just didn't include the fact that he hit me on the side of the neck, right?
Of course not.
Of course not. What? You did not include it in there, did you?
No,
Now, with the same thing with regard to, now we're just talking about the injuries that you claim that you've received. With regard to the injury to the finger, you claim that that happened on January 22nd of 2008, right?
that's right.
The photograph shows that you don't have an injury to the finger as of May 15th of 2008, doesn't it?
That's not what the photograph shows.
So you're claiming that that photograph shows, and let me just show it to you so that we know what we're talking about. Exhibit 453, you're claiming that that shows the injury to your finger, right?
They're bent, yes.
So you're saying that, yes, it does show the injury to your left ring finger like you showed us here in court, right? Yeah, yes or no? You put up the finger in court, remember you did that? And you're saying that this is the same finger with the same injury, right?
That is the same.
Do you remember, again, talking about whether or not there's anything that's corroborated? You didn't call the police on this, right? The
That's
finger
right.
issue, right?
Of course.
Of course, yes or of course not?
Of course not.
So you didn't, that's a no, right?
No, I did not.
And you didn't go to the hospital to get any medical care, so there's no paperwork to show us on it, right?
That's right.
But there is some other evidence that points to the fact that it happened after January 21 of 2008, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I don't think so.
Well, you had a conversation with Detective Flores. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And do you remember that he looked at your hand?
yes,
And remember what you told him?
yes,
And you told him that it happened during the time that these 2 people came in, right?
yes,
And that then you showed him your finger that was bent, right?
yes,
It was bent just like you showed us here in court, right?
yes,
So your prior statements indicate that this injury to your finger didn't happen on January 21 of 2008. It happened on June 4th of 2008, right?
yes.
And in terms of the injury that you claim, or the physical violence that occurred in August of 2007, you claim all he did was grab your hand, right? After he chased you, right?
Yeah, he got my wrist.
He grabbed you in the wrist, right?
Yes,
And other than minor pain, there's nothing else associated with it, right?
it wasn't painful at all.
And in fact, you were scared, though, right?
Yes,
And in fact, that's one of the things that you related to June 4th when you killed him. You sort of flashed back to that, right?
it was a split-second decision.
Is that yes or no?
I can't say I had a flashback.
Well, can you say that when you testified here in court that you referenced that specific incident as a triggering point involving the murder?
That's correct.
And so that means that you thought about it, right?
I must have.
Pardon?
Yeah, it went through my mind, but it wasn't a flashback.
Okay, so you have a problem with the word flashback, right?
Yes,
So it went through your mind, right?
yes,
You thought about it, right?
yes,
And however, the incident in August of 2007, you said didn't hurt, right?
that's right.
And he stopped once he grabbed your wrist, right?
Stop what?
Whatever he was doing.
Can you be more specific?
No, can you be more specific? What happened after he grabbed your wrist?
After he grabbed my wrist, he pulled me close to him and he apologized and he put me in his arms and squeezed me.
Okay, so this event where you're going down the hallway, he grabs you by the wrist, he then apologizes to you, right?
Yes,
And you're saying that just because there's this event where he goes down the hall and he grabs you and he apologizes to you, is the event that you're thinking about at the time that he's coming after you on June 4th of 2008, as you claim?
it's the event I thought about when I decided to go right instead of left.
But isn't this the event where he is screaming, according to you, very loudly, right?
Which event?
The June 4th, 2008 event, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
On June 4th of 2008, you claim he was very angry with you, right?
Very.
And he was nude, right?
Yes,
He was coming after you, right?
yes,
And he's going after you down the hallway, right as you're running, right?
yes,
And this event, on June 4th of 2008, you say, as he's doing that, you remember the event of August of 2007, right?
yes.
And in August of 2007, the consequence of that was that he hugged you and he apologized, right?
After he grabbed my wrist. Yes.
Okay, ma'am, fine. He grabs your wrist, he hugs you, and he apologizes, right?
Grabs my wrist and pulls me toward him.
Okay, grabs your wrist, pulls you, apologizes, right?
Yes,
You didn't have any fear when he was apologizing, did you?
yes, I was stiff with fear.
When he was apologizing?
Yes.
But nothing happened after that, right?
You mean nothing dangerous?
I mean, did he hit you after that?
No,
Did he throw you on the floor?
no,
Did he injure you in any way, shape, or form?
no.
He was just angry according to you, and he was apologizing at the same time, apparently.
I don't know about if his contemporaneous is angry and then he apologized.
Okay, so he's angry, and he's angry when he grabs your wrist, right?
I don't know.
Well, you were there. You just told us he was angry, right?
Yes,
So he was angry. Was he or wasn't he angry when he grabbed your wrist?
I don't know what his state of mind was when he chose to grab my wrist.
Okay, when you say that he was angry, when do you tell us, or when do you form the opinion that he's angry involving the incident in August of 2007? When do you form that opinion that he's angry?
One, when he let out a scream and palmed the wall down in the laundry room. And then two, when he ran upstairs and started banging his head on the linen closet and repeating something over and over about himself.
Okay, with regard to that, he actually, in that incident in August of 2007, it started downstairs, right?
Yes,
And that's something that you're thinking about back on June 4th of 2008, about an incident that happened downstairs, right?
no,
Well, it's part of the same incident, isn't it?
yes,
Where he ran away from you, right?
no,
Well, wait a minute. You said it started downstairs on the washer, right?
yes,
And then he went upstairs. He ran upstairs. It's your turn, right?
yes,
You stayed downstairs, right?
yes, for a few moments.
Yes, you did stay downstairs, didn't you?
Yes,
You let him go to do whatever he was going to do upstairs, right?
yes,
You didn't know what he was going to do, right?
no,
You weren't afraid at that point, were you?
a little bit.
Well, if you're afraid, then why go after him?
I wanted to know what that sound was.
Well, again, just because you hear a sound and you're afraid, you still think that you want to go investigate?
Yeah, he'd never hit me at that point.
Well, I'm not asking you if he hit you at that point. Did I?
No,
I'm asking you your state of mind, which is what we want to know, right? This is what you've been talking about, right?
yes.
And you're downstairs, it's your state of mind is that he's angry, right?
My state of mind was that I was concerned. My conclusion was that he was angry.
Okay. Your state of mind is now different than your conclusion, right?
Somewhat, yeah,
Okay, so your conclusion that he was angry was formed downstairs, right?
yes,
And this conclusion that he was angry was with you when you went upstairs, right?
yes,
This conclusion that he was angry did not instill any fear in you, did it?
when he palmed the wall, it scared me.
Pardon?
When he hit the door frame, with his palm, it scared me.
Was this downstairs?
Yes, in the laundry room.
All right, and when you were downstairs and he strikes his palm against something inanimate, you get scared, right?
Yeah, the impact.
So now your state of mind is that you are scared and that he's angry, right?
Yes, I'm concerned for him also.
You're also concerned, right? You didn't pick up the phone to call 911, did you?
No,
So there's no corroboration of that incident from that, right?
no.
What damage did he cause to the door?
Which door?
The one that he hit, that's the only door that we're talking about, right? Do you know of a different door that he hit?
Yes.
Didn't you just tell me that he hit one door?
I said he palmed the door frame.
Okay, so he hit the door frame. Was there any damage to the door frame downstairs when you guys were having this fight back in August of 2007, when you had the state of mind that you were afraid? What? Tell me. Was there a photograph of it?
No,
So we don't have any corroboration of that, right?
that's right.
You didn't tell anybody about this incident, did you?
No,
So nobody knows about it, right?
I don't think so.
Well, how would they know about it if you didn't tell them?
I don't know who he told.
So you think he was walking around telling people these things? Did you ever hear anybody say that he was saying these things?
I think I did.
Okay, who? Give me a name.
They
I
were in his
agree
text
with
messages.
this.
Who's that?
They were in his text
In his
messages.
text messages to you, he said, I hit the door?
No.
In his text messages to who then?
Oh, I didn't say hit the door. I meant referencing that event.
I'm talking about hitting the door. We having problems communicating here? I'm talking about hitting
Yes.
the door. He did tell that to somebody?
No, yes, we're having problems communicating.
Did he tell somebody about it? Yes or no?
About hitting the
The
door.
door, yes, that's what we're talking about.
Because he didn't hit the door downstairs. He hit the door frame. The door was open. And I
All
don't
right.
know if he told anyone or not.
Hitting the door frame. do you have a name of somebody Mr. Alexander told that he hit the door frame?
No.
So there's no corroboration there, right?
That's right.
And you never told anybody that you were scared or anything like that, right?
No.
So we don't have any corroboration there, though, right?
That's right.
But you were not scared enough to stay downstairs, right?
That's right.
You decided to go upstairs, right?
Yes.
And you go upstairs, and you're hearing a thump, thump, thump noise, right?
Yes.
And the curiosity gets the better of you, right?
Concern.
Okay, the concern gets the better of you, even though you are what? Are you mildly scared or no?
I'm alarmed. I'm stunned.
Okay, you're alarmed and stunned. As you go upstairs, you're alarmed and you're stunned. Why are you
Sure,
alarmed
you
and
know
stunned if
why.
you don't know what's going on upstairs?
Because the only other thing he'd ever hit before was my car.
Okay. So you're alarmed and you're stunned, and you're in this house where you're hearing this thump, 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 right?
That's right.
It never occurred to you to call 911, did it?
No.
And so then you go upstairs, and he's not any danger to you up there, is he?
Objection to officer stipulation.
Did you perceive any danger to you?
Not immediately.
I'm asking when you got there, did you perceive any danger to you?
After I got there, yes.
When you got there is my question, ma'am. Did you perceive any danger to you?
Objection, that's an answer.
Not
you-
immediately. Oh,
So
I'm
you
sorry.
get there, right? And he's thumping his head against what?
The linen closet door.
And this is the door that is next to this is the closet that's next to the sink, right?
That's right.
And if we're using the directional, that's north of the sink, right?
Yes.
And it's down the hallway where he ended up finally with his throat slashed, right? That's the same hallway we're talking about, right?
I don't know. It's the same hallway, but I don't know about the other part of your question.
So you don't know about where you've seen the photographs, haven't you?
Yes, part of them.
You were here in court when we showed them, right?
Yes.
Do you have any doubt, or do you have a reason to doubt that those photographs are not true and accurate depictions of Mr. Alexander? Doors opened or closed on that closet?
What was
The one that we're talking about, the only one we're talking about, ma'am. Yes.
The door was closed.
And so he's banging his head up against those doors, right?
Was that you,
And those
Mama?
are the kind of doors that are not super tight, so that there's this very small clearance to them, right? They're the kind of doors that are somewhat flimsy, aren't they?
Objection to officer stipulation.
These doors, ma'am, are they real? You've opened those doors before, right?
Yes.
And they don't have a lock on, right?
I don't think so.
And you think that a closet door, it opens, you think that this particular closet door may have a lock?
I don't remember it having lock.
Okay. And so is it the kind that is accordion, or is it the kind that has one handle on it?
What do you mean by accordion?
Well, when it opens up on both sides.
Oh, it's just a door with a
It's
handle.
just a door, right?
Yes.
And the door was closed, right?
Yes.
And he's banging his head up against the door, right?
Yes.
He's not doing anything to you. He's not talking to you. He's actually went away from the confrontation, right?
Yes.
You're the one that's chasing him down, aren't you?
I didn't chase him.
Okay, you're the one that's going after him, right?
Okay.
Well, no, not okay. You're the one that's going up there. He's already left, hasn't he?
No, he's still in the house.
No, he hasn't left. They've gone upstairs. Are you having problems? You just told us that he went upstairs.
Objection, on the amendment, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the afternoon recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 3:25. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Right. So whenever something weird like that happens in my life, I always yell my grandmother's name, and I'm not going to say it for the sake of the stream, even though I'm sure it's readily available online. I always yell, "Stop it!" Her name, because I know, like, sometimes my lights will just go off, and
Thank you. Please be seated.
it's weird. And I was her favorite, so. That was so bizarre. It's Tuesday night. What? It's Wednesday night. Because I had breakfast with my retired boys this morning. Good girl, Pearl. Stream Mama, you do what you gotta do. Just whenever you have to go.
Please take a stand.
Hold on. We decided that we're going until Stream Mama starts her next stream modding. if you're just now watching, make sure to hit the like button. And if you aren't already subscribed, why not? It's free. Both things are free. Love to have you. We'll be back here tomorrow afternoon as well.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
And I'm following with Mr. Alexander banging his head up against that door before something happened, before the next thing happened.
I guess if I had to guess, maybe a minute, minute and a half.
So for a minute and a half, he's doing this, and you're just standing there, right?
No, I was sitting on the washing machine downstairs when it began.
I see. So for a minute and a half, you hear it, and then you go upstairs? Is that
No, I
right?
stayed from the time he stopped. I heard the sound, then I jumped off the washing machine and went upstairs to find out what was going on. Found him from
Let me do it this way. As you're walking up the stairs, do you still hear him banging his head up against the door?
Yeah, I'm following the
As
sound.
you go into his room, do you still hear
Yes.
him banging his head up against the door? And then as you take a right and go down the hallway, is he still banging his head up against the door?
Yes,
Do you get close to him when he's doing this?
yes.
How far away do you get?
I'd say pretty close, maybe from here to this thermos right here.
And while you're standing there, he continues to bang his head. From the time he stood there, how long did he continue to bang his head?
Till I said his name.
I know. How long in terms of time?
I couldn't say exact seconds, but I tentatively walked up to him. I'd never seen him act
When
like
you
that.
said tentatively,
Yes.
you walk up to him, and from the time that you get near him to where that pitcher of water is, how much time elapses from the time that you get to where the pitcher is to the time that he stops banging his head? I'm talking in terms of time.
I didn't let it go on long before I said his name and he stopped.
Pardon?
I didn't let it go on for a prolonged period of time before I said his name. I wanted him to stop.
Okay, so how long before you said his name?
I don't know as far as seconds. It wasn't long.
It was what?
It wasn't long.
I know, but you said seconds, and I didn't hear the first part.
I said I don't know as far as seconds.
Oh, okay. And so you said his name, and at that point, what does he do?
He spun and faced me. He had the eyes of a madman and he screamed what? Really loud.
Right. And so this is what you're telling us is the same thing that you saw back on June 4th of 2008. You sort of almost described it the same way. Then he had the eyes of a madman, right?
Objection, Mr. Judge, is a testimony.
Rephrase.
Ma'am, you told us that he was in the shower, right? On June 4th of 2008,
Yes.
right? That you dropped the camera, right?
Yes.
And that he got very, very upset, right?
Yes.
And he said some things to you, right?
Yes.
And you were able to see his face, right?
Yes.
And his face was like that of a madman, right?
Yes.
So let's get back to August of 2008. At that point, you said he had this same kind of look, right?
Yes, it's 2007.
Right. But it was the same kind of look, right?
The same, very similar, yes.
Right. And so then what happens? He has this look in his eye. What do?
I turned and bolted down the hallway.
You ran, right?
Yes.
But he's able to catch you, right?
Yes.
He catches you where?
Right around the threshold of the carpet.
Right. Where he ended up with his head, with his slitting of the throat, right?
I don't know.
You saw the photographs, right?
I saw.
And you saw the big blotch of blood that was there on the breachway there between the tile and the carpet, right?
Yes.
Is that about the area where he caught you?
Yes.
And is that where he grabs you by the wrist?
Yes.
And he grabs you there by the wrist. And does he still have this look of a madman or not?
I didn't look.
Were you looking down or what were you doing?
I don't know if I might have my eyes closed. I was still not looking at him.
Pardon?
I was not looking at him.
Okay. And then he hugs you or what does he do?
He yanked me toward him and put his arms around me and squeezed.
Was it a very hard squeeze?
It was a firm squeeze, but it wasn't too hard.
And then he apologizes, right?
Yes.
And then this confrontation is over, right?
No.
In terms of the physical aspect, the confrontation is over, right?
Yes.
So there may be some arguing afterwards, or there may be some words exchanged, but in terms of him being physical, according to you, that's where it is, right?
That's right.
And this is the event that you tell us goes through your head as you're running down the hallway in 2008, right?
Well, when I went
Yes
to
or no?
no.
Yes or no?
No.
Okay, didn't you testify in direct examination that that's what you were thinking about when he was after you on June 4th of 2008? Isn't that what you said?
Mr. Judge, is a testimony.
Overruled. Do me answer.
At one point, yes.
Okay, so if this is I know you don't like the word flashback or the thought, but if this is the flashback or the thought that you have on June 4th of 2008, then you know nothing's going to happen because nothing happened before, right?
That's not right.
There was a different ending back in August of 2007. Did he hurt you more?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So he didn't hurt you more, though, right?
He didn't hurt me at all in August.
And if he didn't hurt you at all, to use your term in August, and this is something that goes through your head, then the expectation would be that he wouldn't hurt you in 2008, and there's no reason to be afraid of him, right?
Not after he broke my finger, hit me, and almost killed me by choking me unconscious. It was not that.
What did you say?
I said not after he broke my finger, hit me, and choked me unconscious. By
And this
choking me.
is the same finger that you told Detective Flores happened on June 4th, right? 2008.
That's right.
That's the same finger that you're saying is the reason that you believe something else was going to happen, right?
Part of the reason, yes.
And the other reason was what?
He choked me till I lost consciousness.
And when was this event?
The week that I moved.
And that would be the week of April of 2008, right?
Yes.
Was this while you were living with him or staying with him for the week or some other time?
It was during that time.
And was this before or after your mother came out there?
After.
And during this event where he choked you, there are no medical reports, are there?
No,
There's no police report that backs up what you're saying, is it?
no,
There is no one that you told back then that backs up this supposed event, right?
I did not tell them that's what the bruises were.
Pardon?
I didn't tell them about that.
Right. So all we have to go on is your word, correct?
That's correct.
And
With FDR, we're going to take just a momentary break.
Wait, did she really hide under his Christmas tree? Like, I'm the present. It's me. My oven is definitely on.
It's the rice maker. Keeping the rice on.
Why is the oven on? I have a freakishly good sense of hearing, but only for things that I don't need to be hearing. Oh my God, she's so crazy. No, Cece is fine. I can't wait for Brian Walsh to be over. Oops. Oh, that's cool. I never actually looked at the box because I was so excited when I got the gift that I didn't check out the box.
you were telling us, ma'am, about the incident where you claimed that he choked you before you left to move back to Wairega, correct?
Yes,
And when did that happen?
it would have been the first week of April 2008.
And you were at his house?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
We were having a discussion that led to an argument, and then it led to that.
What were you having a discussion about?
Several things. We were first discussing his dating life, and then we were discussing my dating life. And then prior to that, he was a little bit upset because I had reemphasized the pamphlet that I gave him.
I'm not asking you about his demeanor.
She's asking what the discussion was about. She's explaining it.
Objection, non-responsive. I just want the topic.
Ask another question.
And during this discussion, where was it that it took place?
In his bedroom.
And it escalated, according to you, into a point where he threw you down, right?
Yes.
And when you were down, that's when he choked you, right?
Yes.
And how long did this confrontation last?
I don't know.
Were you able to get up afterwards, or did he let you up?
I woke up and he was not on top of me anymore.
And he was what?
Not on top of me anymore.
You didn't call the police, did you?
No.
You didn't get any medical care, did you?
No.
You didn't tell anybody, correct?
I did tell someone.
Who did you tell, ma'am?
I told Matt.
You told Matt McCartney, right? That day you told Matt McCartney?
No.
You told Matt McCartney when? June 2nd of 2008?
No.
When did you tell Matt McCartney?
I saw him a few days later, and he called me out on all the bruises that were on me.
And with regard to his statements, do you know why it is that when asked about that particular incident, he claimed no knowledge of it. Do you know anything about that? Do
Improper.
Overruled, you may answer.
you know why he would claim no knowledge of that?
Objection, officer, speculation, why he would claim?
Sustained.
So you don't know whether or not he, when interviewed, whether or not he admitted to knowing about it.
Objection, officer, here's the objection, it's the same question, may we approach?
You may.
I sure am. Josh.
And in fact, you and he have discussed this issue about whether or not you had bruising around the neck, right?
Not during the jail visits, but yes.
But you have discussed it, haven't you?
Yes.
And have you discussed whether or not he has spoken to any law enforcement individuals regarding the bruises on the neck? Have you and he had that conversation?
What was the question?
Whether you and Mr. McCartney have discussed whether or not he has told anyone about this supposed bruising around the neck?
I believe we had a discussion somewhat like that.
And when was that discussion?
I don't remember. After the incident.
Pardon?
After the incident.
Where was this conversation? Was it over the phone? Was it in person?
It was over the phone.
And how much time after the incident was this conversation?
Just days, I think.
And so if it was over the telephone, then you would agree that he would not be able to see whether or not there would be any makeup that was applied to these supposed injuries, right?
No, not for that conversation.
No, I'm not talking about any other conversation. We're talking about one conversation on the telephone, right?
Yes.
And you said that was 2 to 3 days after this alleged incident happened, right?
No, it was after he called me out on the bruises.
Pardon?
It was after he confronted me about them.
Well, you had a telephone conversation, and you said that this happened during the time that you were at Mr. Alexander's home before you left, right?
Yes.
And you then left, correct?
That week, yes.
Right. And during 2 to 3 days later, while you were still at Mr. Alexander's, you had a telephone conversation, right? With Mr. McCartney.
That's not the one I was referring to.
But you did have some conversations with Mr. McCartney, right?
Yes.
Is that when you told Mr. McCartney about your injuries around the neck?
Are you talking about 2 or 3 days after the incident?
You told me that you had a telephone call with him 2 to 3 days after the incident. Do you remember telling me that?
I thought you were talking about the incident where he confronted me.
I'm asking you about a telephone conversation, ma'am. That's all I'm asking you about. Are we clear now?
Yes.
This telephone conversation that you told me about, you indicated that you told Mr. McCartney about this bruising, right?
Yes.
And my question to you is, if you have this telephone conversation with him 2 to 3 days after this supposed choking, he would not have been able to see any marks on your neck, right?
No, I was in Wairika by then.
Ma'am, if it's a telephone conversation and you call Mr. McCartney, isn't it true that he wouldn't be able to see your injuries because it's over the telephone?
Yes.
So then you leave to go to Wairika, right?
When?
When you left. When was that?
Left from where?
From Arizona.
Good night,
I went
Peggy.
to see
We
Matt
are
after
about to call it a night as
You
well.
went to see
Just so
Mr.
you
McCartney.
know, you won't be
I
missing
stopped
much
in
at all.
Cincinnati after I left Arizona with the U-Haul truck.
I understand that, but when did you leave Arizona?
Stream
let's
Mama,
see.
I was talking to Josh.
I believe it was 2 or 3 days after he did that.
Hopefully,
so
we'll see
about
you
the time of the
tomorrow,
telephone call.
Peggy.
Is the time that you leave Arizona, right?
No, you're still fixated on the phone call. I misinterpreted what you had said earlier. There was no phone call for 3 days later with the discussion of bruises.
There was no telephone call now, right?
No.
Okay, so why did you tell me there was a telephone call before?
I was referring to a few days after he confronted me about the bruises, which would put it many days after the fact.
So you're saying that there was no telephone call to Mr. McCartney while you were here in Arizona, correct?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's no discussion.
There was a telephone call, but there was no discussion, right?
I'm not saying there was a telephone call either. I'm just saying there was no discussion.
Well, you did reference a telephone call for me previously, right?
Yes.
And this telephone call you told me was 2 or 3 days later, right? Do you remember telling me that earlier on in this conversation?
Yes, but I'm confused about what
Yes.
later you mean.
Okay, so you did tell me about it then, right?
Yes.
But now you're telling me that no, there was no telephone call 2 or 3 days later to Mr. McCartney after the supposed choking incident, right?
That's correct.
But you did leave Arizona some days after the choking incident, right?
Yes.
And that would have been what, April 7th, April 8th? Is that when you left?
I remember it by days of the week, but not.
Tomorrow, it'll either be it'll be sometime between 3 and 3:30. Those seem to be the times that work best for me. So, and that's Eastern time. So wherever you live, it's 3 to 3:30 p.m. Eastern time for me when I will be starting up the stream. So I can't wait to see you then. Thanks, Peggy. I appreciate your support tonight.
Dates.
Okay, what day of the week was it?
It occurred on a Tuesday, the choking, and
you,
I think
Josh.
I left town on Thursday or Friday.
All right, so you left 2 or 3 days later, right?
I believe so, yes.
Well, when you keep saying you believe so, it sort of leads me to believe that when you said Wednesday or Thursday that you really don't know. So did you leave Wednesday or Thursday?
Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, it was after the event, but I didn't stay like a whole week beyond that or anything.
So then you drive, and is this the time that you turn around and come back, or this is the time you actually leave?
That part, I don't remember. I'd have to look at dates, text messages, things like that.
So you don't remember if that's when you came back then, right?
I just know that,
So the answer is no, right?
no, that's not, I'm thinking probably not,
But you don't know,
not for sure.
okay? So if you did come back, then you would have stayed more time there at Mr. Alexander's house, right?
Yes,
And then you do take off and then you go up towards California, right?
yes.
And you take a 10,
First the 60, then the 10.
right? And you proceed to Southern California, correct?
That's correct.
What time of the day did you leave?
I don't remember.
What time of the day did you get to Southern California?
I remember meeting up with Bess
Right.
in the late afternoon.
So what time would that be then?
I guess if I had to guess, it would be like 5 or 6. The sun was still up. It's June, or I mean, April. I don't know. The sun was still up, but it was like low, like at an angle. So it'd be late afternoon,
So 6 o'clock then, right? That'd be fair?
something like that.
And then you're there, how long are you there with Mr. Searcy?
I don't know, an hour maybe, a couple
And
hours.
then do you go to sleep in the truck? You said that you slept in the truck, right?
Right. After that, I drove for a while.
And then you slept in the truck, right?
I think I drove all the way to Hollister that night.
Okay, but at some point you slept in the truck at night, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't that night then?
I don't remember.
Could have been the next night?
Could have been the next night or the previous night.
Well, the previous night, there's only one night when you drive from Arizona to California. It's during the day, right?
I might have slept in the truck before arriving in Arizona. I mean, Southern California. I don't
During the
know.
day you slept in the truck.
At night, I believe.
Well, no, it couldn't be at night because you told us that you got into Southern California at 6 o'clock in the evening or when the sun was going down.
There's an argument that she's also left Mesa twice.
Rephrase your question.
Right. This is the time that you actually left to go to California. You told us that you don't remember what time you left, but you got to California sometime in the evening or the afternoon when the sun.
I'm sorry, everyone. Peggy, I believe what you are looking at is yesterday's stream that I did. So what you're going to want to do is go to, if you're watching me on your, you're watching me on your phone. So you're going to want to click my face and it's going to take you to my YouTube page. And tomorrow, between 3 and 3:30, you will see a stream that says live right next to it. That is live right then. And I think I'm explaining this correctly. That will be tomorrow. But what you're looking at right now that says 3 to 3:30 is from yesterday. I haven't created tomorrow's stream yet. I usually create it the day of around 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock my time. So the way to make sure that you don't miss any of my streams is when you click on my face, like I told you to do, you can set up notifications. There's a bell. So I think that maybe Josh, who has a wrench next to his name, or Stream Mama can probably explain how to turn on notifications a little bit better than I can because they're mods. I've modded as well, but I'm not very good with the technical stuff. So if they're in here and they're able to explain, click that bell or subscribe button and it'll give you like the option to be notified whenever I go live. I hope this helps. Okay.
Sun was going down, right? Do you remember telling us that just now?
The sun was not going down. It was late afternoon.
Pardon?
The sun was not going down. It was late afternoon.
All right, late afternoon then makes it earlier in the day, right? Around 4.
Perhaps. I don't remember times.
So it was in the afternoon then, right?
Yes.
Is that fair?
That's fair.
And if you take off from Arizona to get to California in the afternoon, by necessity, you would have had to have left in the morning, right? Not the afternoon.
If I didn't stop to sleep, yes.
Right. And so you're saying to me now that when you left on that leg of the trip, you actually went to sleep somewhere, right?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's possible. I don't remember when I slept in the truck. I just know that I slept in the truck.
Okay. Do you normally, do you remember sleeping during the
Yes.
day on the first leg? Do you remember that?
I slept during the day and at night during parts of the trip. It was broken up over several days before arriving in Wairika.
So and then you get to California, you talk to Mr. Searson, and then you drive, right?
Yes.
And you're sure you get to Hollister that night, right? You're sure?
I know that I was in Hollister the night that long text message came through.
I understand that, but you're saying that you left in the morning, you get there about in the afternoon. I'm asking you whether or not you got to Hollister that night. That's what I'm asking.
I believe I did.
Okay, so now you're in Hollister. You spend the night there, right?
Since Peggy is 70 and patiently waiting on us, I'm going to explain this. I'm sorry, everyone. No, I'm not. I'm really not sorry. After you click the bell or the subscribe button, you're going to want to click it again, and it'll give you the notification option. Once you get the notification option, you click choose all. So once you do that, you'll be notified on your phone whenever I go live. So it's a treat. Once again, click the bell and or the subscribe button, and it'll give you the notification option, and you're going to want to choose all lives. I wasn't kidding when I said I'm so bad with technical stuff on here. I need to do a better job. Hey, I'm still new. I hope this helped. Thank you. Okay, we're going to bounce. This was good. I love you guys. See you tomorrow between 3 to 3:30. Stream Mama, are you taking us? Or are you sending over a link? Here, yes. I want you guys to go here. Let me find it. I can put it in. Okay. We are going to go ahead and share his link so that you guys can all go here. Did that link over correctly? There we go. Yep. We'll see you over. Oh, it did for me. If you click Jack, or if you search Jack Wolf, we'll be over there. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow here between 3 and 3:30 Eastern. Bye, guys.